Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 11 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the legendary Orochimaru with the Mad Scientist system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 261. In her current situation, Nono didn't need to fear Danzo's threats. After all, not only did she now possess magnet release, but she also commanded a small army of clones as subordinates. With such strength at her disposal, Danzo bringing only 3 people wasn't much of a concern. However, neither magnet release nor the clones could solve her financial problems. Supporting the orphanage required money, and in the long run, she still had to rely on Konoha's aid. Moreover, she felt that revealing the existence of the clones to anyone in Konoha, especially someone like Danzo, might bring trouble for Orochimaru. This was why, despite her newfound power, she chose not to bargain with Danzo earlier. When he made his demand, Nono had been carefully thinking about how to carry out the mission without compromising the orphanage. She was even preparing how to explain her decision to Orochimaru. But then, Orochimaru had appeared out of nowhere. With just a few words, he had persuaded Danzo to retreat, a result Nono had never dared to imagine. And what she expected even less was the shocking request Orochimaru made to her afterward. Orochimaru's words echoed in her mind. I need you to dedicate your entirety to me, your body, your mind, and your soul. It had been so direct, so casual, yet it had left her utterly stunned. Nono was still reeling from the implications. Setting aside Orochimaru's image as an almost untouchable figure of power in her mind, she couldn't fathom why someone like him would make such a request of her. Why her? Her thoughts swirled with countless questions, but she didn't have time to dwell on them. Orochimaru had made it clear, she had no other choice. While Nono wasn't afraid of death, she couldn't ignore the lives of the orphans she cared for. Besides, deep down, Nono couldn't deny her feelings. She had admired Orochimaru since her youth. When he gave her potions, money, and the power of magnet release, she had even allowed herself a fleeting fantasy of what might happen. But Nono had always dismissed such thoughts. As a spy, such emotions were a luxury she couldn't afford. And the differences between them, strength, identity, status, made any connection between them feel impossible. Yet now, faced with Orochimaru's blunt request, she found herself hesitating for only a moment before biting her lip and agreeing. A sharp gasp escaped Nono's lips as she slumped back into her chair. Her face was flushed, her body trembling slightly as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. But something felt strange. Blinking, she slowly came back to her senses, her gaze falling on her still intact clothes. Across from her, Orochimaru sat calmly, not moving an inch. Her eyes widened in shock as the realization struck her. This was an illusion, she asked, her voice trembling. Correct, Orochimaru replied evenly. When you first looked into my eyes, Orochimaru said, his tone calm yet matter-of-fact. While Orochimaru's Sharingan wasn't specialized for illusions, his mastery of Ryochike's Senjutsu greatly enhanced its effectiveness. Using it on someone like Nono, a powerful yet unsuspecting opponent, had been effortless. Hearing his admission, Nono's fists clenched as humiliation washed over her. Damn it, were you trying to humiliate me? She demanded, her voice shaking with both anger and shame. To be caught in such a vivid illusion, especially in front of Orochimaru, it was beyond humiliating. No, Orochimaru said firmly. I just wanted to see what your true intentions were. But you... Enough, no, Orochimaru interrupted, stepping closer to her. He tilted her chin upward with a finger, a faint, mischievous smile playing on his lips. From now on, you're mine, he said softly, his golden eyes glowing with authority. No one can bully you. No one can command you, except me. Do you understand? Nono's mind was reeling. His sudden commanding tone left her at a loss for words. I understand. A few days later, in Konoha village. In the underground training hall of Root, Danzo watched silently as his recruits trained. Earth flew into the air as streams of water and wood collided in a chaotic mess of chakra. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water style, water formation wave. Wood style, wooden spindle wall. Wood style, 4-pillar prison. The sounds of techniques being executed echoed throughout the room as dozens of teenagers performed complex jutsu with precision. Danzo's gaze swept over the group of 60 or 70 recruits, each of them wielding wood release with surprising ease. Such a sight would have been unthinkable before. In the past, wood release was an ability so rare it was practically a legend. Now, Orochimaru had turned that legend into something mass-producible. Danzo's feelings were conflicted. By all rights, he should have been pleased. But as he watched these recruits, a bitter realization gnawed at him. He had lost Orochimaru. His paranoia over keeping his own secrets had driven a wedge between them, and in doing so, he had lost a key ally. In hindsight, it was a decision he deeply regretted. Not only was he wrong, but Hiruzen had been wrong as well. A masked root ninja suddenly appeared at Danzo's side, kneeling. Lord Danzo. Speak. The situation in the Land of Sound has been clarified. Their village seems intent on maintaining neutrality in the current war. Neutrality? Danzo sneered, his visible eye narrowing. With the current state of the world, even the great nations can't avoid conflict. Do these small countries really think they can stay untouched? Without missing a beat, he turned to the operative. Mobilize 6 teams. We move at once. Yes, Lord Danzo. Chapter 262. The dim candlelight flickered across Orochimaru's pale face, casting sharp shadows that gave him an otherworldly appearance. Sitting at the small table, he picked up the cup of water in front of him and took a slow sip, his mind occupied with his next steps. The clone army provided him with sufficient manpower, but it would take time before they could rival the military power of the 5 great nations. However, a complete ninja village wasn't built solely on an army. Granted, his clones were products of advanced technology, which meant they didn't require the infrastructure of a typical village, no need for schools or hospitals. But beyond the numbers, what he lacked most was a proper information network. This realization made Orochimaru nod thoughtfully to himself. A plan began to form in his mind. What are you thinking about, Lord Orochimaru? A soft voice interrupted his musings, followed by the gentle pressure of hands on his shoulders. The touch was natural and soothing, kneading away the tension in his muscles. Nothing much, Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. I was just wondering if I should upgrade the equipment in your orphanage. Upgrade the equipment? Nono asked curiously. What kind of equipment are you thinking of replacing? For starters, those candles, Orochimaru replied. It's time to install proper lighting. Electricity? This place is so remote, where would we even get electricity from? Well, I have a lab nearby, don't I? Orochimaru responded. It's too far away, Nono countered quickly. If you try to connect wires from the lab to here, it could expose the lab's location. True. Orochimaru nodded, already reconsidering. Then I'll give you a new battery system instead. Orochimaru had plenty of advanced equipment at his disposal, including large batteries and silent generators. For this purpose, he decided on a compact battery setup. By connecting the battery to a transformer and converter, it could be charged with chakra, specifically lightning release chakra. For someone like Nono, who had worked in his lab before, using this kind of technology was second nature. When Orochimaru handed her the battery, Nono's eyes lit up briefly before her expression grew thoughtful. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, she asked hesitantly, how long do you plan to stay this time? That depends on the situation. Is there an issue? He replied. It's nothing too important. While I was experimenting with the magnet release you gave me, I developed a new technique. Nono said. I thought it might be useful to you, but considering your current strength, I wasn't sure if I should bring it up. A new technique? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. What kind of technique? It's hard to explain in words, Nono replied. Why don't I show you instead? The night was quiet, and the stars sparkled faintly overhead. Although Orochimaru didn't expect much from her demonstration, he still followed her outside the orphanage. At first, he didn't understand why Nono insisted on going so far from the orphanage. Then, she showed him. Nono pulled out a small coin from her pocket and tossed it into the air. As the coin spun, her body began to crackle with electricity, arcs of lightning dancing across her frame. Zap! A sudden burst of light shot from her hand, slicing through the air. The streak of energy moved faster than the eye could follow, slamming into a large boulder 30 meters away. Boom! The rock shattered into fragments, the sound of the explosion echoing through the night. Pieces of debris flew in all directions, and even as the dust settled, residual lightning crackled faintly along Nono's arm. It was clear why she hadn't performed this near the orphanage. The noise alone would have woken every child. This is... Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed as he analyzed the technique. Magnetic propulsion using electricity? An electromagnetic railgun? For once, Orochimaru found himself truly surprised. Nono had developed a railgun all on her own. The principle of a railgun, as Orochimaru understood it, relied on electromagnetic force to propel a projectile at incredible speeds. It was a highly scientific technique, and while Orochimaru had dabbled in similar concepts, his research had always leaned toward manipulating gravitational fields or pure magnetic forces. He had never prioritized the combination of electricity and magnetism in this way, partly because he didn't have the time. And yet, here was Nono, standing before him, having created it by herself. Electromagnetic railgun? Nono tilted her head slightly, testing the name. That does sound fitting. I hadn't come up with a name for it yet, but leave it to you to think of something so apt right away. How did you even come up with this idea? Orochimaru asked, his voice carrying a rare note of curiosity. His gaze rested on her, intrigued. To think that Nono, quiet, composed, and unassuming, might have a talent for innovation. Didn't you tell me yourself? Nono replied with a small smile. You said that electricity and magnetism influence each other. I just played around with the concept when I had some free time. However... She paused, her tone growing thoughtful. Since I'm trained in medical ninjutsu, my chakra isn't particularly suited to lightning release. That makes it difficult for me to use this technique consistently. It's not perfected yet. Nono's voice trailed off as she explained the technique's development process, and Orochimaru listened intently. Impressive, Orochimaru said after a moment, his tone sincere. To think you could create such a technique on your own. I must admit, I'm impressed. Even though Orochimaru had mastered many powerful techniques, he couldn't deny the utility of what she had developed. Sometimes, having a versatile repertoire of jutsu was more important than relying on raw strength alone. You're too kind, my lord, Nono said, a soft smile gracing her lips. This kind of technique is nothing compared to what you're capable of. Her expression was gentle and warm, like a calm breeze. Tell me, Orochimaru said suddenly, his voice quieter but no less sharp, do you regret following me? Nono froze for a moment, taken aback by the unexpected question. Her expression softened as she met his gaze. At least for now, she said with a faint smile, I have no regrets. Chapter 263, Orochimaru smiled faintly at Nono's words but didn't reply. The fact that Nono had managed to develop an electromagnetic railgun was surprising, but upon reflection, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Medical ninjutsu required practitioners to have precise control over their chakra, a level of finesse far beyond that of most ordinary ninjas. Nono's talent in medical ninjutsu wasn't just decent, it was second only to Tsunade herself. After all, without such skill, she could never have raised someone as brilliant as Kabuto as her student. Add to that her time working with Orochimaru's advanced equipment, combined with her mastery of 5 chakra attributes and magnet release, and her accomplishment seemed logical. However, as she mentioned, there was a key limitation: lightning release chakra was too aggressive for someone like her, who specialized in delicate medical techniques. That made using a technique like the electromagnetic gun particularly challenging. Even so, after creating it, her first thought had been to offer it to Orochimaru. Reflecting on all of this, Orochimaru found himself lost in thought. Had he ruined such a remarkable woman by dragging her into his plans? But when he thought about what would have happened to her otherwise, how she would have been sent on dangerous missions as a spy, only to lose Danzo's trust and be killed by Konoha itself, he quickly brushed aside the thought. No, it wasn't cruelty that had brought her here. If anything, he had saved her from a worse fate. Reassured, Orochimaru nodded to himself and set the matter aside. The next morning, Orochimaru busied himself with the orphanage children, helping to install electric lights. As he worked, a small figure with white hair and glasses caught his attention. It was the first time he'd seen this particular child since he spent most of his days either in his laboratory or dealing with Nono. "Who's that child?" Orochimaru asked curiously. "Him?" Nono glanced over. "That's Kabuto. I found him 2 years ago and brought him here." 2 years ago? Orochimaru frowned slightly. Has it already been 2 years? When Orochimaru first started building his plans, Kabuto wouldn't have been born for another 2 decades. But looking at the boy now, he appeared to be 4 or 5 years old. Time had moved faster than he'd realized. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Nono asked, noticing his reaction. "Nothing," Orochimaru replied casually, his gaze still lingering on Kabuto. "He seems like a clever child. He could grow into a remarkable ninja." "Ninja?" Nono's tone became hesitant. "But I don't want the children to." "I know you don't want them trained as ninjas," Orochimaru interrupted firmly. "But teach them everything. That includes Kabuto." Yakushi Kabuto, in the original timeline, had been shaped into an extraordinary spy by Danzo, following the same training Nono had received. But Orochimaru couldn't rely on Konoha's system now. Things were different. With no established training infrastructure in his budding Sound Village, it was up to him to find his own way. That meant ensuring the orphanage children, especially Kabuto, were prepared for any eventuality. Nono hesitated before finally nodding. "All right, I'll do as you say." She turned and called out, "Kabuto, come here." "Kabuto, the director's calling you." A child with a runny nose tugged at Kabuto's sleeve, pulling him out of his focus. "Huh?" Kabuto blinked, quickly putting down the wires he'd been working on. He trotted over to Nono, his movements precise despite his young age. "Director," he greeted, bowing respectfully. "Kabuto, this is Lord Orochimaru." "I've told you about him before," Nono said warmly, crouching down to ruffle the boy's hair. Kabuto adjusted his glasses before bowing again. "Lord Orochimaru. What a polite child." Orochimaru's lips curled into an approving smile. Looking at Kabuto now, Orochimaru felt a sense of irony. In another timeline, this boy would become a major antagonist, his intelligence and cunning shaping the future of the ninja world. But here, he was just a child, a blank slate. Orochimaru didn't know if nurturing Kabuto now would yield the same results as before. But to be safe, he would ensure the boy received proper training. As time passed, the war in the ninja world grew increasingly chaotic. By mid-45th year of the Konoha calendar, 5 months into Orochimaru's stay at the orphanage, Sunagakure finally entered the fray. The Land of Winds ninja targeted Konoha directly. Without Orochimaru's technological weapons, Konoha had lost one of its most significant advantages, making sand ninja puppeteers far more effective on the battlefield. Coupled with Konoha's fertile lands and lingering animosity from the Second Great Ninja War, Sunagakure had every reason to launch their attack. This escalation left Konoha fighting a war on 2 fronts, against both Sunagakure and Kumogakure. Without Orochimaru, Konoha was like a powerful warrior fighting with one arm tied behind their back. But even in this precarious situation, Konoha wasn't entirely helpless. Hatake Sakumo, for reasons unknown, had avoided his canonical suicide and continued to dominate the battlefield with unmatched strength. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the rising star Minato had also joined the war effort, helping to hold the line. Despite being outnumbered, Konoha managed to endure. The military base for Konoha's battle against the Sand Ninja was set up near the border of the Land of Rivers, just 20 miles from Nono's orphanage. From the top of a nearby mountain, Orochimaru, dressed in a black cloak, watched the movement of Konoha forces below. Ninja teams moved swiftly at the foot of the mountain, their movements precise and disciplined. Even with strength, Orochimaru muttered to himself, intelligence is still key. Though he was a reincarnator and had a general understanding of the war's progression, Orochimaru realized he lacked specific details about the current state of the conflict. Perhaps it was time to establish an intelligence network of his own. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye among the Konoha ninja teams below. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed as he focused on the young man. That boy. His curiosity piqued, he leaped down the mountain in a blur, landing silently behind the Konoha squad. Who goes there? Identify yourself. The Konoha ninjas reacted instantly, drawing their kunai and bracing themselves for a fight. Two of them stepped forward, ready to strike, but their leader raised a hand to stop them. State your business, the leader demanded, his tone firm. If you're a ninja, you should know better than to block our path. A low chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips. Oh, Nawaki. Have you grown so confident in my absence? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Be brother-in-law? Nawaki stammered. Chapter 264, Nawaki's startled exclamation of brother-in-law left the Konoha ninja dumbfounded. Most of Nawaki's subordinates were unaware of his family background, much less the significance of his brother-in-law. Their confusion only deepened when the cloaked figure lowered his hood. Why you? Who are you? Orochimaru-sama? The group was struck silent as they recognized the Sannin, a figure whose reputation was both legendary and tainted. Go ahead and proceed without me. I'll catch up later, Nawaki ordered, his voice firm. But, Captain, this is an order. Faced with Nawaki's serious expression, the group reluctantly complied. Despite their misgivings, Orochimaru's status carried weight even now, making it impossible for them to act rashly. Once his team had left, Nawaki broke into a grin. Teacher, I'm glad you're all right. 15 minutes later, as Nawaki's team moved swiftly through the forest, whispers filled the air. Was that really Orochimaru-sama? Yeah, it was him. Incredible. But wait, Orochimaru-sama is the captain's brother-in-law? You didn't even know Tsunade-sama is his sister? Idiot. You're the idiot. It's not like the captain goes around talking about his family. Enough, Nawaki interjected. Focus. We're at war. Stay sharp. Yes, Captain. As the chatter ceased, Nawaki glanced back briefly toward the spot where he had left Orochimaru. A small smile crept onto his face. Even as a missing nin, he's still looking out for my sister's safety. After watching Nawaki and his group disappear into the distance, Orochimaru stroked his chin thoughtfully before turning back toward the orphanage. Upon his arrival, he noticed 3 Konoha ninjas speaking with Nono. One had spiky hair tied into a pineapple-shaped ponytail, another was a rotund man with red hair, and the third was a slender young man with blonde hair. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Seeing them all grown up gave Orochimaru pause. He remained hidden in the shadows, unwilling to reveal himself and risk exposing his connection to Nono. He observed in silence as the 3 spoke with her before leaving the orphanage grounds. Once they were gone, Orochimaru stepped into the open. Nono, what did they want? Nono turned at the sound of his voice, her expression softening. They came to request my help. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, motioning for her to explain. They said the situation at the border is worsening. With so many wounded, Konoha has sent Tsunade to the front lines against the Cloud Ninja, Nono began. But on the Sand Ninja side, there are few medics available. So, the 3rd Hokage remembered me and asked if I could assist at the base. Ah, Orochimaru said, a faint smirk playing on his lips. And this frightens you? It's not fear, Nono replied hesitantly, glancing away. It's just, I don't want to leave the orphanage unattended. Orochimaru chuckled softly, tilting her chin upward with a single finger. Do you think you can manage? The silence spoke volumes. The next morning, with Orochimaru's consent, Nono packed up the children and departed for Konoha's border camp. Meanwhile, Orochimaru left the orphanage as well, taking 30 clones with him. Armed with the intelligence he gathered from Milwaukee about the current state of the war, Orochimaru had no intention of staying idle. With his clones in tow, he ventured into the land of rain, slipping past their borders and into the land of earth. Infiltrating the enemy's territory was a trivial task for Orochimaru. Though storming an enemy village would have been risky even for someone of his caliber, quietly eliminating border guards and slipping through their defenses was a much simpler matter. The land of earth, as always, was barren and rocky. Dust and stone stretched endlessly in every direction. Over the course of a month, Orochimaru methodically scouted the area, navigating through treacherous terrain until he located the primary IWA ninja forces. Hidden among the jagged hills, Orochimaru's 30 clones knelt before him, now disguised as IWA ninjas. Though their heights, builds, and features varied, they all wore IWA uniforms and forehead protectors, blending seamlessly with the enemy's ranks. Even Orochimaru himself had donned an IWA ninja disguise. Lord Orochimaru, one of the clones reported. Preparations are complete. Good, Orochimaru said, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Your mission is simple, kill as many IWA ninjas as possible. Eliminate half, leave the rest alive to spread panic. If necessary, use the Sharingan. Understood, the clones replied in unison. Orochimaru then pulled out 3 Flying Thunder God kunai, which he handed to the leaders of the 3 squads. Split into 3 groups of 10. Each squad leader will carry one of these kunai, Orochimaru instructed. Return to this rendezvous point before midnight in 3 days. Understood. The 3 leaders carefully placed the kunai into their pouches before vanishing into the rocky terrain with their squads. As he watched them disappear, Orochimaru allowed himself a rare grin. War. How could I possibly miss out on the fun? 15 days later. Urgent report. Lord Tsuchikage. The door to Inoki's office slammed open, revealing a frantic IWA ninja clutching a red-sealed scroll. Inoki scowled at the disruption. What's the meaning of this? Calm yourself. Apologies, Lord Tsuchikage, the ninja stammered. But we've lost all contact with our border guards on the Rain countryside. Upon investigation, we found no survivors. What? Inoki's eyes narrowed. Not a single one? No, sir. Could it have been Hanzo of the Rain attacking us? The ninja shook his head. No, Lord Tsuchikage. Based on our intelligence, the attackers seem to be Konoha ninjas. Konoha? Inoki frowned, skepticism etched into his features. That's impossible. Konoha is already locked in battles against both the Sand and Cloud Ninja. They wouldn't have the manpower to attack us. The messenger hesitated before adding, these ninja teams, they were highly skilled and some of them were seen using Sharingan. Inoki's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the Sharingan. Sharingan, he muttered, his mind racing. Are you sure? Yes, sir, the ninja confirmed. Inoki's frown deepened as he read the emergency report. The attackers had not only decimated the border guards but had also left no bodies behind for IWA to recover. Konoha. You sent Uchiha clansmen to attack us now? Inoki murmured. Ishikawa, he barked suddenly. Ishikawa stepped forward, awaiting orders. Take a force to the Rain Country border and reinforce our defenses, Inoki ordered. Monitor Konoha's movements closely. I want updates immediately. Yes, sir. Chapter 265, no matter what kind of army it is, it requires a large amount of equipment and all equipment costs money. The same goes for Orochimaru's clone army. Even though Orochimaru has his own arsenal and the means to produce equipment, it still demands a massive financial investment. His hidden village doesn't accept missions, so selling potions alone isn't enough to cover the expenses. Thus, long ago, following Orochimaru's instructions, Chana began working with merchants to generate funds. She started selling basic necessities like bread and milk. With Orochimaru's advancements in lifestyle technology, the products he manufactured were far superior to others on the market, resulting in excellent sales. Orochimaru didn't need to oversee this himself. Chana managed it all on his behalf. Thanks to these efforts, Orochimaru was never short on money. However, Nono's base didn't have an arsenal, nor could it connect to the Sound Ninja Village. This meant the clones stationed there had no equipment. So, where did the gear used for infiltrating the Land of Earth come from? The answer was simple: the equipment was taken directly from the IWA ninjas themselves. From the very beginning, Orochimaru had planned to adopt an old strategy: war sustains war. No equipment? Kill the IWA ninjas and take theirs. No ninja tools? Eliminate the enemy and confiscate theirs. With Orochimaru's current abilities, equipping a team of 30 was an easy task, even if he couldn't manage larger numbers. In the forests of the Land of Grass, Orochimaru stood among 16 surviving clones now disguised in IWA ninja uniforms. Reflecting on the past half-month, he sighed at the harsh realities of war. Despite supporting and overseeing 3 teams personally using the Flying Thunder God technique, he had still lost 14 clones. Fortunately, they left no corpses behind. With no bodies to recover, the enemy wouldn't be able to analyze the clones or determine their origins. Your next mission is to split into 2 teams and infiltrate the Land of Fire, Orochimaru instructed, his gaze sharp. Do not use the Sharingan. You're only allowed to use Earth Release techniques. Yes, sir, the clones responded in unison, ready to carry out his orders. A few days later, Konoha received urgent reports of 2 IWA ninja teams infiltrating the Land of Fire. The village reacted swiftly, dispatching several elite teams to intercept and eliminate them. At the same time, Konoha increased surveillance on the actual IWA ninja forces, suspecting their involvement. Unbeknownst to them, Konoha would never locate the supposed IWA ninja teams. Orochimaru had anticipated their reaction and ensured there was no opportunity for pursuit. Before Konoha could respond, the remaining clones had already been recalled to Orochimaru's laboratory, teleported back instantly using the Flying Thunder God technique. No matter how skilled Konoha's trackers were, they couldn't follow his trail. Meanwhile, at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth, 2 Konoha scouts were stationed. One of them, a light-skinned young man with bulging veins around his white eyes, carefully observed their surroundings. His Byakugan pierced through the obstacles before him, capturing every movement in the distance. "This doesn't look good," he said grimly. "What's wrong?" his companion asked. The other young man, wearing dark sunglasses, inspected a small swarm of insects crawling across his fingertips. His expression turned equally serious as he responded, "It's not good at all. IWA Ninja have significantly increased their guard presence. They're definitely preparing to launch an attack on us. Let's report this to the 3rd Hokage immediately." "Agreed. Let's move." While Konoha couldn't find Orochimaru's clone teams, the scouts' discovery of IWA Ninja reinforcements caused alarm. When the 3rd Hokage was informed, his concern deepened. With the village already strained by conflicts with the Cloud and Sand Ninja, the prospect of an impending clash with the IWA Ninja was overwhelming. Konoha began preparing for the worst. All available ninja were mobilized, including many Genin who were hastily promoted to Chunin and dispatched to the front lines to bolster defenses. The tension at the border intensified as both sides rapidly escalated their troop deployments, bringing the 2 villages closer and closer to war. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed the growing conflict from the shadows, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. "All that's left is to add a little more fuel to the fire," he murmured. That very night, Orochimaru donned an old Konoha uniform and assassinated an IWA ninja scout. It was the perfect provocation, subtle yet impactful enough to tip the balance. This calculated move became the final spark, igniting an all-out war between Konoha and the IWA ninja. In Konoha's Hokage office, the third Hokage stood before a large window, puffing on his pipe. His face was clouded with worry. 3 villages. 3 villages. He muttered to himself. This scenario was all too familiar. Years ago, Konoha had faced a similar crisis when 3 great ninja villages temporarily allied to counter Orochimaru's overwhelming power. But that alliance had quickly crumbled after Orochimaru defected from the village and the inherent conflicts between the villages resurfaced. Now, however, the situation was different. The third Hokage struggled to understand what had triggered this sudden aggression from the 3 villages. Konoha's military strength was undoubtedly the strongest, and it had only grown over the years. Yet even so, taking on 3 great ninja villages simultaneously was an impossible task. If only Orochimaru were here, he thought, only to stop himself mid-sentence. His expression darkened, and he sighed deeply, knowing such thoughts were futile. At the border of the Land of Fire, in a dense forest, Orochimaru walked slowly, a faint smirk on his lips. He knew the war between Konoha and the IWA ninja had been orchestrated by his own hand. This chaos would leave Konoha overwhelmed, giving him the opportunity to exploit the situation for his own gain. Orochimaru had no affection for the village that had betrayed him. There were only 2 or 3 people in Konoha he cared about, and the fate of everyone else was meaningless to him. If the village that had exiled him now found itself in turmoil, why should he feel any pity? Pulling his black cloak tighter around himself, Orochimaru turned his attention toward the Suna ninja military base. Before executing his next plans, he had to confirm Tsunade's safety. After all, Tsunade was his wife, the only woman he had ever truly cared for. Despite the years of separation, Orochimaru found himself missing her. Thanks to Nawaki's earlier information, Orochimaru already knew Tsunade's location, allowing him to pinpoint her position on the battlefield with ease. A few days later, standing atop a mountain, Orochimaru raised a monocular telescope to his eye, surveying the distant Konoha camp nestled within the valley below. A faint smile curved his lips. This must be it, he said to himself. Lowering the telescope, Orochimaru extended his hand, releasing a reconnaissance fly into the air. The tiny insect buzzed forward, darting toward the Konoha camp under his control. Let's pinpoint Tsunade's location first, Orochimaru murmured, watching as the fly disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 266, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, was Orochimaru's legitimate wife in Konoha. The two weren't just bound by the title of husband and wife, their relationship had been real and tangible. Back when Orochimaru defected from the village, Tsunade had been ready to leave Konoha and follow him. But Konoha was home to her younger brother, Nawaki. It was Orochimaru himself who convinced her to stay, though doing so created a deep rift between Tsunade and the third Hokage. Even Jiraiya, known for his forgiving and easygoing nature, was helpless when it came to the tension that arose from this situation. Disheartened and estranged, Tsunade drifted into a state of depression. Her daily life in Konoha became increasingly bleak and decadent. The third Hokage had wanted to help her, but Tsunade's emotional state left her unable to resume her former role. The once close bond between master and disciple had slowly eroded. Now, with war raging once again, Tsunade found herself unable to contact Orochimaru. This only deepened her anxiety and frustration. "I just don't see the point in this war anymore," she muttered irritably. In the medical tent, surrounded by wounded soldiers and the sight of Konoha ninjas busily tending to them, Tsunade clenched her fists. She had grown weary of war, her exhaustion stretching all the way back to the Second Shinobi World War. If given a choice, she wouldn't have come to this battlefield at all. Fighting every day, what was it all for? Was it just a matter of pride? Land? Resources? To her, none of it was worth the endless suffering. Walking slowly toward the outskirts of the camp, Tsunade sat under a large tree and leaned back against its trunk. As her gaze drifted upward to the bright moon hanging in the night sky, her thoughts returned to a familiar figure. "What are you doing right now?" she murmured softly to herself, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. It's been so long since I've seen you. The two of them had grown up together, served Konoha together, and were even married. Yet, due to the twists of fate and the choices they made, they couldn't see each other. What could be more infuriating than that? Every time she had managed to contact Orochimaru over the years, she had brought up the question of when they could meet again. Yet his answers were always vague. Soon, he would say, "Don't rush." She knew he was just brushing her off, but there was nothing she could do. She understood he had his own plans and goals to achieve. Sighing deeply, Tsunade leaned her head back against the tree. "What's wrong? Something troubling you?" A low, hoarse voice suddenly cut through the silence, startling her. She instinctively began to answer but stopped herself mid-sentence. "Not really, wait! Who's there?" Tsunade shot to her feet, her voice sharp with suspicion as she turned toward the sound. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a man whose build and appearance seemed oddly familiar. He was dressed in a Konoha uniform, complete with a green flak jacket, bandaged arms, and shin guards. A Konoha ninja? Tsunade frowned, ready to demand why this man had been eavesdropping on her, but then she caught sight of his golden, slit-pupil eyes. That, combined with the familiarity of his voice. "Oh!" she began, her tone faltering as realization dawned. Before she could finish, the man raised a finger to his lips. "Shoo, keep your voice down." It was him. Her heart leaped, but her instincts told her to stay calm. Glancing toward the camp where patrolling Konoha ninjas were stationed, she swallowed her excitement and lowered her voice. "Hey, you bastard! What are you doing here?" Orochimaru smirked faintly. "I came to see you. This is the Konoha camp, it's heavily guarded. How did you even get in here?" "Getting into Konoha's camp unnoticed? With my knowledge of the village, it's not exactly difficult," Orochimaru replied casually. "Enough questions. Let's find a quieter place to talk." Tsunade sighed but nodded. "Fine, follow me." Without waiting for a response, she turned and began walking toward the edge of the camp. "Tsunade-sama, are you heading out?" one of the guards called out as she passed. "Yeah, just stepping out for some fresh air," she said casually, her tone leaving no room for questioning. The guard glanced briefly at Orochimaru but said nothing. After all, Tsunade's authority was unquestionable even among Konoha's most seasoned soldiers. Once they were clear of the camp, Tsunade led Orochimaru to a small lake nearby. The moonlight reflected off its surface, casting a serene glow over the quiet surroundings. After dismissing the two Konoha ninjas patrolling the area, Tsunade finally turned to Orochimaru, her composure crumbling. Unable to contain herself any longer, she threw her arms around him and buried her face in his chest. "You bastard. You finally came to see me," she said, her voice trembling. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before wrapping his arms around her waist. The faintest hint of a smile touched his lips as he asked softly, "How have you been?" "Not good," she admitted, a trace of resentment in her tone. If they had a child, she thought bitterly, Orochimaru would surely have been labeled a negligent husband and father. Orochimaru chuckled lightly and patted her back in an attempt to comfort her. "I didn't want it to be this way. Just a little longer, and everything will be over." Tsunade didn't press him further. For now, she just wanted to hold him and feel his warmth. By the lake, under the quiet moonlight, the two embraced, cherishing this rare reunion. Meanwhile, the chaos of the ongoing war continued to ripple across the ninja world. Of the 5 great nations, 4 were already embroiled in bitter conflict. Yet one country remained untouched by the chaos. Far to the east, across the sea from the Land of Fire, lay a cluster of islands. This was the Land of Water, home to Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, one of the 5 great ninja villages. In the Mizukif's office, a black-haired middle-aged man dressed in ceremonial robes studied a scroll with a thoughtful expression. Kneeling before him was a younger man with dark blue hair, wearing small, charm-like earrings on both ears. This was Ao, a jonin of Kirigakure. "Is the information reliable?" the Mizukichi asked, his voice calm but firm. Ao nodded respectfully. Absolutely, Mizukichi-sama. Suna, Kumo, and Iwa are all locked in fierce conflict with Konoha, and the intensity is escalating daily. It's safe to say this war is already bloodier than the last two. The Mizukichi's expression remained contemplative. It seems this is an opportunity for us to rise. An opportunity? Ao looked up, startled. Mizukichi-sama, are you planning to attack Konoha? As someone deeply involved in Kirigakura's affairs, Ao understood the Mizukichi's ambitions. However, the land of water had been mired in internal strife for years. Political infighting had left the nation in turmoil, with its citizens struggling to survive. To attack Konoha under such circumstances seemed reckless. The Mizukichi turned to look out the window, a faint smile playing on his lips. You've guessed correctly. In the past two wars, our internal troubles and geographical isolation kept us from participating. But now, with the elites we've trained, it's time to make our move. Go and summon Yagura, he ordered. Yes, Mizukichi-sama, Ao responded, bowing deeply before departing. Chapter 267, Kirigakure Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, is located within the Land of Water. Nestled deep in the mist-covered mountains of its island territory, the village remains completely isolated from the mainland and other nations. There are 2 main reasons why Kirigakure did not participate in the First or Second Great Ninja Wars. The first reason was the near-constant civil wars that plagued the Land of Water. The second was its geographic isolation, being far overseas made both mobilization and retreat far more difficult than for other ninja villages. Caught up in internal strife and logistical challenges, Kirigakure stayed out of the previous major conflicts. When people think of Kirigakure, however, it isn't their military might that first comes to mind. Instead, it's the infamous Bloody Mist era that most associate with the village. But what exactly was the Bloody Mist era? Many misunderstand its nature, believing it was characterized solely by the brutal graduation exams and persecution of those with bloodline limits. In reality, the hatred toward individuals with bloodline limits didn't originate from the ninja of Kirigakure, nor from its politicians, it came from the ordinary citizens of the Land of Water. Historically, individuals with bloodline limits were often exploited by the country's ruling elite and used as weapons in various civil wars. Over time, the common people began to associate their suffering with these individuals. They grew to hate bloodline users, blaming them for the endless conflicts. Whenever a bloodline limit user was discovered in a village, the locals would attack them, even if they knew they stood little chance of winning. It wasn't just fear, it was hatred. Bloodline limit users who wanted to escape this persecution often fled to remote areas, hiding their abilities and leading secluded lives. One tragic example is Haku and his mother, descendants of the Yuki clan. Haku's mother had hidden her abilities, but when they were accidentally revealed, the villagers turned on her. She could have defended herself and killed them all but chose not to fight back. Perhaps she was too kind-hearted, or perhaps she didn't want to escalate the violence. Or maybe she simply wanted to protect her son. Regardless, her unwillingness to resist ultimately led to her death. Ironically, her son later avenged her, slaughtering the very villagers who had wronged them. It's a tragic story, but not an uncommon one. The point is this: the prejudice against bloodline limit users in the Land of Water came from its ordinary citizens, not Kirigakure's leadership. In fact, Kirigakure could never truly reject bloodline limits. How could they, when bloodline users offered such a powerful edge in combat? Kirigakure, like every ninja village, existed for war. Rejecting such strength would be counterintuitive. Any actual persecution of bloodline users by Kirigakure itself occurred only after Uchiha Obito manipulated the 4th Mizukichi. As for the village's notorious graduation exams, they had nothing to do with Obito or Madara. The exams were instituted by the 3rd Mizukichi, who believed in creating an elite force of hardened ninja. The method? A simple yet brutal rule: graduates had to kill half of their classmates in combat. While this approach produced highly effective assassins, it also left many of the survivors emotionally scarred. These harsh practices, combined with the village's other internal struggles, gave rise to what the world came to know as the Bloody Mist Era. The graduation rules only ended after Momochi Zabuza, in an infamous incident, slaughtered his entire class during his own exam. The village's leadership had no choice but to abolish the system. Of course, when Obito took control of the 4th Mizukage, he revived the practice and caused widespread devastation throughout Kirigakure. But that came later. For now, in the early years of the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure's leadership was preparing to join the fray. The war between the great powers was growing fiercer by the day, and the 3rd Mizukage couldn't resist the temptation to seize an opportunity. Although the village was far from the mainland, its isolation did little to curb his ambition. Like every Kage, he wanted to leave behind a legacy that would overshadow those who came before him. Kirigakure village itself was an austere place, with most of its buildings made from stone. On the highest rooftop in the village, a young girl of about 12 or 13 lay sprawled on her stomach, her chin propped on her hands. She had long brown hair that reached her waist, blue eyes, and wore an elegant dress that gave her a ladylike appearance. Beside her stood Ao, the young man who had just left the Mizukage's office. "He wants to attack Konoha? Is he crazy?" the girl exclaimed after hearing Ao's report. She raised an eyebrow and added, "The civil war in the Land of Water just ended, and instead of focusing on fixing internal affairs, he wants to start another war?" Her words carried a maturity far beyond her years, as though she were genuinely concerned for the future of the country and its people. If anyone else had been present, they would have been shocked to hear such sentiments coming from someone so young. But Ao was unperturbed. He merely offered a quiet reminder. "You'd best keep your voice down. If the Mizukage hears you, it could cause trouble." Yeah, the girl replied dismissively. "Talking to you is so dull, you're always worried about this or that." Then, her tone shifted. "By the way, have you found out why Orochimaru defected from Konoha?" It seems to be tied to the other 3 villages. "The exact details are still under investigation," Ao answered. Predictably, the girl scoffed. "I figured as much. But Orochimaru is something else. After contributing so much to his village, he decides to rebel anyway. What a guy." Ao shrugged. "Who knows? Water release, water wave. Clang! Boom! Boom!" Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Grass, a small skirmish was underway. Kunai clashed, explosions rang out, and smoke filled the air as 2 figures emerged from the chaos. "Hey, don't kill them! Yahiko, be careful!" A sudden surge of power erupted as Nagato activated his Rinnegan. Universal Pull. The suction force dragged an enemy ninja toward him, helpless against the gravitational pull. Slash! With a quick movement, Nagato's kunai slashed across the enemy's throat, blood spraying into the air. He wasted no time and quickly moved to shield Yahiko, who was nearby. "Yahiko, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Yahiko said, flexing his arms and standing up. "Thanks, Nagato." "There's no need for thanks between us," Nagato replied. "Right." Yahiko agreed, but his expression grew serious as he surveyed the scene. "What's with these guys? Why did they suddenly attack us?" Conan's voice cut through the tension. "I don't know. But something feels off about them." Yahiko's gaze shifted to a group of clones cleaning up the battlefield. His frown deepened. "I'm more worried about them," he said grimly, eyes narrowing at the clones. Chapter 268, a small-scale skirmish had just taken place along the border of the Land of Sound. This battle was caused by tensions with its neighboring country, the Land of Forests. The friction between the 2 countries had been brewing for quite some time. The specific cause of their conflict remained unclear, but Yahiko had previously tried to mediate the situation and negotiate with the Land of Forests leadership. However, the results were far from ideal. The other side had refused to even entertain a discussion, ignoring every attempt at diplomacy. Now, Yahiko had little patience left for the disputes between the 2 nations. As the ninja from the land of forests retreated, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan didn't bother to pursue them. Instead, following Yahiko's signal, the trio shifted their focus to the mysterious group of ninja nearby, the clones. Draped in cloaks and masks, the clones moved with mechanical precision. Without a word, they began to dispose of their fallen companions, tossing the bodies into a pit created by an earth-release technique. They quickly piled dry wood on top of the corpses and set it ablaze with fire-release ninjutsu. The act of burning the bodies wasn't the most striking thing, it was the complete lack of emotion on their part. When their comrades fell, there were no tears, no regrets, not even a murmur of acknowledgement. Their movements were practiced, precise, and disturbingly coordinated. How is this even possible? Yahiko thought to himself, frowning deeply. Of course, they had no idea that these ninja were clones, products of Orochimaru's secret experiments. Although rumors about Orochimaru's cloning technology existed, it was a secret known only to a select few. Not even the common residents of the Sound Ninja Village fully understood it. Naturally, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were in the dark. They didn't even know where these mysterious ninja had come from. When they had once asked Chana about the group, she had been cryptic in her response. All I can tell you is this, don't investigate further. Respecting the village's rules and understanding this was a sensitive matter, they had chosen not to press the issue. Now, as they watched the clones carry out their unsettling work, the three were left feeling only mild curiosity, not daring to probe further. While tension simmered between the land of sound and the land of forests, a peculiar incident unfolded in the land of rivers, located between the land of fire and the land of wind. This small, neutral country was often caught in the crossfire of larger nations, particularly Konoha and Suna, whose conflicts frequently spilled into its borders. Without a ninja village of its own, the land of rivers was often vulnerable to destruction. Quick! The daimyo has fainted! Protect the daimyo! The shouts of alarm echoed through the daimyo's mansion as armored samurai hurriedly gathered, swords drawn. In this world, samurai came in two forms, those who could use chakra and those who could not. The samurai of the land of rivers had only a passing familiarity with chakra, which made them stronger than ordinary warriors, but not by much. Their primary responsibility was protecting the daimyo. As a large group of warriors stormed the upper floors of the mansion, they were met with a troubling sight. The guards stationed outside the daimyo's chambers were lying unconscious on the ground. For a moment, the samurai froze in shock. Though the land of rivers was small, its leadership played a crucial role in maintaining stability. If anything were to happen to the daimyo, the entire country would plunge into chaos. Civil strife between politicians could be far more devastating than an invasion by foreign enemies. When the samurai finally forced open the door, they found the daimyo unconscious on the floor. But aside from a minor injury and his fainted state, there seemed to be nothing else wrong. What happened here? One of the samurai murmured, his expression grim. When the daimyo eventually regained consciousness, he was just as confused as the rest. All he could recall was a black shadow flashing before his eyes, and then, nothing. Why hadn't the intruder killed him? What was their goal? Despite their attempts to piece the situation together, no answers emerged. With no apparent losses or further incidents, the matter was eventually dropped. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle of the land of rivers, a cloaked figure walked leisurely along a forest path. Holding a map in his hand, Orochimaru studied it intently. Hanzo still controls Amigakure, so I'll leave that for now. The next closest small nation should be the land of birds, he murmured thoughtfully. With his destination set, Orochimaru adjusted his course and began heading toward the land of birds. There was no question that the intruder who had infiltrated the daimyo's mansion was none other than Orochimaru himself. After meeting with Tsunade at Konoha's camp, he had continued his journey, moving from one small country to the next. With his current strength, as long as the daimyo's guards weren't elite jonin or higher, Orochimaru could easily bypass them, deal with the daimyo, and vanish without a trace. For smaller nations, the entire process wouldn't take him more than 10 days. His scout flies allowed him to gather intelligence, while the Flying Thunder God technique ensured quick and seamless movements. But why was Orochimaru targeting the leaders of these small nations? The answer was simple: control. Orochimaru aimed to bring these countries under his rule. With his abilities, conquering a small country wouldn't even require an army. Yet ruling wasn't as straightforward as killing a daimyo. Killing a leader would only throw the country into chaos, leading to civil strife and instability, hardly an ideal outcome for someone looking to wield true control. The best method wasn't assassination, but manipulation. It was a strategy similar to what Uchiha Bito had done with the fourth Mizukage, using Jinjutsu to control him and, by extension, the entire Kirigakure village. However, illusions had limitations. Even the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, unless it was something on the level of Kodo Amatsukami or Infinite Tsukuyomi, couldn't maintain control over long distances. The further the target was from the caster, the more likely the Jinjutsu would break. Additionally, skilled observers could easily detect the signs of Jinjutsu. While it might be feasible to control one or two countries using illusions, doing so on a larger scale was impractical. Thus, Orochimaru relied on his own unique methods to achieve his goals. As the war between the great nations raged on, Orochimaru roamed through smaller countries: the land of birds, the land of grass, the land of frost, the land of tea, the land of hot water. By the start of Konoha's 46th year, Orochimaru had traveled a full circuit of the contested regions, finally arriving in the land of Waterfall, west of the land of Sound. The land of Waterfall had a history of dealings with Orochimaru, so he was familiar with the area. After acquiring cells from the daimyo of the land of Waterfall, Orochimaru was struck by a sudden thought. Instead of leaving immediately, he turned his attention toward Takigakure village. Takigakure was a minor village with an aging leader, its only claim to fame being the rogue ninja Kakuzu. But Orochimaru remembered something else: Takigakure had a tailed beast. At night, Orochimaru infiltrated the village chief's residence, a faint smile on his lips. "Mr. Village Chief, tell me, where is the Seven Tails?" The elderly man froze in terror, his eyes wide as he stared at the intruder. Before he could respond, countless snakes slithered out, wrapping around him tightly. Orochimaru's hand closed around the man's throat, his golden, slit-pupiled eyes glowing with an eerie red hue. Without another word, Orochimaru's immense spiritual pressure invaded the man's mind, breaking his will almost instantly. Moments later, the chief of Takigakure had become nothing more than a puppet under Orochimaru's control. Chapter 269: Who has the strongest ability to gather intelligence in the entire ninja world? Orochimaru would undoubtedly say it's White Zetsu. The vast number of White Zetsu clones and their innate ability to merge seamlessly with nature are far beyond Orochimaru's current capabilities. However, being a reincarnator, Orochimaru possesses a unique advantage: he already knows the general whereabouts of the nine-tailed beasts. This gives him an edge over the original Akatsuki organization when it comes to capturing them. Originally, his plan was to first take control of small countries before dealing with the tailed beasts. After all, 8 of the 9 tailed beasts reside within the 5 great nations, and those nations are far too powerful for Orochimaru to confront openly right now. If he acted rashly, it would only alert them to his presence. But when it came to Takigakure, the situation left him no choice but to act. Small villages like Takigakure were often at the mercy of larger nations, routinely oppressed and exploited. Although Orochimaru knew the general locations of the tailed beasts, his information lacked specifics. Beyond Konoha's 9 tails and Kumo's 8 tails, he wasn't certain whether the other tailed beasts currently had Jinchuriki or where exactly those Jinchuriki might be. Without access to the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques to read memories, Orochimaru resorted to using the overwhelming power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to dominate and control Takigakure's village chief. This was the only way he could pinpoint the exact location of the 7 tails. As for how Orochimaru infiltrated Takigakure, there was no mystery there. If he could infiltrate the heavily guarded Iwa ninja village without detection, a small village like Takigakure was hardly a challenge. A hidden village behind a waterfall? Orochimaru could come and go as he pleased. In Orochimaru's recollection, the 7 tails, Komiai, would eventually be sealed within a Jinchuriki named Fu. But at this point in time, the Seven Tails had no Jinchuriki. Instead, it was confined within a sealing artifact. The artifact resembled a vase, but it wasn't made of ceramic. Its material was an unknown substance, and the mouth of the vessel was sealed with a rune-covered stopper. Is this the Seven Tails? The next morning, Orochimaru sat in the Takigakure village chief's bedroom, raising an eyebrow as the chief presented the sealed container. This was Orochimaru's first time seeing a tailed beast confined within an object. It reminded him vaguely of Gaara's sand gourd. "Yes, my lord," the village chief responded respectfully, his mind completely dominated by Orochimaru's Sharingan. Under Orochimaru's control, the chief appeared to function normally but subconsciously obeyed every command from his lord. This was the unique power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, an advanced control technique far beyond the reach of an ordinary Sharingan user. It was the same ability Uchiha Itachi once used to control a woman to distract Jiraiya during the attempt to capture Naruto. It was also similar to how Uchiha Bito had manipulated the fourth Mizukage. Orochimaru examined the sealing artifact carefully, feeling the strength of its barrier and the texture of its material. A faint smirk appeared on his lips. "You've done well. Now, go about your business," he instructed. "Yes, my lord," the village chief replied with a bow before turning to leave. Whoosh! In an instant, Orochimaru's figure disappeared from the room. Controlling the leader of a ninja village, even a small one like Takigakure, was no easy feat. Despite being a minor village, Takigakure's leader had to be strong enough to maintain its autonomy. If he were too weak, the village would have been annexed by larger nations long ago. The optimal method of control would have been to lure the village chief out, eliminate all his guards, incapacitate him, and then use a Jinjutsu to dominate his mind, just as Obito had done with the fourth Mizukage. But Orochimaru had additional tools at his disposal. With his ability to fly, his detection flies for scouting, and the spatial manipulation of the Flying Thunder God technique, infiltrating and controlling the Takigakure leader was a straightforward task. First, the flies located the target. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru closed the distance instantly, subdued his target with spatial confinement, and overpowered the man's mind using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Against a village chief with no real information network and a combat level only slightly below the average Kage, resistance was futile. An hour after Orochimaru departed, the village chief finally regained his senses. What? What did I just? What happened? Damn it! What a bastard! His angry shouts reverberated throughout the village, triggering an immediate state of alert in Takigakure. The higher-ups in the village were thrown into a state of panic. Someone had managed to infiltrate Takigakure undetected, overpower the village chief, and leave without a trace. Even the guards stationed outside the chief's chambers hadn't noticed anything unusual. It sounded like nonsense. But the disappearance of the Seven Tails was undeniable. With their greatest weapon gone, Takigakure had lost its most important bargaining chip. Meanwhile, in a secluded canyon within the land of Taki, Orochimaru stood examining the sealing artifact in front of him. "Is this seal from the Uzumaki clan?" he muttered to himself. Having studied sealing techniques extensively with Kushina, Orochimaru was intimately familiar with the Uzumaki clan's methods. The runes on the artifact bore a striking resemblance to their style. "Interesting," he murmured. But the origins of the seal were of little concern to him now. Closing his eyes, Orochimaru pressed his fingers against the ground. A faint green eyeshadow appeared at the corners of his eyes as he activated Sage Mode. Buzz! Invisible energy spread rapidly from his fingers, coursing through the earth in all directions. Orochimaru's Sage Mode, derived from the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, allowed him to perceive the surrounding area with unparalleled clarity. It was as though he were a living heat detector, every blade of grass and tree within a 10-kilometer radius falling within his perception. Why was his Sage Mode so fast to activate? The answer lay in his Sage Body. Orochimaru's body could absorb and store natural energy in advance, without any of the drawbacks normal users would experience. When needed, he could mix it into his chakra instantly, bypassing the lengthy absorption process. This advantage made Sage Mode effortless for him to maintain. With a 10-kilometer radius of perception, Orochimaru could now move freely without needing clones or flies to monitor his surroundings. There's only one individual 3 kilometers away. No chakra. Just an ordinary person. Perfect. Orochimaru withdrew his fingers, the green markings around his eyes fading. He placed his hand on the sealing artifact. Black runes surged toward his palm, flowing like liquid as he disrupted the intricate seal. Pop! The stopper came loose with a faint sound. Boom! An overwhelming burst of chakra erupted from the mouth of the artifact, wild and unrestrained. The sheer force of the chakra sent powerful gusts rippling outward, making Orochimaru's long hair and cloak billow wildly. So this is a tailed beast's power. This is the first time I've seen one in its true form, he murmured, his golden eyes glinting with intrigue. The violent chakra condensed rapidly, forming the shape of a massive, winged beetle. The 7 tails, Komi, hovered before him, its voice reverberating with rage. Damn ninja! I'll kill you! Chapter 270. The tailed beasts were originally fragments of the 10 tails, separated and divided by Hagoromo Akatsuki, the sage of 6 paths. From the 1 tail to the 9 tails, each tailed beast possessed unique abilities and distinct forms. However, the number of tails a beast had didn't directly correlate to its combat effectiveness. The 7 tails, Komi, started its life in the form of a pupa but eventually grew into a massive insect resembling a fusion of a beetle and a dragonfly, with wings that enabled it to soar through the skies. Its voice was deep, and as soon as it was released, it went berserk. Dust erupted from its body in all directions, obscuring Orochimaru's view. Still, Orochimaru didn't move. Even as he watched the tailed beast flapping its wings, ready to take flight at any moment, he stood his ground. Scarlet eyes locked onto the giant creature before him, unwavering. So, scale powder with interference and invisibility effects, combined with wings. Orochimaru smirked. Not bad at all. Boy, go to hell! Without hesitation, Komi flapped its wings with full force, unleashing a furious gust of wind aimed at Orochimaru. Whoosh! The air roared as sand and debris whipped through the area, creating a small storm. The force of the wind was enough to tear apart most opponents. As the storm settled, Orochimaru's voice echoed from the side, calm and unshaken. Are all tailed beasts this hot-tempered? Before Komi could react, vines erupted from the surrounding ground, growing with terrifying speed and wrapping tightly around its massive body. Would release, deep forest emergence. What is this? You'd better behave, Komi, Orochimaru said with a smirk. After all, I have the 2 things that restrain tailed beasts most effectively. Damn it! I'll kill you! Komi roared, thrashing violently in an attempt to break free from the vines. But Orochimaru paid no attention to its outburst, speaking as though the tailed beast's struggles were insignificant. In your current state, you're not even a match for Manda, he remarked casually. What, did you say? I told you to be quiet. Orochimaru's Sharingan flared, the crimson glow reflecting in Komi's compound eyes. The tailed beast's wild movements began to slow under the combined restraint of the vines and the overwhelming spiritual pressure of Orochimaru's Mangekyo Sharingan. Though rage still burned within Komi, it could no longer act on its impulses. With the beast subdued, Orochimaru placed his hand on its forehead, establishing a direct link to its mind. What a storm of hatred and hostility! Orochimaru muttered, frowning slightly as he delved into the depths of the 7-tailed psyche. Taming you in a short time seems impossible. He sighed. In that case, I'll deal with you later. At his command, the sealing artifact he had taken earlier floated to his side. Orochimaru placed it on the ground and quickly formed a series of hand seals. A powerful suction force began emanating from the artifact's opening, pulling at the 7-tail's form. Komi roared in defiance, but it was futile. Its massive body began dissolving into pure chakra, which was then drawn into the artifact in waves. Moments later, the bottle's cork was sealed shut, trapping the seven tails inside. Orochimaru placed an additional seal on the artifact to ensure its containment. "Good thing you don't have a Jinchuriki right now," Orochimaru said with a faint smile. "Otherwise, this would have been far more troublesome." He picked up the artifact, examined it briefly, then casually tossed it into the air. The space around the artifact rippled as it disappeared, stored within the alternate dimension linked to Orochimaru's Mangekyo Sharingan. What's the most effective way to restrain a tailed beast? Many might assume it's sealing techniques, but that's not entirely true. The two most effective methods are the Sharingan and wood release. These three powers, the tailed beasts, the Sharingan, and wood release, are all derived from the divine tree and its chakra fruit. As such, they naturally counterbalance one another. Of course, the Rinnegan is even more powerful. With it, the empty shell of the ten tails can be summoned to suppress all nine tailed beasts simultaneously. That's why Orochimaru's earlier comment that Komiai was weaker than Manda in his presence wasn't just arrogance. Though a tailed beast's destructive potential far surpasses that of a summoning creature like Manda, without a Jinchuriki to anchor them, tailed beasts are especially vulnerable to the Sharingan and wood release. Still, capturing Komiai brought no satisfaction to Orochimaru. Tailed beasts no longer represented a significant source of power for him. At his current strength, the addition of a single tailed beast made little difference. Whether he had it or not was almost irrelevant. Surveying the devastated area around him, Orochimaru's figure vanished with a teleportation jutsu. Upon returning to the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru received his first piece of information. The Land of Forests is at war with us? And they're claiming we killed one of Kumo's ninjas? Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Chana replied respectfully. These two issues now plagued the village, and both required Orochimaru's attention. Taking the documents Chana handed him, Orochimaru read through them in silence before speaking. "I'll handle the situation with the Land of Forests. As for the Kumo ninjas?" He paused, his tone cold. "Leave them alone." Kana hesitated. "But, what if they come demanding answers later?" "They won't have the chance." Kana blinked, confused by Orochimaru's response. However, Orochimaru offered no further explanation. After spending a day in the village, he departed directly for the Land of Forests. It was a small nation, one that Orochimaru could crush single-handedly without much effort. While Orochimaru made his way to the Land of Forests, Konoha continued to face mounting pressure from the combined forces of three major ninja villages. Resources and manpower were dwindling rapidly. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood anxiously by his desk, his mind consumed by worry. Despite Konoha's best efforts, they were suffering heavy losses. "How are we supposed to fight this war?" "Hokage-sama, urgent news." An ANBU agent burst into the office, handing the third Hokage a sealed scroll. "Present it." The third Hokage opened the scroll and began reading. His expression quickly turned to one of shock. An attack on Kirigakure? What in the world? He couldn't make sense of the report. If the information was accurate, Kirigakure, located to the east of the Land of Fire, had also come under attack. This meant that Konoha wasn't just facing three major villages anymore. It was now four. The third Hokage slumped into his chair, stunned. Even with the Sannin, Hatake Tsukumo, and rising stars like Namikaze Minato, Konoha could not possibly withstand simultaneous assaults from four great ninja villages. This wasn't like the series of individual battles in the original war, this was full-scale, coordinated pressure from all sides. The Land of Fire itself was now in danger of collapsing. What do we do? What can we do? The Hokage's advisors were equally paralyzed, spending an entire day debating strategies but coming to no conclusions. Just as despair began to settle, another ANBU arrived, carrying a sealed letter. The note had been sent from Tsunade, who was stationed at the Suna Ninja defense line. The message was brief, just a single sentence. "Teacher, let Orochimaru come back to help." Chapter 271. Seeing those words, the third Hokage couldn't stop the tears welling up in his eyes. His hand trembled as he held the message. Let Orochimaru come back to help? How could he not want to? After all, with the strength Orochimaru displayed during the Land of Frost battle, there was no doubt he could save Konoha in its dire situation. But the third Hokage couldn't ignore the bitter truth. Orochimaru's defection was largely his fault. He had forced Orochimaru into that corner. Now, how could he be shameless enough to beg him for help? Even if Orochimaru could be found, which was unlikely, given how elusive he had been, would he actually come back? He'd probably laugh at his incompetence before leading Konoha to its fate. With a heavy sigh, the third Hokage muttered, "Prepare yourselves. We'll head to the Suna defense line to meet Tsunade." Report, Hokage-sama. Tsunade-sama is already on her way back, and Anbu informed him. She's coming back? The third Hokage was stunned. At a time like this, with the front lines so critical, why would Tsunade leave? Still, since she was already returning, he decided not to question it further. From the Suna defense line, it would only take 2 days of fast travel to reach Konoha. True to expectation, Tsunade returned to the village by the afternoon of the following day. Without wasting any time, she marched straight into the Hokage's office. Bang! The door slammed open. "Teacher, I'm back," Tsunade declared. "Why are you here? What about the border?" "The situation isn't too intense right now," Tsunade interrupted. "With Nono's help, they should be able to hold the line for now." "Nono?" The third Hokage paused, recalling the director of the orphanage. "I see. Then, what's the reason for your message? Is it about the Cloud Ninja?" "Yes," Tsunade replied, her tone serious. "I heard that they've become unstoppable." The third Hokage sighed heavily. "Yes. I had to transfer Jiraiya and Minato to reinforce the IWA Ninja defense line. Their troops are too weak to hold out otherwise. But this left the Cloud Ninja defense line without sufficient firepower, combined with the disadvantage in numbers." He shook his head. "It's becoming increasingly difficult to hold the line." Tsunade clenched her fists. "It's hard enough to fight 3 villages simultaneously." "3?" The third Hokage let out a bitter laugh. "That was before." "Before?" Tsunade's face fell in confusion. "What do you mean?" "See for yourself." The third Hokage threw a scroll at her. Tsunade caught it, quickly unrolling it to read. As her eyes scanned the contents, her face darkened. She had known about the dire situations at the other defense lines, which was why she had proposed bringing Orochimaru back. But this... Kiradakure? They're making a move as well? Tsunade's voice was sharp, anger bubbling just beneath the surface. "This is insane. For villages? Do they really want to see us wiped out?" She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and said, "Teacher, please. Please let me try to reach Orochimaru. If anyone can save the village, it's him." She knew Orochimaru's strength and his army of clones. With the resources and power he controlled, he could hold off an entire major village by himself if necessary. The third Hokage let out a long breath, blowing smoke from his pipe. "Tsunade, I know you're still in contact with Orochimaru. But you also know what happened back then. Do you really think—" He trailed off, shaking his head. "Do you really think it's possible?" "Let me try, teacher," Tsunade insisted. "I'll convince him somehow. I know it's a long shot, but there's still a chance." Her voice faltered slightly, but her conviction didn't waver. Deep down, she knew Orochimaru better than anyone. While he had every reason to turn her down, she believed there was still room for negotiation. The third Hokage stared at her for a long moment before sighing in defeat. "Fine. There's no other option now. If you think you can convince him, then try." "Thank you, teacher," Tsunade exclaimed, turning to leave without another word. She didn't even stay to say goodbye. The moment she stepped out of the Hokage's office, she was already making preparations to leave the village again. Tsunade didn't know Orochimaru's exact whereabouts, but she knew of several places where he might be. Before returning to Konoha, she had already spoken to Nono, who informed her that Orochimaru hadn't been to the orphanage recently. That left Sound Ninja Village as her next destination. If Orochimaru wasn't there, she would have to come up with another plan. A few days later, in the land of forest bordering the land of sound, Orochimaru stood calmly in the center of a group of ninjas wearing grimace masks. Their eyes were full of hostility as they surrounded him, ready to strike. Orochimaru, however, looked completely unbothered. A faint, amused smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, a barrage of kunai flew toward him, many of them attached to explosive tags. "Die, you fool!" one of the ninjas shouted. "Anyone who dares negotiate with us deserves to die," another sneered. Boom! 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 The explosions engulfed Orochimaru's position, sending smoke and debris flying in every direction. "Humph. So this is how you deal with diplomacy?" Orochimaru's calm voice echoed through the chaos, freezing the ninjas in their tracks. "What?" Before they could react, a bright orange beam of energy shot through the lingering smoke, crackling with electricity as it tore through the air. Boom! Two ninjas didn't even have time to dodge. The beam struck them, disintegrating their bodies in an instant. The ground beneath them cracked, a deep trench burned into the earth by the intense energy. "Haha, looks like Nono's invention works pretty well," Orochimaru remarked casually, tossing a coin into the air and catching it with a smirk. The remaining ninjas stared at him in horror. "What? What kind of technique is that? Impossible. What is this monster?" Orochimaru's voice cut through their panic like a blade. "Go back and tell your village chief. I'll give you 3 days to agree to a negotiation. If not..." His smirk widened. "I'll destroy your village." You're bluffing," one of the ninjas shouted. "Destroy the village? Just you?" Before he could finish, the kunai they had thrown earlier suddenly rose into the air, spinning menacingly as they hovered around the ninjas. The cold steel tips all pointed directly at them, and the air grew heavy with killing intent. "Remember. 3 days, Orochimaru said, his voice calm yet chilling. With a casual wave of his hand, the hovering kunai shot toward the ninjas, blocking every possible escape route. Their screams echoed across the battlefield as Orochimaru turned and walked away without a second glance. As he left, a familiar figure appeared near the border of the land of sound. "Tsunade? What are you doing here?" Orochimaru asked, surprised to see her in full combat gear. "Don't tell me the fighting is already over?" Tsunade, breathing heavily from her journey, shook her head. "I heard from Chana that you were here. So I came to find you." Orochimaru frowned. "What's going on? You don't look like you came here just to chat." Tsunade hesitated for a moment before clenching her fists. "Orochimaru. Can you save the village?" Chapter 272, Tsunade's timing was remarkably fortunate. During this period, Orochimaru happened to be staying in the Sound Ninja Village to focus on some of his research. This coincidence led her straight to him. However, save the village? Hearing her request, Orochimaru paused for a moment before smirking. "Haven't I already been trying to save you? This land of forests, who knows what they were thinking, coming to attack my village. If it weren't for wanting to conserve resources, I wouldn't even have bothered with a small country like theirs, with less than 1,000 ninjas. The land of forests had a mere few hundred ninjas in total, hardly a threat to the Sound Ninja Village. If Chana hadn't been cautious and avoided acting without orders, the land of forests would likely have already been annihilated by now." "Orochimaru, what are you talking about?" Tsunade asked, her confusion evident. "What's wrong?" Orochimaru replied, feigning ignorance. "I'm asking you to save Konoha." "Save Konoha? The village is..." Tsunade. "What? How Konoha is doing right now has nothing to do with me," Orochimaru interrupted her, his tone calm and detached. As he spoke, he began walking slowly towards Sound Ninja Village. Tsunade hurried to follow, her emotions still in turmoil. Right now, as long as you're fine, nothing else matters in Konoha, Orochimaru continued casually. Oh, and maybe if Jiraiya gets himself into trouble, I might save him, if I feel like it. But as for everyone else? Honestly, they're not worth mentioning. But, what about? Don't bring him up, Orochimaru said sharply, raising a hand to cut her off. Whatever I owed him, I've already paid back in full. Orochimaru, don't you feel anything for the village at all? Tsunade's voice trembled, her frustration spilling over. She had prepared herself to be rejected, but hearing it so bluntly still stung deeply. Feelings for the village? Orochimaru repeated mockingly, glancing at her. You must be joking. I've already told you, aside from you, nothing in Konoha matters to me. If you're worried about your little brother, Nawaki, because you think you're not strong enough, I can help with that. After all, we've been husband and wife for so many years. His smirk widened slightly. But if you're asking me to save Konoha? Sorry, I'm not interested. Help me? Tsunade froze, confusion flickering across her face. She knew Orochimaru had the ability to merge with and replicate others' bloodline limits. It was one of his most closely guarded secrets. But she had no idea he could grant those powers to someone else. What do you mean? She asked hesitantly. Orochimaru's smile remained unchanged. What, you really thought you awaken your would release naturally? You mean? Tsunade's voice faltered, disbelief written all over her face. Back then, Orochimaru had given her a potion, explaining that her Senju bloodline had dormant potential he could awaken. She had trusted him, believing it was merely a matter of unlocking her latent abilities. But now, was the power she'd been using all this time actually Hashirama's? Orochimaru's experiments? This man. Enough about that for now, Orochimaru said, waving a hand dismissively. The point is, if there's an ability you want, just let me know. Do you want magnet release? The Sharingan? Oh, and I recently found a girl in the land of sound with crystal release in her genes. I can give you a dose of that, too, if you like. What? I don't want any of your powers. Tsunade snapped, her frustration boiling over. She realized he was deliberately trying to change the subject and wasn't about to let him get away with it. Now wasn't the time to marvel at Orochimaru's abilities. Strengthening one or two individuals wouldn't change the fact that Konoha was under siege by 4 major ninja villages. Even if she and 1 or 2 others became as powerful as Orochimaru, it would only affect a handful of battles. It couldn't turn the tide of a war of this scale. Don't want my power? Fine, Orochimaru said with a faint chuckle. Honestly, with your current strength, even if Konoha is destroyed, you'll survive just fine. Orochimaru, stop dodging the question. Tsunade's voice cracked, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I'm begging you. My grandfather built that village, I can't just stand by and watch it fall. Now the 4 major ninja villages are closing in on Konoha. For the sake of our relationship, can't you? Enough, Tsunade. Orochimaru's expression hardened. Don't try to manipulate me with yourself as a bargaining chip. If you do, I'll lose all respect for you. Tsunade froze at his words. Besides, Orochimaru continued, his tone cold, this isn't about you. The decisions that led to this were made by them. You shouldn't bear the consequences of their mistakes. Can't I at least apologize to you on behalf of the 3rd Hokage? Apologies don't fix anything, Orochimaru said, his voice sharp. Tsunade stood silent for a moment, then straightened herself. Fine. If that's how it is, I'll ask the 3rd Hokage to come speak to you himself. Without waiting for his reply, she turned and sprinted toward Konoha. Hey, Tsunade, wait, Orochimaru called after her, but she was already gone. 1/3 of the land of sound had become a battlefield between Kumo ninjas and Konoha forces. It didn't take long for Tsunade to locate Konoha personnel and send a message back to the village. Within a single day, she had completed a round trip and returned to the Sound Ninja Village, visibly exhausted. In Orochimaru's residence within the Sound Ninja Village, he handed her a cup of tea as she sat down. It's already cooled a bit, but it's still warm. Drink! Tsunade didn't hesitate, taking the cup and draining it in one gulp. Clink! She slammed the cup down on the table. Another. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow but refilled the cup without complaint. After finishing the second cup, Tsunade finally spoke. I rushed back to Konoha from the IWA defense line, then ran back to the Sound Ninja Village after sending the message, and now I'm back again. I've been running non-stop for days. You've certainly been busy, Orochimaru remarked, his tone calm and indifferent. But you do know that making decisions on your own like this comes with risks, don't you? I know, Tsunade admitted, panting slightly. But at least you didn't stop me, right? I didn't stop you because I didn't want to dampen your enthusiasm, Orochimaru replied, swirling his tea. But you should know that for something like this, an apology isn't enough. He paused, taking a sip before continuing. A village like Konoha, it's simply not worth my time. Chapter 273, Tsunade knew deep down that everything Orochimaru said was true. She also knew that his current attitude was entirely within her expectations. Still, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she felt an obligation to try. I know, Orochimaru, I know everything. Tsunade said softly, her expression tinged with sadness. What happened back then, it was unfair to you. But no matter what, the teacher, he was only doing it for the village. All I'm asking is for you to talk to him. No matter how the conversation turns out, I promise I won't press you any further. Is that really the case? Orochimaru asked, his golden eyes narrowing. This is all I can do, Tsunade said firmly, her eyes full of determination. Tsunade couldn't reconcile her personal feelings with the survival of the village. But this was the only way she could live with herself. At the very least, she had to make an effort. If she tried her best and it still didn't work, then at least she could say she did everything she could. Seeing her resolve, Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile. Haha, so that's how it is. Orochimaru, Enough, stop talking, Orochimaru interrupted, raising a hand to silence her. Go take a bath and get some rest. You've worked hard with all this running around. We'll talk more later. But what's the rush? Do you want me to agree right this second? Tsunade hesitated, then relented. All right, fine. She had wanted to say more, but the words caught in her throat. Orochimaru was right, there was no way the rift between him and the village could be resolved with a few words. Even getting him to agree to meet Hiruzen again would take time. So, for now, she had no choice but to follow his suggestion. The sound of rushing water echoed through the bathroom as Tsunade washed away the fatigue from days of travel and stress. After cleaning herself thoroughly, she put on a fresh, comfortable set of casual clothes. When she came out, she noticed that Orochimaru was no longer in the house. Not thinking much of it, she let the warmth of the bath and the relief of finally relaxing lull her into a calm state. She lay down on the sofa in the living room, intending to wait for Orochimaru to return. But the exhaustion from the war and her endless travels soon overwhelmed her, and she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. This time, there were no worries about enemies ambushing her in the middle of the night. For the first time in a long while, she slept soundly and without fear. When morning came, Tsunade woke to find herself covered with a blanket. Opposite her, Orochimaru sat quietly, lost in thought. She blinked in confusion, still groggy from sleep. Orochimaru, noticing her movement, spoke in his usual calm tone. You'll stay here for the next 2 days. Huh? Oh, okay. Though slightly anxious, Tsunade nodded. At this point, she could only do as Orochimaru said. Over the next 2 days, Tsunade stayed in the Sound Ninja Village, resting and observing the operations. Orochimaru spent most of his time in his laboratory, explaining instructions to his subordinates. On the morning of the fourth day, when Tsunade saw Orochimaru return from outside, she couldn't help but ask, "Orochimaru, have you been avoiding me on purpose?" "Why would I do that?" Orochimaru replied casually. "There was an important experiment I needed to finish. Now get ready. We're going to the land of forest." "What about the matter with Konoha?" Tsunade asked cautiously. "Sometimes, I wonder whether knowing you is a blessing or a curse." Orochimaru muttered to himself. "Huh?" Tsunade froze, unsure of what he meant. But then, realization struck her. "Wait, does that mean you agreed?" The faintest flicker of emotion crossed Orochimaru's face as he sighed. "I'll meet with him. Once. That's all I'm promising." Hearing this, Tsunade's emotions surged uncontrollably. She rushed forward, throwing her arms around Orochimaru. "Thank you, Orochimaru. Thank you so much." Tears brimmed in her eyes, spilling over as she held him tightly. For her, Orochimaru's promise to meet Hiruzen was enough. On their way back from the land of forest, Orochimaru muttered to himself, "Should we attack them first?" The ninjas of the land of forest all wore grimace masks, their grotesque designs resembling death masks. While their appearance was menacing, their actual combat abilities were mediocre. From start to finish, Orochimaru had never taken them seriously. When he and Tsunade confronted the leader of the land of forest, the explanation they received was puzzling. Their own ninjas had attacked the land of forest first. Impossible. Orochimaru trusted his clones implicitly. Their programming left no room for error. If it wasn't a mistake on their part, then what else could it be? Frowning deeply, Orochimaru pondered the situation for a long time but couldn't find a satisfying answer. "Forget it. I'll deal with it later." For now, the situation in the land of forest was resolved. "Tsunade, where did Sarutobi decide to meet?" Orochimaru asked. 3 days from now, in the land of fire," she replied. "Understood." 3 days later, on a mountaintop in the eastern part of the land of fire, two groups of people stood facing each other. On one side was the third Hokage, clad in a black combat uniform and armor, flanked by more than a dozen ANBU operatives wearing animal masks. On the other side stood Orochimaru, dressed in flowing robes with his long hair swaying in the breeze. Behind Orochimaru was Tsunade, her expression unreadable. "Long time no see, Sarutobi-sensei," Orochimaru said, his voice hoarse and laced with an edge. The faint smirk on his lips was unreadable, half mockery, half indifference. The third Hokage looked at his former student, regret and guilt clear in his eyes. Orochimaru had once been his pride, a prodigy among his students. But despite Orochimaru's dark tendencies and his connections to Danzo, his contributions to Konoha had been immense. "I'm glad you were willing to meet me, Orochimaru." "What happened back then?" "There's no need to bring up the past," Orochimaru interrupted, still smiling faintly. "Let's get straight to the point." He didn't even glance at the ANBU behind Hiruzen. Instead, he turned to Tsunade. "Tsunade, step back." "Okay." Tsunade nodded without hesitation, understanding the importance of leading the two to speak privately. "You should step back as well," the third Hokage said, addressing the ANBU around him. The masked operatives hesitated, their gazes filled with concern as they looked at Orochimaru. "Hokage-sama, we can't." "It's fine," Hiruzen said firmly. "If Orochimaru wanted to act, staying here would only mean throwing your lives away." Reluctantly, the ANBU nodded and withdrew, leaving the master and disciple to confront each other alone. Chapter 274. The third Hokage's words might have been hard for the ANBU to hear, but they were undeniably true. While the ANBU were charged with protecting the Hokage, there were limits to their capabilities. And the opponent this time was Orochimaru. This was someone who could fend off countless enemies and injure 3 Kage even when besieged by 3 major ninja villages. Against such overwhelming power, any shinobi below the Kage level wasn't qualified to stand before him. If Orochimaru wanted to strike, the ANBU's presence would be meaningless. Once Tsunade and the ANBU had retreated, Orochimaru broke the silence. "I've already heard about Konoha," Tsunade told me, he began, his tone calm yet cutting. "Four major ninja villages have surrounded the village, and now you need reinforcements?" He chuckled darkly. "Let me ask you this, Sarutobi, in what capacity have you come to see me today? Are you here as the Hokage of Konoha? Or as my former teacher?" His smile brimmed with mockery. The third Hokage took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he replied, "Orochimaru. I know what happened back then. I know I made a mistake." Tears welled in his eyes as he continued, his words spilling out in a rush. "For years, I've lived with regret and self-blame. But at the time, my hands were tied. You know the situation we were in. If I hadn't made that decision, Konoha would have. And isn't it the same now?" Orochimaru's smile vanished, his tone turning cold as he cut Hiruzen off. "You've made the same mistake again, Sarutobi. Only this time, there's an additional village attacking Konoha." Orochimaru's voice dripped with disdain as he continued, no longer even addressing Hiruzen as teacher. "You knew the conflicts between the major nations couldn't be resolved. You knew the peace you'd achieved was only temporary. And yet, without hesitation, you chose to sacrifice me." He sneered, his golden eyes narrowing. "Should I call you weak? Or should I call you cruel?" Hiruzen was rendered speechless by Orochimaru's words. Because Orochimaru was right. He had shown weakness to his enemies and cruelty to his own people. If he had been stronger, if he had refused to sacrifice Orochimaru, perhaps Konoha wouldn't have found itself in this position. But now, it was far too late for regrets. And when he tried to put himself in Orochimaru's shoes, the depth of Orochimaru's resentment became painfully clear. "Forget it." Orochimaru sighed, his expression softening slightly. "There's no point in dwelling on the past. Let's talk about the matter at hand." His sharp gaze locked onto the third Hokage. "Sarutobi, it's not impossible for me to help Konoha, but I have a condition." "What is it?" "Hand over your position as Hokage." The third Hokage wasn't surprised, he had expected this. "Is that all?" he asked quietly. Orochimaru's smirk returned, curling across his lips. "Think about it. Why would I have any reason to help Konoha? From the moment you chose to sacrifice me, my ties to the village were severed. Not even Tsunade could change that. But if this village became mine..." He didn't finish the sentence, but his meaning was clear. Helping a village he had no connection to? Impossible. Helping a village that belonged to him? A different story entirely. The third Hokage sighed. "But you know very well that with your current reputation, even if I relinquish my title, you won't be able to inherit it. Becoming Hokage isn't about holding the title. It's about being accepted by the people," he continued. "And right now, you're seen as a traitor. That perception, whether true or not, is deeply ingrained in the hearts of Konoha's people. If I announce you as Hokage now, not only will the daimyo and the advisors oppose it, but the citizens themselves won't accept it. Forcing it would only lead to chaos." Orochimaru chuckled lightly, unconcerned. "I don't care about inheriting the title myself," he said. "Instead, after the war, pass the position to Tsunade." "Tsunade?" Hiruzen repeated, startled. "That's right," Orochimaru said with a smile. "Tsunade's contributions and reputation in Konoha are more than enough to qualify her for the role. Her connection to me might complicate things slightly, but as long as you handle it properly, those are just minor issues." He paused, his smile sharpening. "Of course, you don't have to agree. You can refuse me, or change your mind later. But if you do, you'll have to bear the consequences. I won't care either way. This is my only condition and the only reason I'll help Konoha. How you decide is up to you." Orochimaru's tone was calm, but there was a trace of amusement in his eyes, as if he were enjoying the dilemma Hiruzen now faced. "Well, Sarutobi? Do you need a few days to think it over? Or will you give me an answer now?" Oh, and just so you know, he added with a smirk, I'm very busy. I'll wait for 10 minutes at most. After that, I won't accept any answer. The third Hokage clenched his fists. Do you really have to push things this far? I wasn't always like this, Orochimaru replied indifferently. But you know better than anyone why I've changed. Hiruzen fell silent, his mind racing. He thought back to when Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had been his proudest students. All three had been strong candidates to succeed him as Hokage. But Orochimaru's heart had long since left Konoha. The idea of him becoming Hokage now was unthinkable. Passing the role to Tsunade was a more viable option, but her connection to Orochimaru as his wife complicated matters. Still, what choice did he have? If he refused, Konoha would fall. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen finally spoke. All right. I agree. Leaving Konoha in Tsunade's hands was far better than seeing it fall into complete ruin. And perhaps, in some small way, this decision could ease the guilt that had plagued him for so long. Orochimaru's smile widened. Congratulations on making a wise decision, Sarutobi-sensei. But, he added, to prove your sincerity, I have one more request. Until Tsunade officially takes over, I'll take custody of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Hiruzen's eyes widened. When did you? Relax, Orochimaru interrupted with a sly grin. I don't have her yet. But I'll be going to Konoha to retrieve her shortly. His tone turned cold. If she's not there when I arrive, well, you'd better start preparing for Konoha's destruction. With that, Orochimaru turned and walked away, his robes billowing behind him. He didn't look back, leaving Hiruzen standing there, teeth clenched in frustration and despair. Chapter 275, Faced with Orochimaru, the third Hokage had a few options to choose from. He could agree to all of Orochimaru's demands and comply with his terms without hesitation. He could simply turn around and leave, asserting the dignity of a Hokage, one who doesn't bow to anyone or allow themselves to be humiliated. Or, he could eliminate Orochimaru right here and now, cutting off any potential future threats. But to kill Orochimaru? The drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Not only did the third Hokage feel immense guilt toward Orochimaru, but he also lacked the confidence to face Orochimaru's current strength. Even if he somehow managed to kill Orochimaru, the action wouldn't help Konoha's current predicament, it would only worsen the situation. Killing Orochimaru wasn't an option. Neither morally nor logistically could he justify it. As for walking away? If he did that, why had he even come in the first place? Given the broken relationship between him and Orochimaru, the third Hokage had prepared himself for all possible outcomes before arriving. He didn't want to hand Konoha over to Orochimaru, but what choice did he have? For the sake of Konoha, he was willing to lower himself and ask for Orochimaru's help. Tsunade's faith that Orochimaru could save the village gave him a glimmer of hope. At this point, he had no alternatives. Fortunately, aside from the matter of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru's other demands were still manageable. Although he couldn't understand how Orochimaru even knew about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Orochimaru's threat had been crystal clear: if he arrived in Konoha and didn't see the Jinchuriki, he would destroy the village. The third Hokage couldn't take any chances. If he tried to hide the Jinchuriki by sending her away, Orochimaru could easily align himself with the villages attacking Konoha. If that happened, Konoha's downfall would only accelerate. Orochimaru's blatant grab for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki left the third Hokage powerless to resist. Orochimaru's indifference toward him stung, but he couldn't blame his former student. Because in the end, all of this was a consequence of his own decisions. As Orochimaru's figure disappeared into the distance, the third Hokage stood in silence, his thoughts a chaotic mess. Perhaps I truly was never fit to be Hokage, he murmured to himself. Tsunade, how did it go? As Orochimaru approached, Tsunade immediately rushed to him, her voice impatient. More than anyone, she was desperate to know the outcome of the negotiation. Go ask him yourself. "I'll be waiting at the foot of the mountain," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Without waiting for a response, he began descending the mountain. He had no interest in explaining something so tedious. Letting Tsunade become Hokage was always his plan, it was simply a matter of waiting for the right moment. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, everything had fallen into place. Orochimaru's actions, sowing chaos among the ninja villages and dragging Konoha into turmoil, had always been for two purposes. The first was to force Hiruzen to abdicate and pave the way for Tsunade to take over. The second was to weaken the major nations and manipulate the balance of power. Once the chaos of a five-nation melee took hold, Orochimaru would have countless opportunities. He could control smaller countries, undermine larger nations, expand his Edo Tensei army, and even seize one or two-tailed beasts. These objectives could only be achieved after leading Konoha, and once war broke out, he could act without restraint. As for Tsunade, her becoming Hokage would serve as a gateway to controlling Konoha indirectly. Why? Because Konoha was the most powerful ninja village in the world. It held vast intelligence networks and immense talent. As Orochimaru had long understood, the best way to dominate wasn't through destruction but through control. Conquering a village or nation meant you couldn't simply kill off its population, doing so would be meaningless. Instead, you needed personnel to manage and enforce your rule. While Orochimaru lacked the manpower for this, Konoha had plenty. And though he couldn't use Konoha's resources directly due to his status as a traitor, his connection to Tsunade provided a convenient workaround. For Orochimaru, the benefits of indirectly controlling Konoha far outweighed any potential drawbacks. Would Hiruzen regret his decision? Undoubtedly. A Hokage who prioritized the village above all else would eventually reconsider his promises once the crisis passed. The agreement between them was verbal and private. There was no binding mechanism to hold Hiruzen to his word. But Orochimaru didn't mind. Once he secured the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, any attempt by Hiruzen to renege would have to be carefully calculated. If Hiruzen dared to break his promise, Orochimaru would lose nothing but time. Konoha, on the other hand, would lose its Jinchuriki and possibly its entire village. Orochimaru was confident Sarutobi would understand which choice was more important. Roughly half an hour later, Tsunade appeared at the foot of the mountain, breathless and emotional. Before Orochimaru could react, she threw herself into his arms. "Thank you, Orochimaru. Thank you for agreeing to help the village unconditionally." Her voice quivered, heavy with gratitude, and tears welled in her eyes. "But unconditionally?" Orochimaru blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Then a sly smile crept across his lips. It seemed Hiruzen hadn't told Tsunade the full details of their discussion. Which made sense. If Hiruzen had been transparent, it wouldn't have helped and might have even disrupted their cooperation. "Tsunade, I think you misunderstood something," Orochimaru said, his tone amused. "Misunderstood? What do you mean?" Tsunade pulled back slightly, wiping away her tears, confusion written across her face. Orochimaru gently took her hand, his golden eyes gleaming. "I didn't agree to go back and help Konoha. But, you clearly." "I only agreed to provide assistance, not to return to Konoha," Orochimaru explained in his low, hoarse voice. "Do you really think I'm suited to fight alongside Konoha's shinobi again? What's stopping you?" Tsunade pressed. "Your clones are strong, and wouldn't they be even more effective with the village's combat system backing them?" "Clones?" Orochimaru smirked faintly. "Do you think I need clones to repel these villages? Are you underestimating me, Tsunade?" "So, you mean—" A realization began to dawn on Tsunade, but she hesitated to voice it. "That's right," Orochimaru said with a shrug. "My forces aren't suited to making a public spectacle in front of the 5 major ninja villages. So..." He paused, letting his smirk widen. "I'll be the one handling this. Alone." "You're kidding, right?" Tsunade's voice faltered, disbelief etched into her features. Chapter 276, Orochimaru was fully aware that if Konoha ever found itself in dire straits, Tsunade would inevitably think of him first. This was something he could guarantee without any doubt. Tsunade's trust in him made it inevitable that she would inform the third Hokage about his existence. Orochimaru had accounted for this in his plans. Once the third Hokage learned of his whereabouts and sought him out, Tsunade becoming Hokage would be all but guaranteed. And if Sarutobi didn't come to him? That was fine as well. In such a scenario, Orochimaru could serve as a disruptive force in the conflict, taking advantage of the chaos to capture a tailed beast or systematically weaken each of the warring factions. This, in turn, would lay the groundwork for his long-term plans. Now, with the third Hokage having arrived and Orochimaru having agreed to help, everything was progressing smoothly. Of course, throughout this entire process, Orochimaru never once considered returning to Konoha. Such an idea was entirely out of the question. Returning to Konoha would not only complicate Tsunade's path to power but would also expose his own carefully hidden forces. It simply wasn't worth the risk. More importantly, Orochimaru had grown far too accustomed to his freedom. To return to Konoha and subject himself to its rigid hierarchy and restraints? That was laughable. Instead, he would remain in the shadows, pulling the strings from behind the scenes as the invisible hand guiding the Hokage. I'm not joking, Tsunade. Orochimaru's smile remained unchanged. One person is more than enough to change the tide of war. But the enemies are so many, Tsunade hesitated. And they've already gathered intelligence about you. If you appear on the battlefield, won't they find a way to counter you? Her meaning was clear. While Orochimaru's strength was undeniable, if the enemy already possessed detailed knowledge of his abilities, they could find ways to exploit his weaknesses. Against the combined forces of 4 great ninja villages, even Orochimaru might struggle to make a significant impact. I think you've forgotten something, Orochimaru replied, his golden eyes gleaming. Do you remember what I said the last time we talked? What? I told you that the next time we met, I might have something new up my sleeve. Wait, you don't mean... Alright, that's enough talk for now, Orochimaru cut her off. Since I said I'd help, I'll help. Whether it's one person or an army, the result will be the same as long as the battle is won, right? Tsunade nodded reluctantly. I guess you're right. Good. Now, come with me. Where to? To meet someone. There's a boy who's been asking about you for quite some time. A boy? Tsunade frowned, confused. Who are you talking about? You'll see soon enough. Orochimaru smiled enigmatically, refusing to explain further. By the afternoon, the two had arrived in a small town in the southeast of the Land of Fire. As Orochimaru walked into the town, a silver-haired boy playing with a group of children suddenly spotted him. Dad, the boy exclaimed with glee, dropping his game and running toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru knelt down with a faint smile, ruffling the boy's hair affectionately. Tsunade, however, froze in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Dad? Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Did this boy just call Orochimaru Dad? Could this mean, this boy was Orochimaru's son? How was that possible? When did this happen? And with whom? Tsunade felt her mind racing with questions she couldn't answer. I'm his wife. Shouldn't I have known about this? Before she could make sense of the situation, the boy turned his gaze toward her. And who are you? He asked curiously, tilting his head. Are you, Mom? Mom? Tsunade's voice cracked as she repeated the word, her shock doubling. What is going on here? When did she have a son? Was this some kind of dream? But the boy's innocent expression made it clear that he wasn't lying. Before Tsunade could ask any questions, Orochimaru's voice cut through her confusion. Tsunade, let me introduce you. This is me, one of my creations, Orochimaru said casually. Your creation? Tsunade blinked, her mind struggling to process what she was hearing. Yes, a sentient being with independent thought, Orochimaru explained as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Amazing. Tsunade muttered, reaching out to touch Mii's head. To her surprise, the boy felt no different from an ordinary child. "Mom, you finally came to see me." Mii beamed, his voice filled with pure joy. Tsunade hesitated for a moment before responding awkwardly, "Oh, yes. I've just been really busy lately." Though she was clearly unaccustomed to being called mom, ninjas were nothing if not adaptable. With Orochimaru's brief explanation, Tsunade quickly settled into her new role as Mii's mother. The war left the two of them with little time to linger in the town. After they departed the next morning, Tsunade couldn't help but voice her frustration. "Orochimaru, why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" she demanded. "Tell you what?" Orochimaru replied, feigning ignorance. "That you created a child and made me his mother. Do you know how startled I was? I almost thought he was your actual son. Is that really such a big deal?" Orochimaru shrugged. "What's there to tell? Not a big deal? I have a son out of nowhere, and you think it's not a big deal?" Tsunade exclaimed. But as she spoke, a thoughtful look crossed her face. "Still, after seeing me, I kind of want a child of my own," she admitted quietly. "What about you, Orochimaru? Would you prefer a son or a daughter?" "It doesn't matter," Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. "As long as it's mine." Tsunade's face turned red in an instant. "What did you just say?" Orochimaru chuckled softly. "All right, let's save that conversation for later. For now, I'll take you back to the battlefield." Before Tsunade could protest, Orochimaru scooped her up in a bridal carry. Tsunade instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck as black iron sand formed into wings behind him, lifting them into the sky. The pair ascended higher and higher, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters until the landscape below became a blur. "Remember, when you're back on the battlefield, don't mention me," Orochimaru warned. "I know, I'm not stupid," Tsunade retorted. "Hey, is it safe to fly this high?" "There's some risk, but it's manageable," Orochimaru replied, his voice calm. "This flying technique isn't perfect, but I'll improve it when I have time." Tsunade rolled her eyes at his casual confidence. She had long since grown used to his boundless ambition and ingenuity. By evening, the two had traveled from the southeastern land of fire to the area near Nono's orphanage, a journey that would have taken days on foot. "Tell the third Hokage to fight as usual. He doesn't need to concern himself with me," Orochimaru instructed. "Got it." "Be careful," Tsunade replied, watching as Orochimaru leapt into the sky and disappeared into the night. Hours later, under the cover of darkness, Orochimaru stood at the gates of Konoha. The familiar sight brought a faint smile to his lips. Pulling his black cloak tighter around himself, he stepped forward, heading into the village. Chapter 277, Konoha was under siege by 4 major ninja villages. Although Kirigakure's main forces had yet to arrive, their vanguard had already begun probing attacks. Konoha was now fully mobilized, with even Danzo, who typically stayed in the shadows to guard Konoha's foundation, forced to step into the fray for special operations. This left Konoha village itself with minimal defenses. Aside from civilians and academy students, the only ones left were the 2 village elders, Koharu and Hamura, a handful of genin too weak to deploy, and essential staff like teachers and some ANBU. Orochimaru strolled leisurely toward the village. The gate guards noticed him immediately. "Hey, you!" Before they could finish their warning, their bodies collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With Orochimaru's current mental strength, there was no need for physical action to deal with guards of their caliber. As he entered Konoha, walking along the familiar streets and past the recognizable buildings, Orochimaru couldn't help but reflect on how much time had passed. But he didn't linger in his thoughts. Instead, he walked directly toward Kushina's house, his objective clear. Because most of Konoha's defensive forces were stationed at the borders or on the battlefield, the village's internal defenses were practically non-existent. It didn't take much effort for Orochimaru to reach Kushina's residence. The door creaked open. "You bastard." A flash of red shot through the air as a furious figure leapt at him. Orochimaru smirked slightly, taking half a step back just as a kunai glinted dangerously close to his face. Missed? Kushina muttered under her breath, quickly flipping the kunai in her hand to stab again, her movements fluid and precise. This time, her strike was aimed directly at his heart. However, before the blade could reach him, Orochimaru calmly caught her wrist, halting her attack completely. She struggled fiercely, throwing punches and kicks, but Orochimaru easily evaded her strikes and subdued her, pinning her hands behind her back. Still as fiery as ever, Orochimaru said, his tone a mix of amusement and mockery. "Let go of me, you jerk!" Kushina snapped, trying to break free. Orochimaru chuckled softly. "Kushina, it's been a long time, and yet you're still this feisty?" Hearing his voice, Kushina froze for a moment, her eyes widening. Wait, that voice. Lord Orochimaru? The familiarity of his voice struck her instantly. Orochimaru released her, and she turned to confirm his face. "It is you!" Kushina exclaimed in disbelief. Kushina's home was quiet and empty. The third Hokage had evidently decided to allow Orochimaru to take her away, unable to refuse the terms of the agreement. Sitting across from each other at the table, the atmosphere between them was tense. Kushina still couldn't wrap her head around it. "You're actually here in Konoha, but didn't you defect?" Though she didn't know the exact reasons for his defection, she had always believed Orochimaru wasn't inherently evil. He had saved her life once, and for that, she remained grateful. But now, seeing him here, she felt utterly confused. Orochimaru studied her silently. Dressed in red short sleeves and green shorts, Kushina was a far cry from the little girl he had once saved. She had grown into a beautiful young woman, though her fiery temper was still as evident as ever. "You attacked me the moment you saw me." "I didn't expect you to be so alert now," Orochimaru remarked casually, breaking the silence. "Well, after that incident back then." Kushina scratched her head sheepishly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Trying to steer the conversation away, she asked, "Why are you here in the village?" "I mean, weren't you?" "It's a long story," Orochimaru replied dismissively. "But I'll explain everything to you later. For now, I've come back to Konoha to take you with me." "Take me away?" Kushina's voice faltered, her expression shifting to one of shock. Though she trusted Orochimaru because of their history, his words immediately raised alarms. She was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a role of immense strategic importance. Even in times of war, Konoha had kept her within the village under heavy security. For Orochimaru to suddenly announce that he was taking her away? It made her uneasy. "Yes, take you with me," Orochimaru confirmed with a small, knowing smile. "Why?" Kushina asked cautiously. Her wariness was evident, and she wasn't the naive girl she used to be. Orochimaru noticed her apprehension and chuckled. "Konoha made a deal with me. In exchange for my help, they've agreed to let me take you." Kushina's jaw dropped. The sheer weight of his words left her momentarily speechless. "I mean, think about it," Orochimaru continued. "How else would I know that you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? That's not information they casually share, now, is it?" Hearing this, Kushina's doubts began to waver. He had a point. Aside from a select few, no one in Konoha knew she was the host of the Nine-Tails. "But Hokage-sama never mentioned anything to me about this," Kushina mumbled, still reluctant to fully trust him. "An announcement from the Hokage?" Orochimaru rubbed his temples, exasperated. "Kushina, do you really think the third Hokage would announce something like this? Especially when it involves someone like me?" Kushina lowered her head, guilt flickering across her face. Back then, Orochimaru had saved her life, treated her with kindness, and earned her gratitude. But his defection from Konoha had made her question everything she thought she knew about him. Sighing, Orochimaru said, "Fine. If you don't trust me, I'll just talk to the Nine-Tails directly. Look into my eyes." "Wait, what?" Kushina blinked in confusion but instinctively obeyed. The moment her eyes met Orochimaru's, her mind was flooded with a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy. Before she could react, her surroundings shifted. They were now in Kushina's mindscape. The space was dark, the ground covered in shallow water. Ahead of them stood a massive iron gate sealed with a talisman. Behind the gate lay an enormous fox with glowing red eyes, its oppressive presence unmistakable. The Nine-Tails slowly opened its eyes, its massive form radiating malice as it noticed the intruders. Kushina stared in disbelief as Orochimaru strolled through her mindscape as if it were his own. How are you walking around in here so casually?" she stammered. Orochimaru didn't answer her. His focus was entirely on the fox. The Nine-Tails sneered at the sight of him. "Those eyes!" The beast growled, its deep voice reverberating through the space. "An Uchiha brat dares to stroll into my presence? Arrogant fool! I'll kill you where you stand." With a roar, the fox lunged forward, its massive claws piercing through the iron gate and striking directly at Orochimaru. Chapter 278, Among the Tailed Beasts. While the number of tails doesn't directly equate to power, it's undeniable that the Nine-Tails is the most powerful in one-on-one combat. It's also the most aggressive and volatile of them all. The Nine-Tails harbors deep resentment toward humans, especially ninjas. So when Orochimaru entered Kushina's mindscape, the beast didn't hesitate to express its hostility through direct action. However, Orochimaru wasn't just anyone. His current strength placed him firmly at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Provocations like this didn't faze him in the slightest. Kushina, witnessing the Nine-Tails' ferocious strike, was momentarily stunned. She even felt the urge to warn Orochimaru. But to her shock, Orochimaru remained calm and unmoving, his expression indifferent as the beast's claws came to a screeching halt just a centimeter from his heart, trapped in the gap of the iron gate that sealed it. "The temper of tailed beasts truly gets worse with each one I encounter," Orochimaru mused aloud, unbothered by the near-lethal attack. His gaze shifted to Kushina. "You haven't been able to control it yet?" Kushina, still processing what had just happened, was momentarily flustered by the question. "Control it? Are you kidding me? It's the Nine-Tails we're talking about." Orochimaru chuckled faintly. "Of course, I understand. The Uzumaki clan's power can suppress the Nine-Tails, but it can't purify its negativity." He turned his attention back to the massive fox. "Nine-Tails, shall we talk?" The Nine-Tails let out a low growl, its eyes narrowing in suspicion. However, it slowly retracted its claws, its earlier rage seemingly tempered. "You're able to enter Kushina's consciousness and suppress my power so easily? And that Sharingan, truly unsettling. You humans and your cursed eyes." "This is the power of the Uchiha, yes," Orochimaru replied coolly, "but I am not an Uchiha." The Nine-Tails' eyes narrowed further in disbelief. "Not an Uchiha? That's impossible. The power radiating from those eyes, it's stronger than any I've encountered." "Oh?" Orochimaru smirked. "Stronger than Uchiha Madara?" The mention of Madara caused a flicker of recognition in the beast's gaze. It was true that the strength of the Sharingan varied from one wielder to another. The Nine-Tails had once been under the control of Uchiha Madara, its chakra bound by Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But now, the power Orochimaru exuded was clearly on another level. "Madara," the Nine-Tails muttered, its voice laced with bitterness. "You're no ordinary human to know so much." "I know many things," Orochimaru replied, his tone calm yet laced with confidence. "So, can we talk?" 5 minutes later, the scene shifted. Orochimaru and Kushina returned to reality, sitting once again in her house. Orochimaru appeared deep in thought, while Kushina was still struggling to process what had just transpired. She had heard countless stories about Orochimaru's genius and strength, but witnessing it firsthand was entirely different. The Nine-Tails, a beast that struck fear even into the hearts of Konoha's top brass, had not only calmed down in Orochimaru's presence but had even conversed with him? How was that possible? Moreover, Orochimaru wielded the Sharingan, and he could activate it at will? Kushina, have you made up your mind? Orochimaru's voice interrupted her swirling thoughts. Made up my mind, she repeated, blinking. You understand the situation now, Orochimaru said matter-of-factly. If you follow me, I'll save Konoha. Simple as that. Kushina hesitated, her expression conflicted. So, you'll only help the village if I leave with you? Of course, Orochimaru replied bluntly. You're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Your strategic importance is unparalleled. He leaned back slightly, his tone becoming more casual. If we didn't have history, Kushina, I wouldn't even bother talking to you like this. But it seems even you don't trust me anymore. That's disappointing. Kushina immediately shook her head, guilt flashing across her face. That's not true. I do trust you, it's just... Orochimaru raised a hand, cutting her off. It doesn't matter. Pack your things. We leave at dawn. Kushina hesitated for a moment longer before nodding. All right. There was no doubt in her mind that Orochimaru's words carried weight. Given what she had just seen in the mindscape, if Orochimaru truly wanted to take her away by force, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. And with Konoha on the brink of collapse, she couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Silently, Kushina began gathering her belongings. Meanwhile, Orochimaru reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes as if preparing for the day ahead. By the time dawn broke, Konoha was already in a state of chaos. Check every corner thoroughly. Damn it, how could someone infiltrate the village at a time like this? Be alert! This intruder is dangerous. The voices of anxious ninja filled the streets as the village mobilized in response to an apparent breach. In Kushina's house, Orochimaru opened his eyes slowly, glancing at the blanket that had been placed over him. His gaze shifted to Kushina, who stood nearby, looking nervous. Did someone knock on the door just now? He asked nonchalantly. The village's defenses have grown even weaker, it seems. Kushina was fully dressed, wearing a form-fitting outfit that highlighted her readiness for travel. She hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the doorknob, before nodding. I'm ready. Good. Orochimaru rose, brushing off the blanket and placing a hand on her back. Let's go. Yes, sir. Moments later, the door to Kushina's house was kicked open with a deafening crash. A squad of ANBU stormed inside, their animal masks glinting in the dim light. The leader scanned the room carefully. 2 cups of tea sat on the table, cold and untouched. The blanket on the sofa was slightly messy, but still warm to the touch. They just left, the ANBU muttered, piecing together the scene. His frown deepened. Who was staying here? 10 minutes later, the report reached Konoha's top brass. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been taken. As the realization set in, Koharu and Hamura, both already weary from the ongoing war, were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 279. Not all members of Konoha's ANBU were privy to the fact that Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As a result, they didn't fully grasp the significance of her being kidnapped. However, for elders like Koharu and Hamura, the implications were crystal clear. When they received the report, panic and urgency swept through them. They began mobilizing an investigation and simultaneously prepared to send the information to the third Hokage, who was stationed on the front lines. But before their message could be dispatched, they received a communication from the third Hokage himself. After reading the contents, the 2 advisors exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting mutual astonishment. Orochimaru? The Third Ninja War was proving far more brutal than anyone had anticipated. Even with the third Hokage personally overseeing the battlefield, Konoha's situation hadn't improved. The simultaneous attacks from the 4 major ninja villages were a crushing weight far beyond what Konoha could withstand alone. In a desperate move, the third Hokage had sought Orochimaru's aid. However, their meeting hadn't resulted in a concrete agreement. Orochimaru had made it clear he wasn't interested in conversing directly with him. The third Hokage understood this reluctance, leading Tsunade to act as the intermediary for any negotiations. At the Kumo ninja defense line, inside the command tent, Konoha's military leaders were gathered. The third Hokage, who had come to assess the battle situation, held a message from Tsunade in his hands. After reading it, he couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Acting independently, refusing to take part in Konoha's defense? Why? He shook his head, setting the message aside. Never mind. Hyuga Hayashi. Hokage-sama, replied Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, stepping forward with a respectful bow. Gather members of your clan and lead a team with me to defend against Kirigakure's forces. Yes, Hokage-sama, Hayashi said firmly. The third Hokage turned his attention to two more individuals standing nearby. Shibi, Tsum, inform your clans as well. Yes, Hokage-sama, they replied in unison. The third Hokage knew that Kirigakure specialized in water-release jutsu and their infamous hidden mist technique. A force of perceptive ninjas was crucial for countering them, otherwise, Konoha's combat teams would be at a severe disadvantage within the dense fog. For this reason, the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans were best suited to this role. As the third Hokage issued a flurry of orders, Konoha's defensive formations were rapidly reorganized. On other fronts, Tsunade and Inazuka Tsum held the Sand Ninja defense line, while Minato and Jiraiya were stationed against the IWA ninjas. Hatake Sakumo, alongside the Uchiha clan, was moved to the Cloud Ninja front. Meanwhile, the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans joined the third Hokage to defend against Kirigakure. Though the third Hokage did his best to balance the forces, the overwhelming disparity in numbers couldn't be ignored. Konoha's elite combat power was formidable, but against the combined might of four major ninja villages, even their best efforts were strained to the breaking point. Kirigakure's forces, in particular, were composed of highly trained elites, each with devastating personal combat capabilities. The third Hokage couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread. Wearing his black combat armor and running toward the misty battlefield, he couldn't stop the sadness welling up in his chest. Orochimaru, even if you want revenge on me, could you not wait until after this crisis? Please. Far to the north of the Land of Fire, at the foot of a mountain along the IWA ninja defense line, two figures walked silently, one trailing slightly behind the other. The figure in front suddenly stopped, surveying the open area ahead. This will do, Orochimaru said calmly. Kushina, who had been distracted, walked straight into his back, letting out a surprised ah as she rubbed her forehead. Orochimaru glanced back at her, unimpressed. Still distracted? Are you worried about Konoha? No! Kushina stammered, clearly unconvincing. Orochimaru didn't press further. Instead, he moved into the middle of the clearing, signaling for Kushina to keep her distance. She quickly followed his instructions, retreating to a safe spot. The area was strategically chosen. A high cliff provided cover to one side, a small, clear river flowed nearby, and dense forests surrounded them, making it a secluded yet resource-rich location. Lord Orochimaru, aren't we supposed to be supporting the front lines? What are we doing here? Kushina asked hesitantly. Just stay back and watch, Orochimaru replied, his tone leaving no room for questions. Kushina fell silent as Orochimaru began forming a rapid sequence of hand seals. Bang! With a sharp clap of his hands, Orochimaru activated his jutsu. Summoning, reanimation jutsu. The ground trembled as two coffins emerged, breaking through the dirt with a low rumble. Coffins? Kushina gasped, her voice tinged with alarm. The sight of coffins unnerved her. It was an ominous image, one that instinctively made her uneasy. Each coffin bore a number carved in bold black on a red background, 1 and 2. The lid of each coffin disappeared into thin air, revealing two figures standing within. The first figure had long black hair, clad in a black combat suit with red, segmented armor layered on top. Red iron wrist guards adorned his forearms. The second figure had silver hair and piercing red eyes. His face was partially covered by a forehead protector with a metal mask. He wore a similar black combat suit, overlaid with blue segmented armor and a high white fur collar. Both figures stood motionless, their eyes closed. This is... Kushina's breath caught in her throat as recognition struck her like a lightning bolt. Her wide eyes darted between the two figures, disbelief etched across her face. Impossible. No way. Though she had never met them in person, their faces were unmistakable. After all, their likenesses were immortalized on the Hokage monument in Konoha. The first Hokage and the second Hokage? Kushina whispered, her voice trembling. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, slowly opened his eyes, his expression one of mild confusion. What's going on here? Is this reanimation jutsu? The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, regained awareness more quickly, his sharp gaze narrowing as he inspected his surroundings. Reanimation jutsu? Someone's misusing my technique. His eyes locked onto Orochimaru. Boy, who are you, and how dare you abuse the jutsu I created? Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice calm yet raspy. I apologize for the intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru, a former disciple of the third Hokage. Disciples of Hiruzen. Tobarama muttered, his tone carrying both familiarity and disdain. So you're that gifted kid I heard about. But do you not understand that this jutsu is forbidden? It was not meant for indiscriminate use in Konoha. Before Orochimaru could respond, Hashirama interjected with an incredulous question, his voice filled with a mix of wonder and bewilderment. Wait, does this mean you're dead too, Tobarama? Brother! Tobarama snapped irritably. Can you save your pointless questions for later? I'm trying to deal with this mess. But I just want to. Shut up. Tobarama barked, clearly exasperated. Chapter 280, with a loud duong, the first Hokage turned to stone, black smoke rising from his body. The legendary god of shinobi reduced to this? Seeing this, Kushina, who had been somewhat intimidated by the resurrected Hokage, now had a look of disbelief, black lines practically forming on her forehead. Even Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. Although he knew Hashirama was known for his light-hearted nature, he hadn't expected him to be struck speechless, quite literally by Tobarama's scolding. This dynamic. Was this truly the revered duo responsible for shaping the modern shinobi world? Tobarama-sama, Orochimaru began, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Your invention, the reanimation jutsu, might not be overly complex. But if you've developed it, should you really blame others for using it? Tobarama's expression darkened. Before he could respond, Hashirama chimed in, his tone carrying a hint of guilt. It's true, this jutsu isn't something I approve of. Tobarama, if you had just followed my guidance back then. Brother, enough. Tobarama interrupted sharply, irritation clear in his voice. Do you not understand the importance of the current situation? Focus on what's in front of us. Hashirama's expression froze as he turned to stone once more, as if Tobarama's words had physically petrified him. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at the sight, while Kushina, watching from the side, struggled to hold back laughter. Tobarama ignored his elder brother entirely. His sharp gaze fell back on Orochimaru. Tell me why you summoned us. If your reasons aren't satisfactory. There's a war, Orochimaru interrupted calmly, not giving Tobarama the chance to finish. The 4 major ninja villages have united to besiege Konoha. Tobarama froze, his stern expression giving way to shock. 4 villages? Besieging Konoha? Even Hashirama, regaining his composure, rubbed his temples and sighed. Really? It seems like war is an inevitability, no matter the era. Yes, Orochimaru continued. I summoned you both to help Konoha survive this crisis. I've made no attempt to suppress your personalities or will, you're free to act as you see fit. Tobarama's sharp eyes narrowed as he examined his resurrected form. The technique feels refined. The precision is far better than what I originally created, and our strength seems nearly identical to when we were alive. His gaze sharpened as he turned back to Orochimaru. You've perfected my jutsu, haven't you? I have, Orochimaru admitted with no hesitation. Tobirama frowned but didn't press further. If it's to protect Konoha, I won't hold you accountable for this, yet. However, I do have questions. He glanced over Orochimaru's shoulder at Kushina, who stood nervously behind him. What's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki doing here? And his sharp gaze returned to Orochimaru. What's the explanation for your so-called sage body? You're clearly not one of my clan. Hashirama, who had been quietly observing, tilted his head in curiosity. Sage body? Ha ha ha. So, do you truly possess the sage body? But judging by your eyes, you're clearly not a senju. Hey, boy, what's your story? Orochimaru smirked. As expected of the legendary Hokage. Your sensory skills are truly extraordinary. He didn't attempt to hide anything. Since the two of you have asked, I'll tell you. With that, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils shifted. A scarlet hue enveloped his eyes, forming a distinctive kaleidoscope pattern. The Sharingan. Tobirama's frown deepened, and Hashirama's expression turned to surprise. A Sharingan? But not just any Sharingan, Tobirama noted, his voice laced with suspicion. This is the Mangekyo, no, something beyond that. A perfected form? Orochimaru allowed the Sharingan to return to its natural golden state. Both the Sage Body and the Sharingan are the results of my research, projects that I have completed through science. Science? Tobirama repeated, his tone skeptical but intrigued. Indeed. Not only have I successfully fused these abilities into myself, but I've done so without any side effects, Orochimaru said with a trace of pride. Before either of the Hokage could respond, Orochimaru addressed Tobirama's earlier question. As for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's presence, don't you think she's safer by my side than anywhere else? Tobirama narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Orochimaru. You're an impressive individual, though I don't fully trust you. Still, your words make some sense. On the battlefield, I can sense traces of my brother's chakra, though weaker, it's clearly being utilized. Hashirama stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, you've replicated my power through research? Ha ha ha, you really are a genius. It's an honor to receive such praise from you, Lord First, Orochimaru replied smoothly, bowing his head slightly. Hashirama laughed heartily. Yes, yes, a ninja as brilliant as you. If I were alive, I'd insist on marrying you to Tsunade. She's about your age, isn't she? Brother! Tobirama's face was lined with exasperation. They're the same generation. Don't say such ridiculous things in front of him. Oh, the same generation? Hashirama blinked in realization before muttering to himself. Then Tsunade must be already married to me, Orochimaru said nonchalantly, his tone calm. Hashirama. Tobirama. A heavy silence filled the air. Then, after what felt like an eternity, Hashirama suddenly burst out laughing. His boisterous voice echoed through the clearing. Ha 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 ha. So you married Tsunade? Ha ha ha, boy, you have my condolences. It must be tough. Orochimaru. Kushina. Kushina's jaw dropped as she processed Hashirama's words. Her entire worldview felt shaken. Why did this legendary figure, the god of shinobi, seem to operate on a completely different wavelength from everyone else? Was this the same man whose power had once reshaped the shinobi world? Tobirama, sensing another embarrassing outburst from his elder brother, quickly interjected to steer the conversation back on track. All right, enough of this nonsense. We need to focus on the battlefield. Hashirama nodded, his expression becoming serious. You're right. Let's go. Orochimaru gestured toward the west. I'd like you two to head to the western battlefield near Konoha. Tobirama narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Why the west? Wouldn't it make more sense for us to head to the northwest or northeast, given our proximity to those locations? I have other plans in mind, Orochimaru replied, his tone giving no room for argument. Chapter 281, the second Hokage used the Flying Thunder God technique to take himself and the first Hokage to the Western Sand Ninja battlefield. Despite their doubts about Orochimaru's words, they could sense the seriousness of the war. As dead men summoned back to this world, there was only so much they could control. For now, their priority was clear: repel the enemies threatening Konoha. The Flying Thunder God technique, an advanced version of the body flicker technique, allowed instantaneous teleportation even without a marked kunai. However, without set marks, the technique required more effort and precision, and its range was limited. They really are amazing. Watching the two Hokage vanish into the distance, Kushina couldn't help but express her admiration. During the conversation earlier, she had stayed quiet, fully aware that she was completely out of her depth. Still, seeing the legendary Hokage in person was an unforgettable experience. Resurrecting the previous Hokage to fight for Konoha? It sounded impossible, but she had just witnessed it firsthand. The first Hokage's eccentric, almost carefree attitude had left a deep impression on her. But what stood out even more was the overwhelming power emanating from both of them. Of course, someone who was even more shaken than Kushina was the Nine Tails sealed within her. The Nine Tails had felt their chakra. The first Hokage. The very thought of him nearly made the beast tremble. If there was anyone the Nine Tails truly feared, it wasn't the Sage of Six Paths or the reincarnations of his sons, Azura and Indra. No, those figures existed long before the tailed beasts had fully formed. The two beings it feared most were Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. One could bend its will and control its actions. The other could overpower it through sheer force. Even as the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, in front of those two, it was nothing more than a frightened pet. But now, sensing that the Hokage were merely reanimated corpses without the same influence as before, the Nine-Tails felt a small sense of relief. Kushina, unaware of the turmoil within her sealed beast, turned to Orochimaru and asked hesitantly, "Isn't this amazing? Bringing them back to fight for Konoha?" Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint, amused smile. Amazing? Shouldn't it be evil? Kushina hesitated, scratching the back of her head awkwardly. Yes, it's an unsettling jutsu, she admitted. But if it's being used to protect Konoha, then, is it really evil? Orochimaru's smile deepened, sensing her internal conflict. Evil or righteous depends entirely on the wielder and their intent, doesn't it? Before Kushina could respond, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Boom! 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 Another coffin emerged, its heavy thuds reverberating in the clearing. Kushina instinctively tensed up, her earlier on now replaced with caution. And then, Orochimaru broke the tension with a sudden and completely unexpected question. Kushina, do you know how to cook? Cook? She blinked, baffled by the abrupt change in topic. Why, are you asking that? Orochimaru's expression turned playful, the edges of his lips curling into a smirk. The real show is just beginning, but it's going to be a long one. We can't fight on an empty stomach, can we? Clang! A blade struck another with fierce precision, the sound ringing out through the chaotic battlefield. Two figures darted back, each skidding across the uneven terrain. At first glance, both appeared to be kunoichi, their slender yet powerful frames moving with deadly efficiency. Damn you! Just die already! One of the figures, a Kumo ninja, roared in frustration before launching another attack. She moved at lightning speed, her sword creating arcs of gleaming light that streaked toward her opponent. Sharingan! A flash of scarlet. The arcs of light, though impossibly fast, seemed to slow down under the dynamic perception of Makoto's Sharingan. With precise timing, she lowered her head, letting the blade pass just over her. Whoosh! The attack grazed her, cutting a few strands of her long, dark hair. Makoto didn't flinch. Without missing a beat, she swung her own blade upward to counter. Clang! The clash of steel rang out again. Konoha ninja, the Kumo ninja sneered. There's no escape. Surrender now. Over my dead body. Mikoto spat through gritted teeth, pushing her opponent back with all her strength. As the Kumo ninja staggered, Mikoto took the opportunity to form seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. She inhaled deeply, her chakra surging, and then exhaled a massive ball of flames that roared toward her opponent. The Kumo ninja barely managed to leap aside, narrowly avoiding the scorching attack. But while the Kumo ninja smirked from behind the safety of a boulder, Mikoto staggered slightly, her exhaustion catching up to her. Mikoto was a seasoned jonin and a skilled wielder of the Sharingan, but the unrelenting pressure on Konoha forces had pushed her to her limits. She had been fighting non-stop for days, the missions piling up one after another, leaving no room for rest. Now, surrounded by a dozen Kumo ninja and with only 2 injured allies left standing, despair began to creep into her heart. Damn it! Mikoto clenched her teeth, gripping her sword tightly. Reinforcements, there's no point even hoping for them. Konoha is stretched too thin. We have to. Her thoughts were cut off. Magnet release, sand drizzle. A sudden assault rained down from the sky, sharp grains of iron sand striking the Kumo ninja with deadly precision. What the? Careful! Up there! Arg! The screams of Kumo ninja filled the battlefield as a shadow descended. Black wings spread wide as the figure landed. The third Kazekage? Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief. But, isn't he supposed to be dead? She stared at the figure, her mind racing with questions. Why was the third Kazekage here, and why was he attacking the Kumo ninja instead of Konoha? But before she could make sense of it, the Kazekage turned his head slightly toward her, his eyes dark and empty. The next moment, black iron sand surged toward her. Mikoto instinctively raised her sword, ready to defend herself. But the attack didn't come. Instead, the iron sand stopped just short of her, forming words. Mikoto's breath caught as the words shifted rapidly in front of her, conveying a message she couldn't comprehend. What's happening? Her confusion only deepened when the third Kazekage turned his attention back to the Kumo ninja without saying a word. He raised his hands, forming seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom! 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 The battlefield quaked as countless coffins erupted from the ground. More than 200 of them. The sheer number stunned everyone, Kumo ninja and Konoha ninja alike. As the coffins opened, long-dead shinobi stepped out, their eyes blank but their movements eerily deliberate. No, this can't be real, whispered one of the Kumo ninja, their voice trembling. Mikoto couldn't tear her eyes away, her mind overwhelmed by the impossible scene unfolding before her. Chapter 282, Orochimaru's mastery of the reanimation jutsu had reached such a level that he could control the resurrected shinobi remotely, regardless of distance. With the necessary genetic material of the deceased and living sacrifices, there was no limit to the number of summons he could perform. However, while he could oversee his reanimated army like a strategist surveying a battlefield, Orochimaru did not allow the summoned individuals to act entirely on their own. When Orochimaru controlled the third Kazekage to assist on the Kumo ninja defense line, he hadn't expected to encounter Uchiha Mikoto. The moment he saw her through the third Kazekage's eyes, Orochimaru smirked to himself. "Ah, Mikoto," Orochimaru muttered, a sly smile forming on his face. "I almost forgot about her." This war was never about unleashing his reanimation jutsu army on the entirety of the ninja world. The 4 great ninja villages had yet to form a true alliance, and Orochimaru had no intention of uniting them by presenting a common enemy. Instead, he divided his forces carefully. Reanimated Saiyan ninja were sent to the Kumo defense line, while reanimated IWA ninja were deployed to the Kiri defense line. Sending ninjas to face their former comrades would only complicate matters and risk disrupting Orochimaru's control over them. This approach allowed him to sow confusion and chaos without jeopardizing his strategies. On the Kumo defense line, the battlefield descended into panic. Sand ninja? What's going on? They crawled out of coffins. Retreat! Retreat immediately. Bang! 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 Smoke bombs exploded all around, blanketing the area in thick clouds of smoke. Using the cover, the Kumo ninja began to retreat in haste. The third Kazekage, still bound by Orochimaru's control, made no move to pursue them. His orders were clear, there was no need to chase after fodder. TCH. How annoying, the third Kazekage muttered. While he despised being manipulated, he understood that his current state left him with no choice but to follow Orochimaru's commands. As a Kage-level ninja, being controlled like this was utterly humiliating. Around him, the reanimated Saiyan ninja began regaining their consciousness, their voices echoing in confusion. What's going on here? Where are we? Is this the afterlife? No, I remember dying. I was ambushed during the war with IWA Ninja. Wait, is that Lord Kazekage? Lord Kazekage, what is the meaning of this? The third Kazekage sighed, his irritation palpable. He had no choice but to explain the situation to his former subordinates, who were just as bewildered by their resurrection. Some were from his generation, while others were shinobi who had served the Kazekage before him. As the third Kazekage recounted their current circumstances, the Saiyan ninja fell silent, their confusion deepening. Back at Orochimaru's temporary base, nestled under a cliff in the Land of Fire, a faint chuckle escaped his lips as he stared at the chessboard before him. Ha ha ha. The army is limited, but concentrating our forces to wipe out one village at a time? More than enough, he said, his hoarse voice carrying an undertone of satisfaction. Orochimaru sat comfortably on a wooden chair, a small table with a chessboard placed before him. He moved the pieces as if orchestrating the battlefield. Outside the wooden house, Kushina crouched next to a makeshift stove, frustration evident in her expression as she tended to a bubbling hot pot. She worked efficiently, gathering firewood, setting up the stove, and cooking were easy tasks for a ninja. But as she glanced at the scene inside, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. 6 reanimated shinobi. Is this really enough to save Konoha? He's got to be joking. Kushina had watched as Orochimaru summoned 6 individuals. The first 2 were easy to recognize, their faces were carved into the Hokage rock. But the other 4? She had no idea who they were. One was covered in bandages, another had the aura of a relentless killer, and the remaining 2 didn't seem particularly remarkable. Are you finished yet, Kushina? Orochimaru's voice interrupted her thoughts. Almost, she called back, quickly focusing on her task. Orochimaru gave no further response. His eyes returned to the chessboard, deep in thought. I don't have time to deal with Kumo and Kirigakure just yet. The first-generation Kage from each village were well hidden, which limits my top combat power. But no matter. There's always another way. He placed a chess piece firmly on the board, positioning it near the Land of Lightning. Elsewhere, at Konoha's temporary base, the arrival of reinforcements from reanimated Sand Ninja left the Konoha shinobi in shock. Reinforcements? From Sand? Is this some kind of joke? Weren't we just fighting the Land of Wind? The confusion only grew after Makoto recounted the events she had witnessed. From coffins? Wait. Could it be reanimation jutsu? That's the technique invented by the second Hokage, right? Yes, I saw it once when I was younger. But that was a long time ago. I thought it was sealed away because it violated human ethics. Who cares about ethics right now? If someone's using it to help us fight, then I'm not going to complain. Exactly. At this point, we can't afford to question their methods. We need all the help we can get. The Konoha ninja were divided in their opinions. Some were uneasy about using such a forbidden jutsu, while others were pragmatic, caring only about survival. For the moment, the morality of the reanimation jutsu was irrelevant. Konoha was on the brink of destruction, and they needed every advantage they could get. Makoto, however, didn't engage in the discussions. Instead, she quietly approached the camp leader, relaying the cryptic message left for her by the third Kazekage. I'm going to the southwest, she stated firmly. The camp leader raised an eyebrow but didn't object. You're going alone? Yes, Makoto confirmed. Fine, but be careful. This war has eyes everywhere. I will, she assured him before turning to leave. Though exhausted, Makoto wasted no time. The message from Orochimaru had piqued her curiosity, and her connection to him spurred her to act without hesitation. The coordinates weren't far from the Kumo ninja defense line, and by late evening, she had reached her destination. A red blur intercepted her path. Uchiha Makoto? Makoto instinctively activated her Sharingan and prepared to fight. But as the figure came into focus, she stopped, stunned. Kushina? The red-haired kunoichi nodded. Yeah, it's me. Orochimaru-sama sent me to guide you. Come on, follow me. Without waiting for a reply, Kushina turned and started walking. Hugiep. Makoto, still confused but trusting her instincts, followed cautiously, her Sharingan remaining active as they moved deeper into the forest. Chapter 283, the Sharingan, far superior to ordinary eyes, allowed Makoto to analyze the flow of chakra around her. Although it lacked the Byakugan's precision in certain areas, it could still uncover inconsistencies in chakra patterns, making it adept at detecting transformations or illusions. Kushina's sudden appearance seemed strange to Makoto, so she discreetly activated her Sharingan and scanned her companion. No signs of a transformation. The chakra flow is normal. Could it really be Orochimaru-sama's doing? Despite her doubts, Makoto continued following Kushina without voicing her concerns. By the time they reached the wooden house nestled beneath the cliff, night had fully descended. The area's natural shadows created an eerie, hidden atmosphere, yet the wooden house itself glowed with light from within. As they approached, the door opened automatically. Kushina stepped inside, and Makoto followed close behind. The familiar figure standing inside made Makoto stop in her tracks. Makoto, it's been a while, Orochimaru greeted her with a small smile, his tone calm yet warm. Lord Orochimaru. Makoto stammered, her voice trembling. Their relationship was far from ordinary. Orochimaru had been an important figure in her life, someone she once harbored deep feelings for. Yet, shortly after their connection had deepened, Orochimaru defected from Konoha. They hadn't seen each other since, and now, standing before him, Makoto was overwhelmed with emotion. Her heart felt heavy with conflicted feelings, a mix of relief, sadness, and something she couldn't quite put into words. Well, how have you been? Orochimaru asked, his eyes scanning her disheveled state. Her armor was scratched, her hair and face streaked with dirt and sweat, a testament to the brutal reality of war. Makoto opened her mouth to respond, but her emotions got the better of her. Tears welled up in her eyes, and before she could stop herself, she lunged forward and embraced Orochimaru tightly. This sudden outburst of emotion left Kushina, standing awkwardly in the doorway, completely dumbfounded. What? What is going on here? She muttered, blinking in confusion. Orochimaru, though momentarily surprised by Makoto's reaction, quickly composed himself. He gently patted her back, an unusual softness in his demeanor. All right, let's focus on the matter at hand first, Orochimaru said, carefully disentangling himself from Makoto's grasp. He smoothed her black hair, now tangled and dusty from the battlefield. She looked up at him, her teary eyes filled with unspoken questions. Makoto, I heard from Tsunade that you've been fighting on your own all this time, Orochimaru began. What do you mean by that, sir? Makoto asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Ah, it's nothing. Forget I said anything. Orochimaru waved the topic away. Kushina, go boil some water for Makoto. Afterward, help her clean up and take a bath in the next room. Huh? A bath? Kushina asked, visibly puzzled by the sudden request. Makoto also looked confused, her face flushing at the implication. Could it be? She wondered, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. But Orochimaru quickly dispelled her misunderstanding. Yes, a bath, he clarified. She's been through a lot. A good night's rest and relaxation will prepare her for what's to come. Tomorrow morning, I'll help her strengthen her abilities. All right, Kushina replied reluctantly, though she couldn't help feeling like a glorified servant. As much as she disliked the situation, she understood the importance of Orochimaru's contributions to Konoha's war effort. With a heavy sigh, she went to prepare as instructed. Mikoto, war isn't won in a day or two, Orochimaru said, turning back to her. Rest is just as important as fighting. With greater strength, you'll be able to better protect what matters to you. Yes, my lord, Mikoto replied, her voice steady but her emotions still turbulent. Satisfied, Orochimaru returned to his desk, his mind already drifting back to the grander schemes at play. Meanwhile, at the border between the land of rivers and the land of wind, two figures moved through the dense forest under the moonlit sky. Brother, the second Hokage began, his sharp eyes scanning the area. There's a large chakra presence ahead, one comparable to yours. If Orochimaru isn't lying, that must be Tsunade. I feel it too, the first Hokage replied, his voice calm yet focused. As much as I'd like to see Tsunade, resolving the conflict comes first. The second Hokage nodded in agreement, his keen senses detecting the numerous sentries stationed in the area. This temporary base should be just up ahead, he noted, but there are a lot of guards patrolling the perimeter. Don't kill them, the first Hokage said firmly. We're here to stop the war, not escalate it. Killing them will only complicate matters. Brother, you're as naive as ever, the second Hokage replied with a sigh, though he made no further argument. Suddenly, a kunai flew out from the darkness, aiming directly for the first Hokage's head. Clang! A wooden shield sprang up from the ground, blocking the projectile effortlessly. I told you, the second Hokage said flatly. Your peaceful approach is doomed to fail. He stepped forward, his gaze cold and unyielding. Sand Ninja, come out now, or I'll make you regret it. From the shadows, the voices of hidden Sand Ninja echoed through the forest. Come out? Who does this guy think he is? What a joke. Why should we show ourselves just because you asked? Deal with them. Don't let them talk their way out of this. Hearing the mocking tone of the hidden enemies, the second Hokage's expression darkened. Stubborn fools, he muttered, preparing to act. Wait, Tobirama, the first Hokage said, holding up a hand to stop him. Brother, this is pointless, Tobirama protested. Trust me, Hashirama replied, his voice patient yet resolute. He turned toward the forest and raised his voice, addressing the hidden ninja. Friends of the Sand Village, I am Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha. I've come to negotiate peace and bring an end to this war. Please, inform your Kazekage that I wish to speak with him. His words carried an air of authority, his voice calm yet powerful. For a moment, there was silence among the Sand Ninja. Then came the sound of stifled laughter, which quickly grew into full-blown mockery. Senju Hashirama? The first Hokage? Is this guy serious? The first Hokage's been dead for decades. Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous joke. This guy thinks we're idiots. Enough talking. Let's kill these clowns. Chapter 284, The First Hokage? That was the first Hokage of the entire ninja world, a legendary figure who once ended the chaos of the Warring States era with his unparalleled strength. Known as the god of shinobi, he was a man revered throughout history. But this person wasn't just a legend, he had been dead for countless years. How could someone who had long departed from the world of the living still be walking among them? So, when the first Hokage revealed his identity, the Sand Ninja's immediate reaction was to dismiss it as a ruse. After a moment of confusion, their disbelief turned into laughter. Following the order of one of their captains, the Sand Ninjas drew their weapons and charged out of hiding, their movements decisive and full of confidence. Ninja battles typically relied on kunai and long-range ninjutsu. However, in situations like this, where the numerical advantage clearly lay with one side, close-quarters combat was often preferred. The reasons were practical. Poor visibility made long-range techniques more dangerous for allies, and the risk of friendly fire increased exponentially. Thus, the Sand Ninjas charged in for a direct confrontation, expecting to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. But never in their wildest dreams did they expect the man standing before them to truly be the first Hokage. Faced with a legendary figure of his caliber, their attempt to rush in 7 or 8 Sand Ninjas at once was laughably futile. To call it an ill-fated charge would be an understatement. It was no different from throwing themselves directly into the jaws of a predator. Bang! 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 The two men, one with dark, wild hair, the other with silver, effortlessly dodged their attacks, striking back with simple, fluid movements. Every time a Sand Ninja was sent flying, countless thick, twisting vines burst forth from the earth, capturing them midair and binding them tightly. In less than 30 seconds, all the Sand Ninjas were immobilized, wrapped like rice dumplings by the first Hokage's would release. The only one left standing was a middle-aged man whose legs were trembling so badly that he could barely hold onto his kunai. This is would release, the man stammered. This can't be. Could he really be the god of shinobi? Impossible. It's a trick, right? Right? Even though the Sand Ninjas were tightly bound, their mouths hadn't been silenced, and they couldn't help voicing their doubts. Under the faint moonlight, they got a good look at the two men standing before them. Although none of them had ever seen the first or second Hokage in person, the sheer presence these two exuded, combined with their direction of approach from Konoha, made the situation far too suspicious. And then there was that undeniable would release. How could they not believe it? Hashirama crouched down beside one of the captured ninjas. His tone was earnest, almost apologetic. Why don't you believe me? I'm really Senju Hashirama. The ninja, exasperated, blurted out, please, come on. You've been dead for years. Who would believe that? Ah. That's a good point, Hashirama replied, scratching his head in genuine realization. Tobirama let out a cold snort, clearly unimpressed by his brother's antics. His sharp, critical gaze turned toward the Sand Ninjas, who were growing more and more bewildered. What were these two even talking about? Forget it, Hashirama finally said with a sigh. Go back and tell the current Kazekage that for the sake of peace between our villages, I request that he come meet me personally. You're letting me go? The last standing ninja asked hesitantly, his fear still evident. Tobirama interjected, his voice cold and matter-of-fact. If we wanted to kill you, do you think you'd still be standing there, able to talk? The aura between the two brothers couldn't have been more different. Hashirama had a kind and easygoing demeanor, but when he became serious, his mere gaze could send chills down anyone's spine. Tobirama, on the other hand, exuded a stern, commanding presence. His sharp personality, no-nonsense attitude, and resolute decisiveness gave the impression of a man who was always in control. However, when it came to important decisions, it was clear that Hashirama had the final say, and Tobirama would respect his brother's judgment, even if begrudgingly. Thus, despite Tobirama's preference for more ruthless methods, he allowed Hashirama to handle this situation through negotiation. The vines released their hold, and the captured Sand Ninjas scrambled to their feet, trembling under the oppressive pressure of the two men. None of them dared to act recklessly. Go! Relay our message, Hashirama said, waving his hand dismissively. His tone was as casual as if he were bidding farewell to a friend. I will. I promise I'll deliver your message, the ninja stammered, hastily retreating with his comrades. Good. We'll wait for you here, Hashirama said with a nod, smiling warmly. This war was far more brutal than the previous two great conflicts. Because of this, the leaders of each nation had stationed themselves at the front lines to oversee operations personally. Before dawn, Raza, the fourth Kazekage, had already received the battlefield reports. The first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, he muttered, utterly perplexed. When he first heard the name, his immediate reaction was disbelief. How could this be possible? How many decades had it been since the first Hokage's death? How could he suddenly appear to negotiate with him now? Lord Kazekage, the other man's ninjutsu, demeanor, and even his actions aligned perfectly with the legends, one of the sand ninjas reported with great respect. Also, there was a silver-haired man in blue armor next to him, addressing him as Big Brother. Based on our observations, we believe he may be the second Hokage of Konoha. Raza frowned deeply, his thoughts spinning. The first Hokage and the second Hokage? Even with his own considerable strength, Raza couldn't deny the enormous gap in power between him and the legendary Hashirama. If the reports were accurate, and it truly was the first and second Hokage, then this situation demanded careful consideration. Summon Chio, Raza finally ordered after a moment of thought. We're heading to the front lines immediately. Although he had never met the first or second Hokage in person, Chio had lived long enough to have possibly encountered them. If the pair turned out to be imposters, they would expose their ruse. But if they were genuine, Raza would need to understand the situation fully before deciding on his next course of action. No matter the outcome, he couldn't afford to ignore this. He had to meet them in person. While Raza wrestled with his disbelief, the fourth Reikage of Kumogakure was facing his own urgent reports. What's this about the Sand Ninja Army being unstoppable? What's going on? He demanded, his voice sharp and impatient. The Kumo ninja who had returned to report trembled as he explained. It's the Sand Ninjas, my lord. Their numbers are overwhelming, there must be over 500 of them and they're being led by the third Kazekage. And, the Reikage pressed, his brows furrowing deeper. They're unkillable, the Kumo ninja stammered. They seem tireless and have already taken over Konoha's defensive line. The fourth Reikage slammed a hand onto his desk, though it creaking under the pressure. The reanimation jutsu, he muttered grimly. The true horror of that technique wasn't just in summoning the dead, it was in making them immortal, with limitless chakra reserves. Hearing the full report, the Reikage didn't hesitate. Rising from his seat, he barked an order. We're heading to the front lines immediately. Chapter 285. There was no doubt that the reanimated ninjas under Orochimaru's control had a profound impact on the war. If not for the fact that many powerful individuals hadn't yet died in this era or that some of the stronger ones hadn't reached their full potential, the devastation caused by this jutsu would have been even more catastrophic. Of course, the more reanimated ninjas Orochimaru summoned, the harder it was for him to maintain control over them. Even with his current level of strength, he couldn't manage everything at once. For this reason, many of the less powerful reanimated ninjas were programmed with simple attack commands. Orochimaru only exerted direct control over them when absolutely necessary. Negotiating with the Suna ninjas? Orochimaru mused, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile. That's fine. With the first and second Hokage present, there shouldn't be any issues. As for Kumo's side, he continued, his voice laced with indifference, their fate depends on how efficient the second Tsuchikage is. Bang! Orochimaru's musings were interrupted by the sudden, violent opening of the wooden door. At the entrance stood an anxious-looking Kushina. Lord Orochimaru, she said hurriedly, please, come quickly. Mikoto, she. What's wrong? Orochimaru asked, his tone calm and collected, despite her panic. She seems to be in pain, Kushina managed to say. Pain? Orochimaru replied, his voice as composed as ever. That's normal. After all, she's in the process of merging two distinct powers. Two powers? Yes. Orochimaru paused, then added, forget it. I'll come with you and take a look. With that, he rose slowly from his seat, adjusted his robes, and followed Kushina out of the cabin. The orders for his plans had already been given, and there was nothing else requiring his immediate attention. In the open clearing next to the cabin, Mikoto was kneeling on the ground, her palms pressed against the earth as she gasped for air, her breaths heavy and labored. Her body was drenched in sweat, droplets rolling down her face and pooling on the ground below. To anyone unfamiliar with the situation, her posture might have been easily misunderstood. Orochimaru approached her slowly, crouching down beside her. Without a word, he He handed her a tissue. "Wipe the sweat," he said casually. Thank you, my lord," Makoto replied, her voice still trembling as she accepted the tissue and wiped her face. "There's no need to be so formal," Orochimaru said with a faint smile. "How do you feel?" "My eyes, they feel stronger." "My vision is sharper," Makoto replied, glancing at him. "Just your eyes?" Orochimaru pressed, raising a brow. It feels like my body has grown stronger as well," she admitted. Then, with hesitation, she added, "Lord Orochimaru, what exactly is happening to me?" Orochimaru's expression didn't change as he explained, "You're experiencing the fusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan." "The Mangekyo?" Makoto repeated, stunned. "And the Uzumaki clan's physique?" Kushina, standing nearby, was equally shocked. Makoto blinked rapidly, trying to process what he had just said, but her disbelief was evident. That can't be. Even Kushina, who had known Orochimaru for some time, seemed shaken by the revelation. But it wasn't the mention of the Uzumaki clan's unique traits that left them reeling. It was the implication. The question burned in both of their minds: could Orochimaru really give such incredible powers to someone else? Makoto, at least, had some prior understanding of Orochimaru's abilities. She was familiar with the potions he used to help unlock latent powers like the Sharingan. But this was far beyond anything she had imagined. Kushina, on the other hand, had no prior exposure to Orochimaru's methods. The sheer weight of what he'd said left both women speechless. To clarify, Orochimaru began, as if amused by their reactions, "The genetic material for the Mangekyo was extracted from myself long before I mastered Sage Mode. As for the Uzumaki clan's traits..." He paused, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. "During my research, I discovered that while all Uzumaki have strong physiques, there's a natural variation in their potential. Not everyone is suited to bear the power of advanced eye techniques like the Mangekyo Sharingan. However..." He gestured toward Makoto. "In your case, I specially tailored your abilities. With this combination, there will be no issue suppressing the strain of the Mangekyo." Orochimaru's words held a certainty that was both chilling and reassuring. Sharingan, a gift from the divine fruit, could be overwhelming. But with the right counterbalance, such as the enhanced vitality of the Uzumaki clan, it could be wielded without the usual side effects. Because the Uzumaki clan was a distant offshoot of the Senju lineage, their power was closely tied to Kagaya's bloodline. This meant that their bodies were naturally compatible with the Sharingan. Of course, Orochimaru admitted silently, the Uzumaki physique wasn't on par with the immortal body of the first Hokage. Its recovery rate alone was much weaker. But he had already accounted for this. By fusing certain genes, Chana's and Nagato's, he had created a modified Uzumaki gene with enhanced healing capabilities. This new gene was strong enough to fully support the Mangekyo Sharingan and even the Eternal Mangekyo, without risk of physical harm. For someone like Makoto, who possessed only the Mangekyo, this genetic enhancement was more than sufficient. Makoto, who would have otherwise married Fugaku and lived a peaceful life in Konoha, was now standing on the battlefield because of Orochimaru's interference. While Orochimaru's usual indifference made him seem cold and calculating, he did feel a rare pang of guilt. Perhaps this was why he had decided to compensate her by granting her greater power. Improving her abilities was the least he could do for her. It had to be said that Orochimaru's personality had softened somewhat since arriving in this world. While still ruthless, he wasn't as cold-blooded as before, especially toward the women who remained loyal to him. "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, thank you so much," Makoto said earnestly as she bowed deeply. Even though they had a personal connection, Makoto never assumed she could stand on equal footing with him. "I told you, no need to be so polite," Orochimaru replied, standing as well. "You're mine, so of course, I can't let you die on the battlefield. With the powers you now possess, unless you're up against a Kage-level opponent, no one will be able to challenge you." His tone was confident but not arrogant, as if merely stating a fact. "Once you've rested, return to the battlefield. It's better if no one knows about your association with someone like me. Lord Orochimaru, no one would believe you're a traitor, Mikoto said seriously. She truly believed in him and had never doubted his intentions. Haha, I appreciate your trust, Orochimaru said with a faint chuckle. Still, let's keep our connection quiet for now. Yes, my lord. Good. When the war ends, I'll contact you again. Understood. Without hesitation, Mikoto turned and headed back to the battlefield. Her brief rest and the newfound strength she gained had left her in better shape than ever. As she disappeared into the distance, Kushina hesitated before speaking. My lord, your relationship with Mikoto. Brats shouldn't stick their noses into adult matters, Orochimaru interrupted, not even glancing her way. Instead of gossiping, why don't you focus on improving your cooking skills? The food you make. He clicked his tongue dramatically. Chapter 286, Kushina was left speechless by Orochimaru's casual dismissal. Sure, her cooking wasn't anything extraordinary, but was it really that bad? At least it was better than Tsunade's, wasn't it? And calling her a brat? She was definitely not a brat. Kushina wanted to retort, but as she looked up, Orochimaru had already disappeared back into the room. Despite Orochimaru's unique relationship with Uchiha Mikoto, everyone in Konoha believed that Orochimaru and Tsunade were a couple. This was precisely why Orochimaru didn't want anyone to know about his connection with Mikoto. It wasn't about his own reputation, he no longer cared about such things, but Mikoto's standing in Konoha could still be affected. As for Kushina, who was now privy to the truth, Orochimaru was confident that she wouldn't say anything. Carefree as she might seem, she was still a ninja, and keeping secrets like this was second nature. Orochimaru had no doubt she'd stay silent. Meanwhile Mikoto had returned to the battlefield, where Raza, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, finally confronted the first and second Hokage. At the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind, a massive ravine stretched across the landscape, forming a natural divide between the two territories. On one side of the ravine stood Raza, Chiyo, and around 60 or 70 sand ninjas. On the other side stood only two men. The first Hokage stood with his arms crossed, his imposing figure radiating calm authority. Beside him, the second Hokage wore his usual cold and calculating expression. Though outnumbered, the Hokages didn't seem the least bit concerned. The sand ninjas, however, were frozen in place, disbelief and unease evident on their faces. Chiyo, are you absolutely sure about this? Raza asked, his brows furrowed deeply. Though part of him had already accepted the truth, the idea was still absurd. The first and second Hokage, resurrected? What kind of forbidden technique could accomplish such a thing? Chiyo's tone was solemn as she replied, there's no mistake. Both their appearances and their chakra signatures match those of the two Hokages from Konoha's past. She paused, then added gravely, if I'm not mistaken, this must be the reanimation jutsu, Edo Tensei, created by the second Hokage himself. The reanimation jutsu? Raza echoed in disbelief. You're saying the second Hokage is now a victim of his own technique? Chiyo nodded. I've only heard of this jutsu before and never imagined I'd see it used like this. But yes, I believe that's exactly what we're witnessing. Raza clenched his fists, his thoughts racing. The fourth Kazekage? So, Sunagakure has already reached its fourth generation. The first Hokage's voice was warm, his tone full of admiration. Impressive. You're young and full of promise. Faced with the unexpected praise, Raza was momentarily at a loss for words. It took him a moment to collect himself before responding. It is an honor for Sunagakure to meet the legendary first and second Hokages, Raza said cautiously. However, you are not of this era. Why are you here? The second Hokage, standing with his arms crossed, responded coldly, you already know why we're here. Though his tone was calm, it carried an undeniable edge. While we don't know the full details behind the four great nations attacking Konoha, Tobirama continued, it's clear that we were summoned to resolve this crisis. And that's exactly what we intend to do. Tobirama's right, Hashirama said, nodding in agreement. His expression softened as he spoke, his sincerity evident. We may no longer belong to this world, but we can't just stand by and watch Konoha be destroyed. The first Hokage's tone grew firmer as he continued, so, for the sake of your ninjas, I suggest you retreat. The meaning behind his words was clear. As long as they were present, Raza and his forces had no chance of victory. And to prevent unnecessary bloodshed, retreating was the only sensible choice. Hearing Hashirama's words, both Raza and Chio fell silent, lost in thought. If anyone else had made such a demand, it would have been laughable. Sunagakure was a great ninja village. How could they retreat just because someone told them to? It would be humiliating. But this wasn't just anyone. This was the first Hokage, the man known as the god of shinobi. His reputation wasn't built on exaggeration. If these two Hokages truly retained the power they had in life, then there was no doubt that Suna's forces stood no chance. Both Raza and Chio knew this to be true. If they continued fighting, the only outcome would be more needless casualties. But retreating so easily would also have consequences. To Raza, it wasn't a matter of personal pride. It was about perception. If he, as the newly appointed Kazekage, chose to retreat, how would his subordinates view him? Would they think he was weak? Cowardly? Intimidated by the ghosts of Konoha's past? Caught in this dilemma, Raza finally spoke, his tone cautious. I, Raza, hold great respect for both of you as esteemed predecessors of the ninja world, but... Hashirama prompted, his expression still kind but firm. Do you need a reason to retreat? Tobirama, his patience wearing thin, stepped forward. A reason to retreat, he repeated coldly. That's easy enough to provide. Fixing his sharp gaze on Raza, Tobirama continued, since you're the Kazekage, the people you've brought here must be among Sunagakure's finest. Let's settle this with a battle. He gestured at the gathered sand ninjas. All of you can come at once. If you lose, that's your reason to retreat. Tobirama's words were delivered with calm confidence, but his intent was unmistakable. Having sensed the chakra of the sand ninjas earlier, he knew their strength was considerable. But no matter how strong they were, they couldn't compare to himself and his brother. To Tobirama, fighting was the simplest and most effective way to settle things. Raza's eyes narrowed as he weighed his options. There's no need for all of us to fight at once. Let's make this a one-on-one battle. There's no point in sacrificing my subordinates needlessly. Oh, Hashirama said, smiling. A noble decision. Then let me. There's no need for you to get involved, brother, Tobirama interrupted, his tone firm. This is a one-on-one battle. Leave it to me. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, prepared to face the fourth Kazekage, Raza, at the border of the Land of Rivers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, in the camp of the Kumo ninjas. A Kumo ninja assigned to guard duty patrolled under the scorching sun, scanning the area for any signs of movement. At this point in the war, retreating was out of the question. Unless something truly catastrophic happened, the fighting would continue. Tap, tap. The sound of loose stones being disturbed caught the ninja's attention. Who's there? He called out sharply, his voice cutting through the silence. As an elite guard, he was naturally on high alert. But when no one responded, he frowned. Am I being too jumpy? No, you were too careless. Ah! The guard tried to cry out, but before he could, his mouth was covered, and his neck was snapped in an instant. The figure, the second Tsuchikage, looked toward the distant camp with narrowed eyes. This must be the place. Forming a series of hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 287, Oh? Found it so quickly? Orochimaru, far away in the land of fire, smirked as he mused to himself. Looks like the battlefield on the Kumo ninja side is about to wrap up. The strength of Akage was undeniable. After all, the title of Kage wasn't given lightly, it was reserved for the strongest in a major ninja village. And the second Tsuchikage, Mu, was no exception. His abilities were especially unique. Beyond the well-known dust release, Mu possessed extraordinary perception and an unparalleled stealth technique, dustless bewildering cover star. This technique rendered him invisible, not just to the naked eye but also to chakra sensing, making him nearly undetectable. It was this ability that earned him the title of the non-person. Using Mu to infiltrate and dismantle the enemy's backline was the most logical choice. His invisibility, combined with the unique properties of the reanimated body, made him a deadly force. Boom. Boom! Boom! More coffins erupted from the ground, their lids sliding off with an ominous creak. This time, all the reanimated figures were IWA ninjas. As Mu gave the signal, the army of IWA ninjas began their attack on the Kumo camp. Even though the reanimated IWA ninjas were being controlled, many among them harbored deep grudges against the Cloud Village. So, even without Orochimaru's direct orders, their willingness to engage the Kumo ninjas was evident. Enemy attack! The warning cry rang out across the camp as the first Kumo ninjas spotted the advancing army. Immediately, Kumo ninjas grabbed their weapons and rushed out of their tents, only to be greeted by the sight of countless IWA ninjas spread across the horizon. How is this possible? Is this some kind of joke? Why are there so many IWA ninjas here? Damn it! The Kumo ninjas were baffled, unable to comprehend how such a massive force of IWA ninjas had appeared without any prior warning. Die! Slash! The blade of a Kumo ninja cut through an IWA ninja, slicing him cleanly in half. But instead of collapsing, the reanimated ninja's body began to reform almost instantly, the severed pieces snapping back into place. The Kumo ninjas quickly realized the futility of their attacks. The only way to defeat these reanimated corpses was through sealing techniques. Unfortunately, when it came to sealing jutsu, Kumo was far from proficient. In the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan and Konoha were considered the masters of sealing techniques, followed by Tsunagakure. While Suna's expertise stemmed from their research into tailed beasts, beginning with the second Kazekage's experiments, their sealing techniques were still far superior to Kumo's. But Kumo, a village known more for its unique secret techniques than sealing jutsu, was ill-equipped to handle an army of reanimated ninjas. To make matters worse, the Kumo ninjas had only received intelligence about the reanimated forces 2 days ago. It was nowhere near enough time to develop an effective counter-strategy. And now, they were facing an army of 400 to 500 IWA ninjas, nearly identical in size to the reanimated Suna ninja army. Between the two forces, Orochimaru had managed to assemble nearly 1,000 undead soldiers. The scale of this army was no coincidence. It had taken Orochimaru half a month to desecrate the graves of 2 villages to this extent. Finding suitable sacrifices, however, had been the most time-consuming part. Most of the sacrifices were death row prisoners from various countries or enemy ninjas who had dared to attack Orochimaru during his travels. Every time he passed by a prison while researching Edo Tensei or experimenting with cells from smaller nations' daimyos, Orochimaru would recruit more sacrifices. After months of meticulous preparation, the nearly 1,000-strong undead army had finally been completed. Don't engage these things. Damn it, they can't be killed. Lord Reikage! A panicked Kumo ninja ran up to the third Reikage, who had just stepped out of his tent. The Reikage's sharp eyes scanned the chaos as he watched his men struggle against the reanimated IWA ninjas. His brows furrowed deeply. How did these undead ninjas get here? He demanded. I don't know, sir. We've received no intelligence about this from the front lines. Gather the men and retreat, the Reikage commanded. Leave this to me. But, Lord Reikage. No arguments, the Reikage interrupted. From what I've seen, these creatures can only be stopped with sealing techniques. And given our current resources. Reikage-sama, watch out. Nanny? Before the Reikage could finish speaking, his sharp instincts warned him of incoming danger. He looked up, his eyes narrowing. Floating high above him was a figure wrapped in bandages, Mu, the second Suchikage. With his hands pressed together, Mu began condensing energy into a glowing cone-shaped construct. Buzz! Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The destructive energy beam shot toward the third Reikage with devastating speed and force. Boom! The resulting explosion obliterated the tent beside the Reikage, sending debris and smoke flying in every direction. Where the dust release struck, everything was reduced to dust, leaving only emptiness behind. Amidst the swirling smoke, Mu hovered in the air, his senses sharply attuned. He could still feel the third Reikage's powerful chakra. As expected of the man they call Akatsuki, Mu muttered. Fast reaction. The third Reikage emerged from the dust, his piercing gaze locking onto the airborne figure. Who are you? The second Suchikage, he demanded, his voice steady despite the situation. Mu didn't respond, silently observing the Kage below. Elsewhere, Orochimaru continued to monitor the situation remotely, piecing together what was happening. The third Kazekage leads the Suna forces in a frontal assault, while the second Suchikage strikes the rear lines with the reanimated IWA ninjas? Orochimaru chuckled softly. It's a solid strategy, but if the first strike doesn't succeed, the outcome of a battle between two Kage-level opponents becomes far less certain. For Orochimaru, these details were no longer of significant importance. Victory would come from cutting the head off the snake. As long as the third Reikage was eliminated, the Kumo forces would fall apart. Kushina! Orochimaru called. Yes, sir. Are you hungry again? Kushina asked with a grin. Orochimaru stared at her, momentarily speechless. I'm telling you I'm heading out, not asking for food. Heading out? Where to? You don't need to worry about that, Orochimaru replied, his voice cold. But while I'm gone, you're to stay here. Don't go anywhere. If you do... He paused, his lips curling into a cruel smile. I'll kill Namake's Minato. Eh? Why would you kill Minato just because I ran off? Kushina blurted out, her face filled with confusion. Realizing how absurd his threat sounded, Orochimaru waved it off. My mistake, he said dismissively. Just remember, if I come back and you're not here, there will be consequences. I understand. Kushina replied, nodding hastily. I'll return before dark, Orochimaru added as he pulled out a flying thunder god kunai and embedded it into the wooden wall. With that, he vanished in a flash. Chapter 288, Pawn against Soldier, Soldier against General. A strong individual must act with the consciousness of their power. Whether in small skirmishes or large-scale wars, a true warrior seeks an opponent of equal caliber. Bullying the weak? That's nothing but a waste of time and has no impact on the overall battle. Thus, Orochimaru's objective was clear from the start: defeat the third Reikage. The plan was simple: use the second Suchikage to locate the third Reikage, then launch a surprise attack. Once the third Reikage was eliminated, the Kumo ninja forces would naturally lose morale and retreat. This strategy, capturing the leader to dismantle the army, had proven effective from ancient times to the present. In modern warfare, it was called a decapitation operation. But regardless of the time period or world, this tactic was notoriously difficult to execute. Take the ninja world, for instance. All ninjas possess stealth abilities to some degree, and many have strong sensory capabilities. The chances of successfully infiltrating and eliminating a Kage were slim. Moreover, the Kage-level opponents themselves were immensely powerful. If too few attackers were sent, they'd stand no chance against the Kage. If too many were sent, the large group would easily be detected, ruining the element of surprise. It was a delicate balance, and the odds were rarely favorable. However, Orochimaru's combination of the second Suchikage's dustless, bewildering cover and his own unique summoning techniques bridged those gaps perfectly. The plan was flawless. With Mu's unmatched stealth and Orochimaru's reanimated forces, infiltration was simple, and reinforcements were always at the ready. Still, Orochimaru left nothing to chance. He placed Flying Thunder God Kunai on 4 key reanimated soldiers he had summoned. This allowed him to provide immediate support if the third Reikage proved difficult to defeat quickly. The 4 kunai created a near-straight line across the battlefield, ensuring Orochimaru could reach the Land of Lightning in a matter of moments. By the time Orochimaru began heading toward the Land of Lightning, the battle between the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was nearing its conclusion. Water release, Great Exploding Water Wave. Magnet release, Gold Dust Burial. Boom! In the desert terrain, a massive wave of water surged forward, colliding head-on with a tidal wave of gold-infused sand. The impact created a deafening roar as steam hissed into the air, shrouding the battlefield in a thick mist. The scale of their ninjutsu was nothing short of catastrophic, evoking awe from everyone watching. As the water receded, the gold dust absorbed it, becoming heavy and sluggish. Whoosh! Out of the mist, Tobirama's figure shot forward at blinding speed, closing the distance between himself and Raza in an instant. A swift kick targeted Raza, who responded by waving his hand, summoning the gold dust to form a shield. But the waterlogged gold dust was far heavier than before, significantly slowing its movements. Boom! Unable to react in time, Raza crossed his arms in a defensive stance, but the force of Tobirama's kick sent him flying. Tobirama wasted no time, capitalizing on his momentum. Before Raza could even hit the ground, Tobirama threw a kunai and vanished. Flying Thunder God Technique. Reappearing beside the airborne Kazekage, Tobirama unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Raza tried to block, but Tobirama's superior speed and precision overwhelmed him. Water release, Water Colliding Wave. After landing several decisive strikes, Tobirama seamlessly transitioned into ninjutsu. A barrage of water bullets, reminiscent of the Phoenix Flower Jutsu but larger and denser, rained down on Raza. The gold dust, while potent, was still primarily composed of sand. Soaked through, it became sluggish and ineffective. "There's no escaping this," Tobirama declared coldly. Bang! 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 The water bullets struck Raza repeatedly, hitting his chest, abdomen, and arms. Lord Kazekage! Master Raza! The sand ninjas cried out in alarm, but before they could intervene, Tobirama appeared directly in front of Raza. A kunai was pressed against Raza's neck. The surrounding sand ninjas froze, not daring to move. "You've lost," Tobirama stated in a voice devoid of emotion. The battle had ended almost as quickly as it began. Raza's magnet release was powerful, and Tobirama's water release techniques were equally devastating. In terms of raw abilities, it was difficult to say who had the upper hand. The battlefield located in the desert at the border of the Land of Wind favored Raza, providing him with an abundance of gold dust to manipulate. However, Tobirama's mastery of water release was extraordinary. Even in the desert, he could summon vast quantities of water, turning the terrain to his advantage. It was this unparalleled skill that ultimately led to Raza's defeat. "You truly are the fastest ninja of your time," Raza gasped, clutching his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. "Your speed is overwhelming, and your water release, to use it so powerfully in a desert." Tobirama didn't respond to the compliment. Instead, he sheathed his kunai and turned to leave. "As agreed, retreat," he said curtly. Raza grimaced but didn't argue. He knew continuing the fight would be pointless and only result in more casualties. With a resigned sigh, he raised his hand and issued the order. "All units, retreat." The sand ninjas hesitated but ultimately obeyed. They had witnessed the fight firsthand. Raza was the strongest among them, capable of wielding massive-scale jutsu with ease. If even he couldn't stand against the second Hokage, what hope did the rest of them have? Continuing the battle would be nothing short of suicide. As the sand ninjas began their retreat, Raza cast one last look at the battlefield. The once dry sands were now waterlogged for miles around, glinting with traces of gold dust. Although I'm reluctant, Raza muttered to himself, I'll honor the agreement. Meanwhile, Tobirama returned to where his elder brother, the first Hokage, was waiting. Although you're strong, Tobirama said, glancing back at the retreating sand ninjas, my abilities counter yours. Continuing to fight would have been a waste of life. Hashirama nodded in agreement, his usual warmth evident. You did well, Tobirama. Let's move to the next point and try to prevent further casualties. Together, the two Hokages prepared to move to other hotspots along the defensive line, aiming to assist Konoha's forces where needed. Their actions hadn't gone unnoticed. By now, word of the first and second Hokage's resurrection was spreading among the Konoha forces. On the battlefield, ninjas from both sides stared in shock at the two legendary figures. You're the first Hokage? And the second Hokage? The sheer presence of the two men left everyone stunned, their disbelief etched onto their faces. Chapter 289, Brother. Stay with me. In the dense forest of the Land of Rivers, 5 or 6 bodies lay scattered on the ground, lifeless. Among them, a young man was barely clinging to life. He was covered in blood, his body riddled with stab wounds. He was so grievously injured that it seemed like he had no chance of survival. Tsunade, clad in her battle attire, was working tirelessly, her chakra pouring into the young man as she tried to heal him. This man wasn't just a Konoha ninja, he was her younger brother, Nawaki. Sister. Sis. Nawaki's voice was weak, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Stop wasting your chakra. I'm all ready. Cough. Stop talking. Just stop. Tsunade shouted, tears streaming down her face as her hands glowed with the faint green of medical ninjutsu. She refused to give up. Fate could be so cruel and ironic. Nawaki, who was originally fated to die in the early days of the Second Shinobi War, had managed to survive thanks to Orochimaru's intervention. But now, in the Third Shinobi War, fate seemed to repeat itself. Even after becoming a Jonin, Nawaki had fallen in battle on the Sand Ninja frontlines. And the circumstances of his death were eerily similar to what had been written in history. Back during the Second Shinobi War, Nawaki had fallen victim to an IWA ninja's explosive tag trap, leaving his body in shreds. This time, it was a Sand Ninja ambush. After being lured into a trap, he was struck down in a brutal assault. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures landed on the ground nearby. The Konoha ninja standing next to Tsunade immediately drew his sword, ready to defend her. But when he got a clear look at the 2 figures, his expression froze in shock. You're Tsunade. I didn't expect to see you here. What happened? The 2 newcomers froze as their gaze fell on the critically injured Nawaki. Nawaki, is he? Meanwhile, atop a mountain in the Land of Lightning, Orochimaru, who had been observing the battlefield through the second Hokage's summoned body, suddenly stiffened. Nawaki was still dead. Despite everything, his life had come to the same tragic end. How could this happen? Orochimaru muttered, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Can the course of fate be changed, but not the ultimate result of life and death? He let out a sigh, pressing 2 fingers against his temple. Just what I needed, another headache. But there was no time to dwell on this. Orochimaru's focus shifted back to the valley below, where the third Reikage continued to fight. Although the reanimated forces led by the second Tsuchikage only numbered around 400 to 500, their immortality granted them a significant advantage on the battlefield. The third Reikage was a formidable opponent. His raw strength and resilience allowed him to hold his ground against both Mu and the reanimated ninjas. But Kage-level battles were always drawn out. The sheer power of the combatants made it difficult to determine a victor in a short amount of time. In close-quarters combat, the second Tsuchikage was clearly no match for the third Reikage. But Mu had the advantage of flight and devastating ninjutsu, resulting in an evenly matched, prolonged battle. In a clash between Kage, ordinary ninjas have no place, Orochimaru murmured to himself, watching from the mountain. Raising his hands, he formed a series of hand seals. The reanimated IWA ninjas below seemed to sense the command and began to reposition themselves, herding the Kumo forces away from the battlefield. Soon, the third Reikage found himself isolated, separated from his allies. Orochimaru's lips curled into a satisfied smile. As light green markings appeared around the corners of his eyes, Orochimaru swiftly completed another sequence of hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Bang! In a puff of white smoke, 3 elegant figures clad in white robes appeared before Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Summoning all 3 of us at once. What's going on? Do you need our help with someone even you can't handle? If this is a false alarm, you'll pay for it, one of the figures said with a sly grin. The 3 figures were unmistakably the 3 great snakes of Ryochi Cave, Taijutsuheim, Taguriheim, and Ichikishimaheim. Hearing their taunts, Orochimaru smirked but wasted no time pointing toward the Kumo camp in the distance. I need to deal with the man down there before the enemy reinforcements arrive. The one on the ground or the one in the sky? The one on the ground, Orochimaru replied, his voice calm but deliberate. Taijutsuheim glanced at the third Reikage, whose body was surrounded by crackling lightning chakra. This might be a little tricky, she commented, her eyes narrowing. Yes, Taguriheim added. This kind of opponent isn't one we're particularly effective against. I think you should summon Manda instead, Ichikishimaheim suggested, smirking mischievously. You misunderstand, Orochimaru interjected, his hoarse voice cutting through their chatter. I can handle him myself. I summoned you to ensure no one else sees this. Ah, I see, Taguriheim said, her grin widening. You want us to create a barrier to conceal your fight, right? Exactly, Orochimaru confirmed. Leave it to us, Taijutsuheim said confidently. Ichikishimaheim leaned closer to Orochimaru, her mischievous smile deepening as she pressed against him. Once this is over, you'll have to spend some time with us. Orochimaru responded with an amused, sinister grin. If you promise not to revert to your true forms, maybe I'll consider it. Oh? Are you serious? Not at all. TCH, I knew it, Ichikishimaheim pouted, but she quickly stepped back. All right, enough flirting, Taguriheim snapped. Let's get to work. With that, the 3 snakes vanished into thin air, their forms fading into invisibility as they began their task. Below the valley, the third Reikage was locked in battle with the second Tsuchikage. Second Tsuchikage, the Reikage bellowed, lightning surging around his body. If we keep this up, neither of us will accomplish anything. From above, Mu responded calmly, his voice carrying over the chaos. I'm afraid my mission is to keep you occupied, Reikage. Mission? The Reikage frowned. Who gave you this mission? That's a question you don't need answered, Mu replied cryptically. Just then, the surrounding environment shifted. The battlefield seemed to transform, the 2 combatants now standing in a vast, enclosed arena. A thick haze surrounded them, obscuring the outside world completely. This is an illusion? No. The third Reikage's sharp eyes scanned the arena, his confusion evident. What's going on? Before he could piece it together, a familiar voice echoed from the edge of the arena. Second Tsuchikage, please step aside. The third Reikage is mine to handle. The Reikage's eyes widened as Orochimaru stepped into view. Orochimaru? What are you doing here? Chapter 290, the arena stretched out endlessly, shrouded in an unnatural, dense fog. Though the afternoon had been bright and sunny, the blackened mist that now blanketed the area cast an oppressive gloom over the battlefield. This wasn't the typical mist used by Kirigakure ninjas, this was something far more sinister. The fog wasn't just thick, it seemed alive, pulsating with an eerie, dark hue. At the center of this ominous space stood 3 figures, the third Reikage, the second Tsuchikage, and Orochimaru. Under Orochimaru's control, the second Tsuchikage had been moved to the edge of the arena, leaving Orochimaru and the third Reikage facing off against one another. The third Reikage's sharp eyes narrowed as he took in Orochimaru's sudden appearance. This man had been out of sight for years, vanishing from the radar of the 5 great ninja villages after the battle in the Land of Frost. And yet, as the Reikage thought about it, it all began to make sense. The undead ninjas fighting for Konoha, who else but Orochimaru could have been responsible for such a grotesque technique? Orochimaru, the third Reikage rumbled, his deep voice echoing through the fog. So, you never truly defected from Konoha. I should have known. You're the one behind these reanimated corpses, aren't you? The Reikage didn't spare much thought for the strange environment around him. The fog, the arena, they were irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was the battle before him. Orochimaru met the Reikage's intense gaze with a calm, almost dismissive expression. Think whatever you like, Orochimaru said coldly. But today, Reikage, you die. Whether for old grudges, to turn the tide of this war, or to ensure my plans for the future, your death is inevitable. Plans for the future? The Reikage asked, his brow furrowing. What are you plotting? Sorry, Orochimaru replied with a smirk. That's not something you need to know. His golden eyes, now tinged with a faint crimson hue, scanned the hazy battlefield. The mist was no ordinary fog but a product of Ryochike's sage art. Unlike standard genjutsu, this illusion didn't target people but the terrain itself. It warped the environment, distorting perception and rendering even advanced sensory techniques useless. Even the Byakugan could see only a vast expanse of white when gazing into this arena. Orochimaru's mastery of techniques like inorganic reincarnation, which allowed him to animate and control the terrain itself, combined perfectly with the mystical fog. In this space, the battlefield was his to command. The third Reikage took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing further. So, I'm not walking out of here alive, huh? Exactly, Orochimaru replied. Do you have any last words? Just one thing. The Reikage's voice softened, though his resolve remained firm. Spare the children of my village. Your son? Orochimaru asked, tilting his head. No. All the children of the Cloud Village. They're all my family. Orochimaru chuckled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. How noble. The Kage's sense of responsibility really is unique. Well then, I'll promise you this. As long as none of them come seeking their own deaths, I'll leave them alone. The Reikage's fists clenched. Thank you. Boom! The atmosphere shifted as lightning surged around the Reikage's body, crackling wildly and tearing through the ground beneath him. The sheer force of his chakra was overwhelming, causing the earth to quake and split. Orochimaru, the Reikage said, his voice filled with raw determination. Since the battle in the Land of Frost, I've been waiting for a chance to fight you again. Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked smile. His golden pupils darkened further, taking on a scarlet glow. And I've admired your strength, Reikage. But we're enemies today. Don't expect me to hold back. The moment the words left his mouth, Orochimaru raised his hands, his chakra flaring to life. Boom! The ground around him cracked and caved under the pressure of his aura, matching the intensity of the third Reikage chakra. Watching this, even the usually composed second Suchikage standing at the edge of the arena couldn't hide his astonishment. This level of power. Orochimaru? Mu muttered, his eyeless face betraying a flicker of disbelief. The Reikage had already activated his legendary lightning release armor, a technique that made him nearly invincible. But even so, Orochimaru's chakra rivaled his. I thought he was just a schemer, hiding behind reanimation techniques, Mu thought to himself. But to think his raw power could match the Reikage's. As Mu processed this revelation, the battle began. Orochimaru flicked his hands, releasing waves of chakra that fanned out across the battlefield, distorting the air itself. The Reikage, now a blur of lightning, vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield. What? The second Suchikage and a group of IWA ninjas have infiltrated our territory? The fourth Reikage's voice boomed as he received the report. He was busy coordinating sealing squads to handle the reanimated forces, but this news made his blood boil. Damn it! Konoha always boasts about peace, but they're secretly developing such vile techniques? Bagay-ro. Kanoi-ro. The voice of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, rang out as he approached, his tone carrying his signature bad rap cadence. They use the dead to fight, no troops lost, their plan is tight. You know it's a fight, right, bro? The fourth Raikage's eyes narrowed as he muttered, I've got a bad feeling about this. Bad feeling, bro? Yeah, me too. Oh, B's rhymes faltered, his carefree tone shifting to concern as he saw the seriousness in his brother's face. B, come with me. We're heading to Father's position. Father? Why? The third Raikage is on the front lines, and with this news. The fourth Raikage's fists clenched. They might be targeting him. Before B could ask more, the fourth Raikage took off at full speed, leaving B scrambling to follow. Back in the arena, the battle between Orochimaru and the third Raikage raged on. The ground was unrecognizable, cracked, shattered, and littered with flying thunder god kunai. The arena was a chaotic wasteland. Whoosh! A figure shrouded in lightning chakra darted across the battlefield, the sheer force of his movements causing shockwaves that split the earth. At the same time, Orochimaru reappeared on one of his marked kunai, his movements calculated and precise. Your speed is formidable, Orochimaru mused, his scarlet eyes locking onto the Raikage. But once I decipher your attack patterns, it's over. The Raikage's voice thundered back. Decipher all you want. You still won't stop this. Hell thrust, four-finger strike. The third Raikage appeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant, his four fingers glowing with deadly chakra. The overwhelming power of his technique, capable of piercing anything, was aimed directly at Orochimaru's face. Chapter 291, Hell Thrust, Four-Finger Strike. This was the signature technique of the third Raikage, a move honed to deadly perfection. By focusing chakra into his fingers, the Raikage created a thrusting technique with unparalleled piercing power, stronger than Kakashi's Chidori. And as the number of fingers used decreased, the power became even more concentrated. At its peak, when reduced to a single finger, the technique became known as the strongest spear, capable of breaking through even the toughest defenses, including the lightning release armor. But now, the Raikage was using four fingers. Even so, the third Raikage's hand came to an abrupt stop, a punch length away from Orochimaru's face. What had halted his attack was a thick layer of solidified white chakra, a defensive manifestation of Susanoo in its second form. TCH. Is that all? The third Raikage muttered, his sharp eyes narrowing. He had underestimated the defensive power of Orochimaru's Susanoo. Orochimaru, meanwhile, stared at the Raikage's hand, his crimson eyes flickering. For four fingers to nearly break through the second form, the piercing power of this technique is absurd, Orochimaru thought. But, this is the end of it. What? The third Raikage, sensing something off, saw Orochimaru's hands moving through a sequence of seals. Realizing the danger, the Raikage reacted immediately, pulling back to create distance. But the Raikage wasn't retreating to avoid the fight. If four fingers aren't enough, then I'll use three, he muttered to himself, his sharp instincts analyzing the situation. Based on the damage dealt to Orochimaru's Susanoo, he calculated that even if the opponent upgraded to a stronger form, 2 fingers would be enough to shatter its defense entirely. And he was right. But Orochimaru wouldn't give him the chance. The moment the Raikage withdrew, Orochimaru's preparations were complete. Light green markings appeared around his eyes, and his pupils transformed into slitted, snake-like irises. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru unleashed his technique. Sage Art, White Rage Technique. Whoosh! From Orochimaru's mouth, a small black bead shot forth, followed by a long white dragon spiraling around it. What the hell is that? The second Tsuchikage muttered, his senses sharpening as he watched the attack unfold. The dragon coiled tighter around the bead, spinning faster and faster until... Buzz! Boom! The dragon exploded in a brilliant flash of blinding white light, accompanied by a high-pitched, ear-splitting noise that seemed to shake the very air. The light was so intense it turned the previously eerie, fog-covered arena into a space brighter than daylight. The sound waves rippled outward, vibrating the chakra within anyone caught in its range. Even the third Reikage, as fast as he was, couldn't escape. His vision overwhelmed by the flash, the Reikage instinctively shut his eyes, trying to sidestep the attack. But with the air vibrating and his chakra disrupted, he could no longer perceive his surroundings accurately. Slash! The flash ended as suddenly as it began, leaving behind only silence, and the sound of blood splattering. Orochimaru's figure appeared behind the third Reikage, the gleaming blade of the Kusanagi sword slick with blood. The attack had pierced clean through. Ugh! The third Reikage coughed, blood spilling from his mouth. This technique. Something new, Orochimaru replied, his voice calm but cold. The air vibrations disorient your chakra flow, while the visual overload renders you blind. During that moment, you're completely defenseless, and I can move freely while you cannot. You're a terrifying opponent. I'll take that as a compliment. Boom! The Reikage fell to one knee, the lightning chakras surrounding his body flickering and fading. Your endurance is incredible, Orochimaru remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. That's why I'll ensure you die here and now. Without hesitation, Orochimaru flickered forward. Slash! Slash! Two more fatal strikes, one to the heart, the other to the throat. The third Reikage collapsed entirely, his powerful body no longer moving. From the edge of the arena, the second Suchikage stepped forward, observing the scene with a somber expression. You truly show no mercy, he said, his voice low as he looked at the fallen Reikage. There's no room for mercy when dealing with an enemy, Orochimaru replied calmly. The sage markings around his eyes faded, and the Kusanagi sword vanished from his grasp in a ripple of space. At the same time, countless flying thunder god kunai embedded across the battlefield began to fly back toward Orochimaru, returning to him automatically. After gathering the kunai, Orochimaru walked over to the third Reikage's body, crouching down. As he prepared to extract the Reikage cells, he suddenly felt a disturbance behind him. Second Suchikage, Orochimaru said without turning. Your stealth and sensory skills are impressive, but don't forget, you're my summon. Did you really think you could sneak up on me? Orochimaru turned his head slightly, his golden eyes locking onto the second Suchikage, who stood with his hands clasped, a faint dust-release light glowing between them. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy, that Suchikage muttered, his voice laced with resignation. Before he could act, a coffin rose from the ground behind him. The coffin opened, emitting a strong suction that pulled the Suchikage inside before slamming shut. Boom! The coffin sank back into the earth, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru, two powerful chakras are heading your way, Taijutsu warned. I know, Orochimaru replied calmly. But the battle is over. You and the others should retreat. Understood. Be careful. As the three Ryuchi cave summons disappeared, the dense fog around the arena began to dissipate. The battlefield was now exposed, revealing a sunlit sky and a field of utter devastation. Orochimaru crouched beside the third Reikage's lifeless body, extracting a sample of his cells before sealing it inside a vial. With the sample secured, Orochimaru vanished from the ruins just moments before the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee arrived. Father! Father! The fourth Reikage dropped to his knees, lifting his father's body from the blood-soaked ground. His face twisted with grief as Killer Bee stood silently behind him, fists clenched. Elsewhere, Orochimaru found a secluded spot to regroup. Sensing no immediate threats, he began weaving a series of seals. Boom! 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 Across the cloud and sand ninja battlefields, countless coffins rose from the ground. But this time, it wasn't a summoning, it was a retrieval. The reanimated ninjas, still engaged in battle, were suddenly pulled into the coffins one by one. Before anyone could react, the coffins sealed themselves and sank back into the earth, taking the undead soldiers with them. One coffin per ninja, Orochimaru mused, watching the process. Perfectly calculated. With the reanimated forces withdrawn, the battles against the Cloud and Saiyan ninja armies had effectively ended. Chapter 292, the fourth Kazekage had been defeated, and the third Reikage had fallen in battle. On the Cloud ninja battlefield, hundreds of coffins rose simultaneously, a sight as chilling as it was awe-inspiring. But Orochimaru's focus remained sharp. 300 to 400 still missing? Orochimaru mused, his lips curling into a faint smirk. As expected of a major ninja village. Their response time is far better than that of smaller ones. But it's irrelevant. For the reanimated ninjas under his command, as long as the shadow-level figures weren't sealed, the losses of the others didn't matter in the slightest. As for the second Sasuke's earlier attempt to ambush him, Orochimaru didn't give it a second thought. He understood. Strong figures at the Kage level were bound to resist being controlled, their pride refusing to let them remain pawns. Such behavior was only natural. With the reanimated forces recalled, Orochimaru left the first and second Hokage to handle their part of the battlefield. He himself set off swiftly toward the Land of Fire. Orochimaru's impact on both battlefronts had been undeniable. While his methods might have been viewed as unethical, they were ruthlessly effective. Victory was all that mattered, how one achieved it was secondary. However, the complexities of facing opponents like the Third Reikage couldn't be understated. If Orochimaru hadn't used previously unseen techniques such as the full-body Susanoo or Sage Arts, defeating the Third Reikage quickly would have been nearly impossible. Even with his existing arsenal, a prolonged battle would have been inevitable. This was the importance of keeping certain abilities hidden from the enemy. The Third Reikage's chakra and fighting style were comparable to his son, the Fourth Reikage. While the fourth emphasized speed, the third excelled in both attack and defense. Orochimaru's ability to neutralize the Third Reikage so efficiently stemmed from leveraging techniques that his opponent had no prior knowledge of. But that was in the past. The Third Reikage was now dead, and the Land of Lightning's withdrawal was only a matter of time. By nightfall, Orochimaru returned as promised. Kushina, who had been waiting for him, was momentarily stunned as he appeared before her, covered in dust. His state was unmistakable, he had been fighting. But who could have pushed Orochimaru to such extremes? Well, you kept your promise, Orochimaru said casually. Get me a bucket of bathwater. Why yes. Right away. Kushina stammered, snapping out of her daze. She moved quickly to obey, though a small part of her couldn't help but feel as though she'd been reduced to his personal servant. At the same time, in another location not far from an orphanage, three figures stood before a simple, freshly built tombstone. The moonlight revealed the identities of the three, Tsunade, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage. War always brings death, the second Hokage said, his arms crossed and his expression cold. As a ninja, you should know this better than anyone. His tone was emotionless, a stark reflection of the pragmatism that had defined his leadership as Hokage. He had long since come to terms with the inevitability of life and death, even when it came to close relatives. Grief was momentary. Tears? They held no meaning to him. I understand, second grandpa, Tsunade replied, her voice trembling slightly as she clutched the Hokage necklace in her hands. The pain of losing her younger brother, Nawaki, was still fresh. In wartime, bodies of fallen ninjas were rarely returned to the village. The heat of the battlefield made preservation impossible, and traveling back to Konoha during an ongoing war was out of the question. Unable to bring Nawaki home, Tsunade had chosen a peaceful spot near the orphanage to bury him. Shao Gang, the first Hokage said gently, using Tsunade's childhood nickname. Grieve, but also learn to accept. Change is inevitable. I will, she replied, her voice soft but resolute. Then, after a pause, she turned to her two grandfathers. Grandpa, second grandpa, what's going on with you? How are you even here? It was only now, in the quiet after her grief, that she realized the impossibility of their presence. The first Hokage's expression softened further as he began to explain. It's Orochimaru, he said simply. Orochimaru? Yes. He used a forbidden technique, reanimation jutsu, to bring us back from the dead. Tsunade's eyes widened as the first Hokage briefly recounted the events. Reanimation jutsu, she muttered. That's right, the first Hokage nodded. Then, after a pause, he added with a smile, by the way, are you really married to him? Why yes. Is there a problem with that? Tsunade replied, flustered. No problem, the first Hokage assured her. But I can sense how strong he's become. With such power, it's easy to lose oneself. You should understand this. I know, Tsunade said firmly. But I believe in him. Is that so? The first Hokage chuckled softly. You've grown up. You're capable of making your own judgments now. Turning to his brother, the first Hokage said, let's go, Tobirama. I was going to ask about the current state of the war, but we're dead. We don't belong to this era, and it's not our place to interfere. Understood, the second Hokage replied with a nod. Later that night, the two Hokage returned to Orochimaru's location. How's the battle progressing? The second Hokage asked. The Iwanin are quiet for now, Orochimaru reported. And the Kumonin will retreat soon. Then it seems our role is done, the second Hokage said thoughtfully. Indeed, the first Hokage added with a smile. Sarutobi and the others can handle the rest. We should leave the younger generation some room to grow. Release the technique, Orochimaru, the second Hokage ordered, his tone firm. But let me warn you, this jutsu is unnatural. It defies ethics, and the cost of using it is too great. Don't use it again. Don't worry, seniors, Orochimaru replied with a casual smile. This was a special case. Good. Don't you want to meet the third Hokage before you go? No, the first Hokage replied. We don't belong to this era. It makes no difference whether we see him or not. Understood. Have a safe journey. Bang! Orochimaru clasped his hands together, and two coffins rose from the ground. The first and second Hokage stepped inside, the lids closing over them before the coffins sank back into the earth. Orochimaru let out a soft sigh of relief. Has the crisis in the village really been resolved? Kushina's voice broke the silence as she stepped out of the house, her expression one of disbelief. She had overheard the conversation between Orochimaru and the two Hokage. How many days has it been? She murmured. Is it really over? Orochimaru gave a small nod. For the most part. But we'll need to keep watch for a while longer. Chapter 293, Under Orochimaru's mysterious and overwhelming power, Kushina couldn't even entertain the thought of resisting. She could only obediently handle his daily needs, food, clothing, and shelter, as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Orochimaru's personal spatial techniques and system storage abilities rendered typical tools like scrolls obsolete. Unlike during his time in Konoha, where he kept these abilities hidden, he now used them openly. As a result, the cabin was fully equipped with all necessities, a testament to his meticulous preparation. Lying comfortably on a makeshift bed, Orochimaru rested with his eyes closed. He wasn't the least bit worried about Kushina attacking him. For one, she had no reason to. And even if she did, she was unarmed, and her fists alone couldn't possibly harm him. So, he allowed himself this moment of relaxation. Why do you still help Konoha when you've defected? Kushina's voice broke the silence. She stood nearby, gazing at him with confusion in her eyes. This question had plagued her for days. She had thought about it countless times but couldn't come up with an answer. Faced with Orochimaru, she lacked the courage to ask directly. But now, the words slipped out almost involuntarily. Her question lingered in the air, unanswered. Orochimaru remained silent, making no effort to address it. The crisis of this war was indeed resolved. The Sand Ninja had witnessed the might of Konoha's forces firsthand. The resurrection of the first and second Hokage, combined with the devastating power of Orochimaru's reanimated army. For the Sand Village, this was a clear sign to retreat. The Cloud Ninja, meanwhile, were caught completely off guard. Their morale had already been shaken when Orochimaru's forces appeared, but the death of the third Raikage dealt a final, crushing blow. Without their leader, the Cloud forces lost all direction, their morale plummeting to the point where fighting became impossible. What truly unsettled them was that they didn't even know how the third Raikage had died. The reanimated forces had attacked with overwhelming ferocity, eliminating many of the Raikage guards in the initial assault. The chaos and illusions orchestrated by Orochimaru meant that no one had witnessed the actual battle between him and the Raikage. Even upon examining the battlefield and the Raikage's injuries, there wasn't enough conclusive evidence to definitively link Orochimaru to his death. 3 days after the third Raikage's defeat, the Sand Ninja and Cloud Ninja began a full retreat. 4 major ninja villages had initially joined forces to besiege Konoha. Yet, in just a few days, 2 of them had been driven back. Orochimaru's contribution was undeniable. What? Reanimation jutsu? The first Hokage and the second Hokage? In Kirigakure, Hiruzen was stunned upon hearing the report. As the second Hokage's disciple, he was intimately familiar with the technique and its forbidden nature. And as Orochimaru's teacher, he knew that his former student had studied the Scroll of Seals. But even so, he never expected Orochimaru to perfect the reanimation jutsu and unleash it on the battlefield. Yes, Lord Hokage. Before the reporting ninja could continue, another intelligence officer entered the room urgently. Report to Hokage-sama. Speak! The Sand Ninja and Cloud Ninja have withdrawn. They've retreated already? That fast? Hiruzen's eyes widened briefly in surprise, but then he let out a long breath of relief. Good. Understood. Dismissed. Yes, sir. The 2 subordinates left, leaving the third Hokage alone to process the news. 3 days. Orochimaru had only been on the battlefield for 3 days. Yet in that time, he had single-handedly shifted the tide of the war, forcing 2 major villages to retreat. This guy. Hiruzen murmured, his expression conflicted. Gathering intelligence on the recent battles, he quickly pieced together the details. The reanimated forces, combined with the strength of the first and second Hokage, meant Orochimaru had essentially fielded 4 Kage-level fighters. And on top of that, he had slain the third Raikage in single combat. The realization left the third Hokage with mixed feelings. No one but Konoha's upper leadership knew that Orochimaru was the one behind the reanimation jutsu. And while the results were undeniable, the moral implications weighed heavily. Orochimaru, just how far have you gone? Hiruzen muttered under his breath. Still, there was no denying that the reanimation jutsu had saved Konoha in this moment of crisis. Though Hiruzen couldn't condone its use, he had no grounds to criticize it openly, not when it had prevented Konoha's destruction. Meanwhile, word of the battles had reached the remaining 2 villages, Iwa and Kirigakure. In Kirigakure, the reaction was subdued. The reanimation jutsu was unfamiliar to them, and they lacked the historical context to grasp its full implications. For Iwa, however, the news was devastating. When Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, learned that the reanimated forces included the second Tsuchikage, his own teacher, he was both enraged and horrified. To see his mentor's body used as a tool of war was an unforgivable offense. Across the ninja world, the reanimation jutsu struck fear into every major village. The ability to control the dead was an abomination in the eyes of most, and villages began taking precautions to protect the remains of their strongest fighters. At the same time, sealing teams were prepared to counter potential raids by Orochimaru's reanimated forces. Public condemnation of Konoha was swift and vocal, with many calling it a violation of ethics. But Konoha's response was equally sharp. Is it ethical for 4 villages to gang up on one? This was an act of self-defense. They further argued that they had ceased using the reanimation jutsu after stabilizing the situation, showing restraint in its application. While their defense wasn't universally accepted, it silenced much of the criticism. In the forests of the Land of Fire, 2 figures in black cloaks moved slowly through the trees. Orochimaru walked ahead, his pace leisurely. Behind him, Kushina followed, her expression a mixture of confusion and resignation. "Where are we going, Orochimaru-sama? Are we heading back to Konoha?" she asked hesitantly. "Does this look like the way back to Konoha?" Orochimaru replied, his voice tinged with amusement. "And don't forget, you're my hostage now. Why would I send you back before the war is over?" "Hostage," Kushina muttered, the word tasting bitter in her mouth. Chapter 294, Kushina knew she had been taken by Orochimaru as part of some unknown scheme. But hearing him state it so bluntly that she was his hostage still left her unsettled. Even more confusing to her was Orochimaru's relationship with Konoha. If he had truly defected, why was he still helping them in the war? Kushina wanted to ask, but before she could open her mouth, Orochimaru abruptly stopped walking. "Wait here," he ordered. Without further explanation, Orochimaru flipped his wrist, pulling out a pen and quickly writing something on his palm. Once done, he summoned a fly, which landed on his hand. The insect scanned the message before flying off into the distance. Kushina followed its trajectory and noticed that it seemed to be heading toward a mountaintop where a Konoha sentry was stationed. "That's Konoha's camp," she murmured. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. He said nothing further and simply stood there, waiting. About an hour later, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, running toward them. It was Tsunade. Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Tsunade rushed to Orochimaru and threw herself into his arms, her voice breaking with emotion. "Orochimaru, Nawaki. Nawaki, he." "I know," Orochimaru said softly, his lips curling into a faint smile. "I came to tell you that I have a way to bring him back." "What?" "You don't need to worry," he continued. "Just focus on fighting for now." "Bring him back? Are you talking about reanimation jutsu?" Tsunade asked, pulling away to look him in the eye. "I've seen Grandpa and Second Grandpa. I know you can use the technique, but if it's reanimation jutsu, that's not truly bringing him back." "It's not reanimation jutsu," Orochimaru interrupted, his tone calm but firm. "I'm talking about true resurrection." Tsunade froze, her eyes wide in disbelief. "True resurrection," she repeated, her voice shaky. Are you serious?" Orochimaru tilted her chin upward with one finger, his red gold eyes meeting hers. "When have I ever lied to you?" "Constantly," Tsunade blurted out without hesitation. Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't deny it. During his time in Konoha, he had often hidden the truth about his experiments and abilities, even from her. "Fine," he conceded. "But this time, I'm not lying." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Orochimaru said with confidence. "But, something like that sounds impossible, doesn't it?" Orochimaru said, smirking. "Tsunade, there are very few things in this world that I can't do." "Resurrection? It may be hard for others, but for me, it's only a matter of conditions and effort." His tone was casual, yet his conviction was clear. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Orochimaru's expertise in forbidden techniques was unparalleled. If he said it was possible, then maybe, just maybe. Her sorrow began to lift slightly, replaced by cautious optimism. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru began exchanging information with Tsunade about the war. The Sand Ninja had only recently retreated, and the Konoha forces on the front lines were still dealing with the aftermath. Tsunade and Nono were staying to tend to the wounded and monitor the Sand Ninja's movements to ensure they didn't regroup for another attack. Meanwhile, 2/3 of the forces stationed on the Sand and Cloud Ninja fronts had been redirected to bolster the defenses against the IWA and Mist Ninja. "Orochimaru, will you be helping in the rest of the war?" Tsunade asked. "No," Orochimaru replied calmly. "The remaining 2 villages aren't a threat. Konoha can handle them on its own." "Then, where are you going?" "I'm heading to the Land of Wind." "The Land of Wind?" "Yes. It shouldn't take long. If I return, I'll find a way to contact you," Orochimaru said. "Be careful," Tsunade said softly, wrapping her arms around him in a brief hug before turning back toward the Konoha camp. Although she wanted to go with him, she knew it wasn't possible. Konoha still needed her. As they continued their journey, Kushina couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. "Orochimaru-sama, why are we going to the Land of Wind?" She had no choice but to follow his orders, but his decision puzzled her. While the Sand Ninja had retreated, relations between Konoha and the Land of Wind were still tense. If they were discovered, it would undoubtedly cause trouble. But Orochimaru's next words left her stunned. "Kushina, have you ever heard of Rorin?" "Rorin?" "Correct," Orochimaru replied. "There's something interesting in that city. I intend to stop by and take a look." Rorin was an independent city within the Land of Wind, known for being home to the mysterious Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein wasn't just a source of immense energy, it also had the ability to manipulate time and space. While Orochimaru no longer relied on external power to bolster his strength, his curiosity about the Dragon Vein's temporal and spatial properties had persisted. When he first arrived in this world, he had briefly researched Rorin but had been too preoccupied with other matters to visit. Now, with most of his plans in motion and nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided it was time to investigate the Dragon Vein. Besides, the detour fit his current pace. However, upon arriving in Rorin, Orochimaru encountered a sight he hadn't expected. In the bustling streets of the city, a teenage boy sat on a ledge, his blonde hair and bright blue eyes standing out. He wore an orange tracksuit with black accents, paired with a gray mesh undershirt and a black forehead protector. The boy rested his chin on one hand, looking both bored and frustrated. But as Orochimaru, who had just removed his cloak, stepped into the street, the boy's demeanor changed instantly. He shot to his feet with a loud yell. "Ah! It's real! This is crazy!" The boy grabbed his hair, his movements animated and chaotic, reminiscent of Jiraiya's when he was younger. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, studying the boy closely. "You know me?" he asked, his voice low and curious. "Of course I do," the boy shouted, pointing at him. "I'd recognize that creepy face anywhere. You're that guy who's always hanging around Granny Tsunade." Before Orochimaru could respond, the boy's expression shifted, his excitement giving way to confusion. "Wait! Naruto, what are you doing? Dad? Mom? Are they really here?" Chapter 295, Orochimaru, leaving the chaos in Konoha behind, traveled far with Kushina. Crossing the border of the Land of Wind, they ventured deep into the barren desert until they reached the legendary ancient kingdom of Rorin. When he saw Naruto, Orochimaru was only mildly surprised. He had long known about the Dragon Vein in Rorin, a power capable of traversing time and space. The presence of these strangers from another time didn't shock him. But when a young girl, one he had no recollection of, stood beside Kushina and called him father, Orochimaru's composure cracked for the first time in years. What was this? A daughter? His daughter? And not just a daughter, but one he apparently had with Kushina? The idea was absurd. Orochimaru couldn't make sense of it. After all, he and Kushina had no relationship whatsoever. None! Orochimaru's thoughts were racing, but before he could speak, Kushina broke the silence. "You little girl, what are you even talking about? Where are your parents?" Kushina's tone was sharp, almost accusatory. She was still young herself. How could she possibly have such a big daughter? And this girl, she looked like she was 16 or 17 years old, just a few years younger than Kushina herself. How was that even possible? The girl glanced at Kushina, her expression calm but serious. "Mom, even though you and Dad aren't a couple yet, can't you tell just by looking at me?" she asked, her voice carrying a hint of exasperation. "I didn't think my mom would be so slow when she was young." "Slow? What are you?" Kushina started to say, but trailed off as the girl's words began to sink in. Her gaze swept over the girl, and something about her appearance struck a chord. The clothes were normal, just a t-shirt, shorts, and knee-high socks. But her long, striking red hair and delicate facial features? They were unmistakable. She looked so much like Kushina herself, at least 70 to 80% similar. Kushina's mind raced. Could this girl really be her daughter? Wait a second, the girl had also said dad. Her eyes instinctively darted to Orochimaru, her expression filled with disbelief. See something familiar? The girl asked, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. She spread her hands dramatically. I have to say, Dad's as composed as ever. No matter what timeline, he's always confident. Orochimaru remained quiet, his expression unreadable. Naruto, standing nearby with his arms crossed, scratched his cheek awkwardly. Lord Orochimaru? You seem like you already knew about this, or maybe not, he muttered, clearly confused. Orochimaru's golden eyes flicked toward Naruto. Your name is Naruto, isn't it? He asked, a faint smile forming. Huh? Yeah. Naruto stammered, caught off guard. Why? What's your full name? Orochimaru asked casually, though his eyes gleamed with sharp curiosity. Full name? It's Namake's Naruto, Naruto replied hesitantly. Hearing this, Orochimaru's analytical mind went into overdrive. It was almost effortless for him to piece together the puzzle based on the scattered bits of information he'd overheard. First, he apparently had a daughter. And not just a daughter, but one with Kushina Uzumaki. Second, Naruto's full name was Namake's Naruto, confirming that he was Minato Namake's son. But Naruto hadn't called Kushina mom, meaning Kushina and Minato were not together in this version of events. Lastly, Minato must still be alive in the future. Otherwise, Naruto's existence and behavior didn't make sense. The more Orochimaru thought about it, the clearer it became. The infamous Night of the Nine Tails likely never happened in this timeline. If Kushina had not been with Minato, and Minato had never become Hokage, there would have been no chain of events leading to his death or the Nine Tails rampage. Namake's Naruto, Orochimaru repeated with a knowing smile. Then, he turned to the girl. And what about you? If you truly are my and Kushina's daughter, your last name would be Uzumaki, wouldn't it? Yes. My name is Uzumaki Rage, the girl declared proudly. My mom gave me that name. Kushina stared at the girl, completely stunned. Uzumaki, she murmured. Why would her last name be Uzumaki? And, what's going on here, Lord Orochimaru? She was utterly overwhelmed. The idea of having a daughter was shocking enough, but to have a daughter who was apparently this old. And to top it all off, the father was Orochimaru? How could this be real? And why was Orochimaru so calm about all of this? He seemed to be accepting the situation far too easily. Kushina's mind raced, and for a brief moment, she even wondered if she was caught in some elaborate jinjutsu. But no, her chakra flow was normal. This wasn't an illusion. As if sensing her confusion, Rage smiled faintly and began to explain. Let me simplify things for you, Mom, she said. As Rage talked, Kushina slowly started to understand. These people were from the future. They had traveled back in time through the dragon vein. Time travel? It sounded like something out of a fantasy. And now she apparently had a daughter with Orochimaru? The whole situation felt surreal, and yet, the evidence was right in front of her. The more Rage explained, the redder Kushina's face became. Her gaze shifted toward Orochimaru, and for the first time, she couldn't meet his eyes. Orochimaru didn't seem fazed by any of it. Instead, he focused on the information Rage and Naruto were providing. So, you used the dragon vein to come here, he said, his voice calm and analytical. And you're saying there are others besides you who came back as well? Naruto nodded eagerly. Yep, that's right. Can the dragon vein be freely controlled to determine the exact time of travel? Orochimaru asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto scratched his head. I'm not sure about that part. Orochimaru's expression remained neutral, but inwardly he was intrigued. In his memory, the dragon vein was only usable once, and its temporal reach was limited to about 20 years. But now it seemed different. According to what these two were saying, they had traveled back exactly 18 years. Rage crossed her arms and said, "Dad, you'll have to study that yourself. Before we came here, Aunt Makoto warned us not to reveal too much about the future. If we say too much, it could mess things up, even causing the timeline to collapse. And if that happens, I might disappear altogether." "Aunt Makoto?" Orochimaru repeated, smiling faintly. "How many people came back with you? And are there any familiar faces among them?" "I know! I know!" Naruto began excitedly, but before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted him. "Naruto, stop talking. It's not your place to introduce me." Whoosh! 3 figures landed from above, their movements swift and precise. "Idiot Sasuke! What's your problem?" Chapter 296. Orochimaru looked at the 3 figures who had just landed, his expression filled with intrigue. Sasuke Uchiha stood before him, different from the one he remembered. Although still handsome and proud, there was a noticeable difference. He didn't seem as cold or detached. This Sasuke appeared to be around 16 or 17, not much older than Rage. However, what caught Orochimaru's attention most was Sasuke's attire. He wore the black uniform of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, with the iconic red and white fan symbol emblazoned on his back. In other words, he was still Fugaku's son and hadn't defected from the village after all these years? If he had, he certainly wouldn't be wearing the Konoha Uchiha clan's uniform. Well, it wasn't entirely surprising. In the original timeline, Orochimaru had been the one who orchestrated Sasuke's defection. But now, he had no interest in Sasuke, neither in his body nor his eye power. Without a reason to recruit him, there was no need for Sasuke to leave Konoha. What do I mean? Don't you understand? I just don't want you, an idiot, introducing my name. Sasuke said nonchalantly, his tone tinged with disdain. What? If you've got the guts, say that again. Naruto shot back, fuming. Fine. You're an idiot. You little. That's it. I want to duel with you. Right now. Naruto yelled, his anger boiling over. The two glared at each other, sparks practically flying between their eyes. All right. Naruto, Sasuke, stop arguing. Sakura, the pink-haired girl with the wide forehead, stepped between them, trying to defuse the situation. She let out a frustrated sigh. Why, even after all these years, did these two still bicker like children at every turn? Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and a masked Jonin leading them, Kakashi Hatake. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Ah, so this is the future Team 7, is it? Well. Interesting. Wait, you know about our Team 7? But, how? At this point in time, weren't we not even born yet? Naruto asked, utterly baffled. Kakashi's eyes, usually calm, now held a hint of surprise as he looked at Orochimaru. How could he know? Even if he overheard their names, there was no way Orochimaru would know the composition of their team, let alone its leader. Orochimaru, however, didn't bother explaining. Although I'm surprised to see you all here and curious about your purpose, I have my own matters to attend to, he said smoothly before turning to his companion. Kushina, let's go. Huh? Leave? Just like that? Ignore them? Kushina was taken aback, her eyes briefly glancing toward her daughter. Her expression betrayed her hesitation. They're from the future. If they learn too much about what's to come, it'll spoil all the fun, Orochimaru said with a cryptic smile, glancing at her meaningfully. Don't you think? Without waiting for a reply, Orochimaru began walking toward Rorin. Despite the brief encounter, he had already gleaned plenty of information. To Kakashi and the others, these interactions might seem insignificant, but to Orochimaru, the discrepancies were glaring. The things he'd just learned were vastly different from his memories. Kushina hesitated, but in the end, she followed Orochimaru. Though she yearned to speak with her daughter and learn more about the future, Orochimaru's reasoning seemed sound. Knowing too much about the future could lead to unnecessary complications. Perhaps it really was better to leave things as they were. But just as they were about to leave, a cold voice interrupted them. Orochimaru, wait! Orochimaru paused, though he didn't turn around. Sasuke. Kakashi frowned. What are you doing? What's going on now? Naruto and Sakura exchanged confused looks. Sasuke's serious tone, coupled with his boldness in directly addressing Orochimaru, left them stunned. Even Kakashi, usually composed, looked bewildered. The only one who seemed entertained was Rage, who claimed to be Orochimaru's daughter. She stood to the side, a faint smirk playing on her lips, as though enjoying the show. Orochimaru stopped but remained facing away. What is it? My name is Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke began, his voice calm yet firm. I wasn't planning to come here, but the moment I heard I might see you, I couldn't resist. And what of it? Orochimaru replied, unimpressed. Then I'll make it clear, I challenge you. Don't be reckless, Sasuke. Kakashi quickly intervened, reaching out to stop him. Despite everything, his wariness of Orochimaru hadn't lessened, no matter the timeline. Don't stop me, Sasuke said coldly, brushing Kakashi's hand aside. This is the reason I came here. To fight him. You're no match for him. Not his match? Sasuke smirked confidently, unsheathing the ninja sword on his back. We'll see about that. Come, Orochimaru. Let's settle this, he said, pointing the blade directly at his opponent. A fight? Orochimaru chuckled, finally turning to face Sasuke. His golden eyes scanned him, taking in every detail. Interesting. But tell me, what makes you think you're qualified? Stop underestimating me. Sasuke roared, darting forward in a blur. His speed was so great that Naruto and Sakura could barely keep up. However, Orochimaru didn't move an inch. Clang! The ninja sword stopped midair, held firmly by Orochimaru's hand. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. You came to challenge me without understanding anything about me? Orochimaru said calmly. Before Sasuke could react, Orochimaru flicked his wrist, sending the sword flying. It embedded itself with a sharp thunk into the wall nearby. Sasuke, quick to recover, activated his Sharingan. The dark pupils shifted, turning scarlet with 3 tomos spinning inside. Without hesitation, he raised his leg, aiming a kick at Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru caught Sasuke's ankle effortlessly, his expression unchanging. From his sleeves, countless snakes slithered out, wrapping around Sasuke's leg and crawling upward. Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth, forming hand seals. Try this, blaze release, Kagetsuchi. The tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming into a 6-pointed star. Black flames erupted from his chakra, scorching the snakes. Orochimaru let go just in time, stepping back as the snakes burned to ash. Sasuke used the momentum to leap away, creating distance between them. Ah, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru mused, his eyes narrowing slightly. No wonder you're so confident. But do you really think that alone is enough? Shut up. Sasuke snapped, his patience wearing thin. Purple chakra surged around him, condensing into the shape of a massive, armored warrior. The Susanoo stood tall, bow in hand, its arrow aimed squarely at Orochimaru. So, you've heard I possess the Sharingan as well, Orochimaru said, his tone still calm. And now, you want to take my eyes for yourself? Before Sasuke could respond, his body was suddenly sent flying. Boom! He crashed into the wall with a loud impact, leaving a deep crater. Everyone froze, stunned. What just happened? Naruto muttered, breaking the silence. Chapter 297, the citizens of Reborn, who had noticed the commotion from a distance, had retreated to safer ground, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. When they saw Sasuke crash into a wall after being sent flying, they silently thanked their decision to hide earlier. In the battlefield, Sasuke's Susanoo had vanished. He struggled to pull himself out from the debris, his breathing heavy and labored. Orochimaru stood calmly in front of him, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "You're aware that I possess the Sharingan, yet you didn't account for the Flying Thunder God technique?" Flying Thunder God? Sasuke stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief. When did you? Subconsciously, Sasuke glanced down at his ankle, the spot Orochimaru had grabbed earlier. Sure enough, there was a snake-shaped Flying Thunder God seal engraved on his shoe. "Using a Mangekyo Sharingan against me?" Orochimaru's voice carried a trace of mockery. "I've had these eyes long before your father ever did." Susanoo's defense may be formidable, but the space where the user stands is vulnerable. With the Flying Thunder God technique, slipping inside and targeting the main body is child's play. "Damn it!" Sasuke muttered, clenching his fists in frustration. "Enough, Sasuke!" Kakashi intervened, stepping between Sasuke and Orochimaru as the young Uchiha tried to rise again. "No matter what time period, Lord Orochimaru's strength is far beyond anything you can handle. If you keep this up, you'll stand no chance." Kakashi's tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. "Sasuke, don't do this!" Sakura added, gripping his shoulders. "But," Sasuke began, still unwilling to admit defeat. "Heh, I told you from the start you wouldn't last 20 seconds, Rage chimed in playfully, skipping over to Kushina. "You didn't believe me before. Do you believe me now?" Her tone was teasing, and she clung naturally to Kushina's arm, smiling brightly. The gesture was so casual and affectionate that Kushina didn't know how to react. Kushina froze, unsure how to handle the sudden intimacy. She didn't even care about the outcome of Sasuke's battle anymore. Despite her initial discomfort, the girl's actions felt oddly comforting, as though they had always shared this closeness. It was a strange and conflicting feeling. Orochimaru, watching the scene unfold, quickly pieced things together. So Sasuke's reckless challenge was fueled by the provocations of this so-called daughter? Typical of the Uchiha, competitive to a fault unless brought to heel by something extraordinary. Shaking his head, Orochimaru dismissed the matter. "Let's go, Kushina," he said, turning away. All right," Kushina replied hesitantly. She glanced at Rage, torn between her curiosity and her reluctance to disobey Orochimaru's command. "Wait, Dad!" Rage called out. "I'm coming with you." She eagerly ran after him. "Hey, Rage, slow down. Wait for us." Naruto called after her. Kushina, who had been lagging behind, finally mustered the courage to ask, "So, you're really my daughter?" "Of course, Mom." Rage replied cheerfully, her smile wide and genuine. This is such a strange feeling," Kushina murmured. Yet despite her confusion, Rage's happy demeanor was infectious, and for the first time, Kushina found herself smiling sincerely. As they walked, Orochimaru's thoughts wandered. He recalled the fundamentals of yin-yang release, the technique that creates life and form. Yin release draws upon spiritual energy to create form from nothing, while yang release uses physical energy to give life to that form. In essence, yin creates the shape, and yang breathes life into it. Sasuke, as the reincarnation of Indra, was once destined to become the savior of the ninja world. By the age of 16 or 17, he should have wielded one of the strongest forms of yin release, surpassed only by the Sage of Six Paths himself. His visual prowess should have evolved to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and, eventually, the Rinnegan with 6 Tomo. But something was amiss. Despite nearing the age of 17, Sasuke had yet to unlock the power he was meant to possess. Instead, he only had a pair of 6-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru didn't know what had occurred in the intervening years to cause this divergence, but he didn't care to speculate. He had no desire to meddle in future events. As a reincarnator, Orochimaru already knew more about the future than most. Yet the stronger he grew, the less these memories served him. Instead, they became a hindrance, clouding his judgment of the present. Take, for instance, the moment when 3 great ninja villages had demanded Konoha hand him over. Based on his knowledge of the future, he should have anticipated such a scenario. And yet, when it happened, he was genuinely caught off guard because it didn't align with his memories. The frustration of being wrong, of relying on faulty information, was a feeling he despised. Knowing too much about the future robbed life of its spontaneity and led only to a tedious cycle of overthinking. Constantly debating whether to preserve or alter the timeline was a miserable way to live. That's why Orochimaru didn't ask further questions about the future. He didn't care how it unfolded or what fate awaited others. As they approached Roarin's largest and most ornate building, a guard clad in armor stepped forward, blocking their path. "Halt! State your business," the guard barked. "Who leads this city?" Orochimaru asked calmly. "Take me to them." "Who are you? Do you think you can meet the queen just like that?" the guard demanded, his tone growing hostile. "Queen?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "All the more reason to meet her. Lead the way. Unless..." He paused, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Unless you want me to destroy this place." "What? You dare threaten?" Bang! Before the guard could finish, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Inside the palace, Queen Sarah sat on her throne. Her crimson hair and dark brown eyes gave her an air of elegance and authority. According to the original timeline, Naruto's team would arrive in Rorin in Konoha year 63 to assist the Sand Village in pursuing a rogue ninja. They would then travel 20 years into the past, Konoha year 43, where Naruto would meet his father, Minato. Together, they would defeat the rogue ninja, Mukade. But Orochimaru knew that such events were impossible in this timeline. By Konoha year 43, the Third Great Ninja War had yet to end, and relations between the 5 great nations were strained. There was no alliance between Konoha and the Land of Wind, and Minato had no reason to be in Rorin. Chapter 298, Orochimaru's approach to meeting the Queen of Rorin was as direct as it was crude. In any normal circumstance, a little humility would have sufficed for gaining an audience with the Queen. Yet, Orochimaru discarded even the most basic courtesies. He chose a more straightforward and forceful approach not out of necessity, but because he simply didn't want to waste time. In Orochimaru's view, when one lacks power, it's acceptable to act submissive, even cowardly, if it serves a purpose. After all, survival often requires adaptability. But when one possesses strength, there is no need to lower oneself. Instead, one should exude authority, project an aura that declares, "You're not even qualified to speak to me." This kind of domineering attitude was not inherently Orochimaru's style, but here in Rorin, he felt it was the quickest route to his goal. Queen Sarah descended the steps of her palace, her luxurious robes flowing behind her. Several guards followed closely, surrounding Orochimaru as they moved into formation. Unfazed, Orochimaru strode forward with complete disregard for the tension in the air. His golden eyes locked onto Sarah, and with a confident smile, he made his demands. "Talk?" Sarah repeated, her tone laced with distaste. "You're guests from afar, and as queen, it's my duty to welcome you. But the manner in which you barged into my palace leaves much to be desired." "My apologies for the unpleasant approach," Orochimaru said indifferently, his voice calm but utterly unapologetic. "I dislike wasting time with unnecessary pleasantries. The queen is, of course, free to refuse my request," he continued, his tone shifting to one of veiled menace. "But you must also be prepared to face the consequences." "Impudent fool! Who do you think you are?" barked the guard captain at Sarah's side. He clenched his fists, his face red with fury. "Seize him!" Sarah remained silent, but her guards stepped forward, ready to attack. "Wait!" Before things could escalate, Kakashi, who had entered the hall behind Orochimaru, quickly intervened. Though Orochimaru didn't move a muscle, his silence seemed to grant tacit approval. Kakashi stepped forward, bowing slightly toward the queen as he began to speak in a measured tone. As Kakashi explained, Sarah's expression shifted. Her initial look of disgust melted into one of surprise, then shock, and finally, fear. How is that possible? Sarah murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Lulan, though located in the Land of Wind, was an independent city and not under the jurisdiction of Sunagakure. Isolated from much of the outside world, it had little knowledge of Orochimaru's reputation. But Kakashi's words carried weight. Unlike Orochimaru, Kakashi had likely interacted with Sarah before, making him a figure she could trust. Mr. Kakashi, are you saying he could destroy this entire city? Sarah asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Behind his mask, Kakashi sighed deeply, a trace of helplessness in his voice. Not just this city, Your Majesty. Even the entirety of Sunagakure itself would be powerless to stop him. Sarah's breath hitched, her disbelief evident. How could someone hold such power? Kakashi's gaze didn't waver. Please trust me, Queen Sarah. Lord Orochimaru's strength is far beyond what ordinary shinobi can comprehend. Sarah looked at Kakashi, searching his face for any sign of exaggeration or deceit. But there was none. She knew Kakashi to be a man of integrity, and that made his words all the more terrifying. Though still skeptical, she couldn't gamble with the safety of her people. With great reluctance, she gave in. Very well, she said softly. Please follow me. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile as he followed her lead. Inside the Queen's palace. While the others, Kakashi, Team 7, Kushina, and Rage, waited outside, Orochimaru met with Sarah in private. Seated across from the Queen, Orochimaru got straight to the point. The dragon vein, he said. Its power is unique, and it intrigues me. Since I happen to have some time, I thought I'd stop by and examine it. His tone was casual, almost as if he were talking about a stroll through his own garden. But Sarah's expression remained guarded. The dragon vein is the lifeblood of this land, she said firmly. It contains chakra unlike any other. If tampered with, it could potentially destroy not just Rorin, but the entire Earth. Destroy the entire Earth? Orochimaru repeated with a chuckle. You're overestimating its capabilities. As long as it's chakra, its power is inherently limited. At best, it might have the capacity to level this city, but the whole Earth? That's absurd. His casual dismissal of such a dire warning sent a chill down Sarah's spine. Is that so? She murmured, uncertainty flickering across her face. Indeed, Orochimaru replied. Now, how long will it take to grant me access to the dragon vein? Sarah hesitated before answering. How long will your studies take? That depends, Orochimaru said with a shrug. It could be 3 days, or 3 months. It all depends on the complexity of the dragon vein. Sarah bit her lip, clearly torn. In that case, give me time to evacuate the citizens. No need, Orochimaru interrupted with a wave of his hand. I'm only here to study the dragon vein, not to harm it. There's no danger to anyone. After some negotiation, Sarah finally relented and agreed to lead Orochimaru to the dragon vein. Back in the palace, the rest of the group was treated to Sarah's hospitality while they waited. Kushina, in particular, seized the opportunity to speak with Rage and learn more about her future daughter. Meanwhile, Orochimaru followed Sarah deep into Rorin, his mind already racing with possibilities. The ability to manipulate time and space was exceedingly rare. Space-based techniques like the Flying Thunder God, Kamui, and Summoning Jutsu were already formidable. But time manipulation? That was a realm he had yet to explore. The dragon vein's potential to bridge both time and space made it an irresistible subject of study. Elsewhere, the Third Great Ninja War raged on. While Orochimaru delved deeper into Lulan, the infamous Battle of Canopy Bridge unfolded on the Iwagakure front lines. In this decisive conflict, Minato lived up to his moniker of the Yellow Flash. With unmatched speed and precision, he single-handedly eliminated 50 IWA Jonin and forced thousands of enemy ninjas into retreat, securing a crucial victory for Konoha. But the war came at a steep cost. Before the war, Konoha had a force of nearly 40,000 shinobi. By its end, fewer than 20,000 remained. Despite their best efforts, they were struggling to hold their own against Kirigakuru's relentless offensives. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen exhaled deeply, releasing a long trail of smoke from his pipe. His gaze was heavy with exhaustion as he addressed an elder advisor. "So, have you truly decided to let Tsunade succeed as the fourth Hokage?" the advisor asked. Hiruzen sighed. "It seems I have no other choice. Inform her immediately so she can prepare herself." Chapter 299, in the Hokage conference room of Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen, convened a meeting with Koharu and Hamura to discuss the succession of the fourth Hokage. Danzo was notably absent. Everyone knew Danzo's ambitions, and his views often clashed with Hiruzen's. Naturally, Hiruzen would not involve him in discussions about the next Hokage. Following the retreat of enemy forces at the Suna and Kumo defense lines, Hiruzen returned to Konoha from the front lines of the Canopy Bridge battle. Once back in the village, he began contemplating the various problems Konoha faced. During the first Hokage's reign, the ninja world feared Konoha's strength and dared not act recklessly. After Hashirama's death, the second Hokage, Tobirama, succeeded him, but conflict soon followed. Even so, during that war, Konoha's only significant clash was with the Kumonin, and they even formed an alliance afterward. But everything changed after Tobirama's death and Hiruzen's ascension. The Uzumaki clan's destruction, the Second Shinobi World War, the Third Shinobi World War, and even Orochimaru's eventual defection, these events all stem from what could only be described as poor decisions under his leadership. Hiruzen couldn't deny it. Compared to his predecessors, his reign had seen far too many failures. Now, with the war nearing its end, it was clear that the time had come for him to step down and pass the torch to someone else. In truth, Tsunade wasn't his ideal candidate, especially after Orochimaru's defection. However, Hiruzen found himself with no other viable choice. The situation with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being in Orochimaru's hands made everything even more precarious. Orochimaru's strength, coupled with his mastery of the reanimation jutsu and his other forbidden techniques, left Hiruzen unwilling to take risks. Reluctantly, he decided that Tsunade would be the best candidate to succeed him, even though it wasn't his first choice. The succession process for the Hokage was complex. It required the votes of more than 50 jonin from the village, the approval of Konoha's senior advisors, and the daimyo's blessing. Once the position was secured, the Hokage would also need support from the influential clans to ensure smooth governance. However, Tsunade's candidacy was unlikely to face opposition. Her battlefield reputation as a medical master was unparalleled. She had saved countless lives during the war. This alone would earn her the respect and votes of many. The few whispers about her relationship with Orochimaru could easily be silenced by the upper ranks of Konoha's leadership. After Hiruzen explained his reasoning, the two advisors exchanged hesitant looks. "It seems there's no other option left," Hamura said with a sigh. "The events of the past regarding Orochimaru will." Koharu trailed off, shaking her head. "Let's just hope Tsunade will prioritize the village's welfare once she becomes Hokage," Hiruzen said, exhaling a long puff of smoke. On the front lines, Tsunade stood frozen after receiving a secret letter. "What?" she muttered to herself, rereading the contents in disbelief. She was being named the next Hokage? Tsunade couldn't wrap her head around it. As someone who had long considered herself unsuited for politics or leadership, the idea seemed absurd. Not to mention, how could someone like her, widely known as Orochimaru's wife, possibly hold the position? Tsunade knew the process well. While the Jonin vote was technically required, the reality was that the previous Hokage and the senior advisors had the most significant influence on the outcome. The Jonin generally deferred to their decision unless something outrageous was proposed. But why her? The timing also baffled her. The war wasn't even over yet, so why was Sarutobi making such a hasty decision? Then it hit her. Her mind flashed back to the day she had persuaded Orochimaru to meet with Hiruzen. Something about that meeting had struck her as strange even then. Orochimaru, did you make a deal with the third Hokage? She muttered under her breath. Now, it seemed clear. Orochimaru, ever pragmatic, wouldn't have returned to aid the village without some form of leverage or guarantee. Placing her hand on her forehead, Tsunade sighed heavily. Honestly, couldn't you have at least discussed this with me first? Elsewhere, minor skirmishes at the borders continued, but the large-scale conflicts of the Third Shinobi World War were winding down. The only remaining threat was Kirigakure's forces, but even they posed less immediate danger. Meanwhile, deep within Rorin, Orochimaru stood in a vast underground chamber hundreds of meters beneath the city. In the center of the chamber was a large, intricate seal. The dragon vein's power was locked within it. Staring at the seal, Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint frown. He had hoped that mastering the dragon vein's power would allow him to control time freely. However, his research revealed otherwise. The dragon vein's power was not only tethered to Rorin, but it also had strict limitations. The time span it could traverse was limited to a mere 20 years, and its influence could not overlap with existing timelines. In essence, the dragon vein wasn't a tool for unrestricted time travel. If one traveled to a specific point in time and absorbed the dragon vein's energy, they would be unable to use it a second time to revisit that era. Furthermore, anyone who left Rorin after using the dragon vein would find the power dissipating over time, eventually forcing them back to their original timeline. The restrictions made it impossible to use the dragon vein to rewrite history on a large scale. It couldn't take him to the Warring States period or beyond, it simply wasn't built for that. Reality is always disappointing, Orochimaru muttered with a dry laugh. What a waste of effort. Still, perhaps not a complete waste, Kushina said softly from behind him. Orochimaru turned slightly, raising an eyebrow. At least we met Rage, she added timidly. Orochimaru let out a faint chuckle. Rage, huh? Do you really believe she's our daughter? What do you mean? Kushina stammered, clearly caught off guard. Her appearance, her bloodline, even the bond she seems to share with us, it all checks out, Kushina said, her voice steady despite her nervousness. I believed it from the beginning, she added earnestly. Orochimaru shrugged. Strengthening the seal on the dragon vein, he turned and began walking toward the exit, with Kushina following closely behind. By all accounts, she does seem to be our daughter, Orochimaru admitted. But don't you think the idea of us is a little strange? What's so strange about it? Kushina shot back, though her face turned red as the words left her mouth. She realized too late how her response might be interpreted. I mean, I already love this daughter of ours, Kushina continued, fumbling over her words. Even if I don't know how things happen between us, if you don't mind. Are you saying you'd be willing to sleep with me for the sake of this daughter? Orochimaru asked with a smirk. Yes. Kushina blurted out, her face burning with embarrassment. Orochimaru let out a low, amused laugh. Women really are fascinating creatures, he mused. But before anything else, I suppose I should run this past Tsunade first, don't you think? Tsunade-sama? That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 12. Peace.